Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promised I'd be a good boy.
I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, you're ready. So we gotta move to the front.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me. So I'll keep them.
You don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds, Ilya.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
It's found in my house. And that's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? Not. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan Hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan Hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. You message one other guy ever again, whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give
friends are libertarians, and I'm always arguing with them. Hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire. And so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
Yeah, man, I think you're vastly overestimating the intelligence of the average American man. Not just the intelligence, but also like the ability to be propagandized too. Like, I feel like there are a lot of people that sit in this IQ threshold where, like, if they got a DM on Facebook or an email or a text message that was like, I'm a prince from Nigeria and can you send me $1,000 for this thing and then I'll send you back 10,000? There's a lot of people that would be like, that's dumb. Who falls for that? That would then fall for that. Would fall for like a politician being like, free burgers, vaccines are great. Like, I think there are a lot of people that have like an inherent trust and authority that have been bred into them, and don't really rationally or critically think so long as the status quo is normal. Right? Like I feel like there are a lot of people that are like, maybe I think you're underestimating how stupid people are, but I also think you're underestimating how many people are like, a squirt of lemon? Why is that derailing me right now? I feel like there are a lot of people, like, I feel like, are you anti-vaccine? Capital Science, I have a long history, maybe not on YouTube now that I think about it, because I did most of it on Twitch. But I've done a lot of vaccine debates. I was never pro-COVID vaccine, but I was never anti-COVID vaccine like a lot of other people. Like, I was like, hey, they're lying to us about it, obviously. Also, you're kind of quiet again. Oh, hold on. Sorry, I had a weekend with the kids. I might need to adjust my knobs a little bit. There we go. That should be fine. I'm at the compress. I'm hitting the yellow range. Like, this shouldn't be a problem. Say it with your chest. Yeah. Like, I was never, like, I've never been anti-vax. This is one of those things where all of your favorite content creators chose a side because they're grifting pieces of shit, because it's easier to be anti-vax or pro-vax. Right? Like, I've always said, like, yeah, like, some vaccines are good. Like, yeah, you should get MMRV. You should get measles, mumps, rubella, varicella. Like, that's a great vaccine. I mean, maybe not the original ones that come out, but like, they've been out for a while. They've keyed it in. They've gotten rid of the shit that might cause some problems for the most part. It's a risk reward situation. I don't think they should be imposed upon people, but like rotavirus, when Dr. Paul Offit was voting on whether or not it should be on the vaccine schedule, and he owns a patent on it. Where am I debating tonight? I'm on Raging Tomato. Did I put Rotten Tomato in the thing again? Hold on. No, it's in the title. Okay, we're good. It's literally in the title. All right. I thought I had put Rotten Tomato again because that website just sticks with me. But yeah, like, I've never been pro COVID vaccine. I mean, I was like, look, we don't know much about it. Maybe it's good, maybe it's not. The evidence seems to show, in the initial phases, that it was good for the elderly and for the morbidly obese that were older. And the evidence seemed to show that it was really bad for young men especially. And that opinion was enough to, like, be extremely dangerous on YouTube. Which is insane. That if you just follow the science and you trust what scientists are reporting on in terms of just the facts, not their opinions, and then you research, like, you're a crazy conspiracy theorist. But I was never like I debated that Liberty chick and was like, hey, you're not a fucking libertarian. You're trying to get into libertarian spaces. And a bunch of simps are letting you into libertarian spaces because you're a fucking older hot chick, which is enough for libertarians to fawn over. But, like, you don't know shit about libertarianism. You're just an anti-vax mom. And, like, people are gobbling it up because they're really mad about COVID right now. I miss fuck England? No, we literally just started the stream. It's going to be, I mean, I didn't start the stream 2 hours before the debate this time. Because her debates started like 9:15. And then they go for 2 hours. And then it's like an open panel. And I'm going to be on an open panel probably for a couple hours. So, like, the whole thing is, like, can be even longer than fucking Prime Kai's. It's like, there's just not really a reason for me to start 2 hours before that. And it's fun to do a late night stream. I got called a libertarian last night because I said I did not care about Israel and conspiracy theories. Listen, cultural relevance gained. We are now a pejorative used against conservatives. Fucking, that's winning, boys. When they start calling people libertarian as an insult, you're fucking relevant. She was just socially lib, economically conservative. Yeah, pretty much. It is crazy, though, to see the shift in, like, crunchy, health-obsessed, nut-wing moms. Especially, and the same thing is kind of true with anti-war people. Just slowly stop being Democrats and become Republicans because they're the only ones that even marginally give a fuck about health and corpo slop. And, like, all of the people that were, like, hippies and were like, remember, I don't know how many of you are, like, millennials or older, but, like, 20, 30 years ago, it was only people voting for Democrat that were like, you got to get into heritage seeds, right? You're going to own the seeds. You can't trust these big, those were all Democrats. And now, like, those people have all shifted Republican just because Democrats just suck corporate dick for the last 20, 30. Ever since the financial collapse in 2009, they're all super corporate. Like, they love Nestle. They love them some fucking, Four Main, Aramark and shit. Those corporations you don't really hear much about. which is one of like the 4 big school lunch program fucking corporations and shit. They love corporates. I thought the collapse was in 08. I mean, sure. It didn't really start in proper until 09 as far as I'm concerned. I mean, everything was still fine in 08. Is it me or centrists really hate libertarians for some reason? I have noticed that a lot of like centrist libs really have a disdain for libertarians. And I'm not sure what it is. I mean, like, I have some guesses. It feels like a lot of centrist libs, like, James Lindsay or something. They enjoy being the enlightened center and being like, actually, it's both sides. And they enjoy waving their finger at the right and the left and talking about compromise. And so libertarians are the natural enemy of centrist libs, because libertarians say, yeah, no, you're right that they're both pieces of shit, but your compromise is even worse. And your demand of statism is an actual problem. And then we come in with far better arguments for why both sides are bad, etc. When really all they have is like, they kind of just ride on the coattails of the fact that they're not right wing or left wing, and then pat themselves on the back for that. And then we come in with arguments that are much harder to deal with, that also put them in that camp, that they're very comfortable not being in either camps because they think they're the good guys by like getting Democrats and Republicans to come together. And so we kind of destroy that fantasy, and we put them in the same group that they're used to putting other people into. And so I feel like it's like just the nature of our philosophy puts us in conflict, especially with centrist libs, because like they're the worst statists of all. Constitutional originalists are practically minarchists. I mean, it depends. If they're genuinely hardcore constitutional originalists that like are not in favor of most of the amendments to the Constitution, then yes. But there are a lot of conservatives that, much like there are a lot of libertarians that call, people that call themselves libertarians but aren't. There's a lot of conservatives that try and act like they're a constitutional originalist when they're not. Yes, Linzer. Most of them have no concept of it because they haven't like engaged in any theory of any kind most of the time. Like James Lindsay is an extreme outlier. He's engaged with a lot of theory. Still hasn't engaged with a lot of libertarian theory, or is pretending not to. I don't know. But he's certainly engaged with a lot of theory. But your typical centrist lib is just like, oh, can we all get along? Like this toxicity. Like they went to kindergarten and like learned the golden rule, misappropriated it completely because they're propagandized into statism, and then they just stopped learning politics. Sucks Israel's pee-pee for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I don't know about all that, but yeah, I'm excited for this debate tonight. It's Speakeasy. I'm not gonna lie, when I first saw him, I was super worried I was gonna have to 1v2 this debate. And then I spoke with him and I was like, oh no, this guy seems pretty competent. But like when I just looked at him, he was like, yeah, I'm a rapper with like not a lot of viewers. I'm a conservative rapper too. And I was like, oh, this is gonna be bad. This is gonna be bad. But I was pleasantly surprised when I spoke with him. I was like, okay, this guy's pretty fucking competent, at least in conversation. I was like, hell yeah, dude. Speakeasy with a Z, but yeah. Give a synopsis on the issue with juries versus one judge. Why do you guys want me to spoil the upcoming content? You know what I mean? Like, I got a whole intro statement. We got a whole segment on it. Like, put your britches on. It's going to be fun. Too long, didn't read. Juries are retarded because they have people on them, and they have average people on them, and they're too retarded to do the job. As law has gotten everly
increasingly more complex. And then the second argument would be essentially that the founding fathers designed the right to trial by jury as a means of protecting against tyrannical government and judicial overreach, and that this was a contradiction because the state maintains the control over the jury selection process, the jury deliberation, the jury instructions, and again, people are retarded, and that this was a temporal thing for I'm trying to make it succinct. This was a temporal thing for a group of people, men, right? Because women weren't allowed on juries until not fully until 1966, but for men that had a revolutionary anti-government sentiment, and all of that is gone, and that the entire point of a trial by jury as a means of defending against tyranny is been pushed out by the very nature of the state. And so it's just better to have people that know what the fuck they're talking about. Now, bench trials are just better. I mean, I would prefer something like what Israel or France does, right? Israel uses a panel of judges. France uses jurors and judges together. Germany and Italy use bench trials for most things. UK uses bench trials for all civil cases. Yeah, Grid literally came in and was like, "Where are you debating?" And then I was like, "Oh, I got to look at the title." No, I got it right. Raging Tomato. It's not. And then it's in the title. The 2v2 thing is in the title as well. You fucking silly goose. Would rather suck Israel than Horton? At least you get some variety going down on a whole nation. Ugh. That's not even funny. That's just weird and gross. Shit, what did you see in the city? That's funny. Grid. All right, 20 questions. I'm debating with Speakeasy against Lawyer Chick and some other guy. I don't know who he is. Hold on, let me check Twitter. So it's against two lawyers. Broad Street Bully, whoever that is. He looks like a very distinguished older black man. He looks like a Hollywood depiction of a lawyer more than he looks like a real lawyer. I'm not saying he's not a real lawyer. I'm just saying very distinguished looking man. Lawyer TM. My back might get sore from carrying him. I mean, I was worried about that initially, but he seems to, I don't know how he debates. He could be a terrible debater. I don't know. But in conversation, it seemed like he was fairly passionate and knowledgeable on the issue. But then, his opening statement doesn't go that hard. But whatever. It'll be fun. I could have gone my whole life not hearing that one. Yeah, right? Who keeps making me... Mark, why... What? Listen, I wish I was 6'3", you fucker. God, I wish I was 6'3". That'd be so nice. A good lawyer should be able to make his case very well. There are a lot of lawyers that suck at debating and cross-exam and stuff like that, but they don't work in there's a ton of jobs for lawyers where they're not fucking arguing cases. Scott, 6'1" confirmed. Why do you keep shrinking my height? What is happening? Also, who puts the inch sign? Don't people just usually do number apostrophe number? Like who actually takes the time to type out feet and inches? Or annotate, I guess. I'm the only one who'd see you in real life. I'm the only one who'd know. Connor's seen me in real life. Tim Pool's seen me in real life. But Connor promised to confirm that we were both giants. I think Connor's 6'4". Remember Simpsons clip about a world without lawyers being sunshine and rainbows? Nah, dude, you need lawyers. Dude, what is it about my audience? Like, there's either libertarians are uniquely tall or they're all lying. Because, like, every time somebody's like, how tall are you? They're like, I'm a gangly 6'1", 6'2". There's weird Charlie Kirk graffiti around the city. Yeah, I saw it in Discord. How long are you? I'm not answering that. 5'11", dog. Shout out to the short king Shadow Warden over here. We love a short king in here, boys. Dwarf, nah, that's a short king. What's up, Ariel Suarez? Why do I have this up? 5'11", another short king in chat, boys. 5'11" is not tall, according to women. I don't know. I would love to see like a double blind, like maybe not double blind. Maybe that's not necessary. That might be necessary for this. I'd love to see like a randomized controlled trial double blind study on women approximating height. Because I'm willing to bet that most women shrink everyone by like 1 to 3 inches. Like I'd be willing to bet that if you're 6 feet, women think you're 5'10". If you're 5'10", they think you're 5'8". If you're 5'8", they think you're 5'6", etc. So number one, that. And then number two, I'd like to see physically attractive men that are like rated as very attractive and see how the approximation of height is changed when they look at conventionally attractive men versus conventionally unattractive men. Because I'm willing to bet if you're a 6'1" Chad Adonis, women think you're 6'2". And if you're a 5'10", kind of pudgy, normal looking dude, women think you're like 5'7". But in general, women, it seems like a lot of dudes lie about their height, and women don't seem to be very good at like visual spatial awareness. So like women are kind of already underestimating the actual height of dudes because like they dated a guy that was 5'10" that like told him that he was 6 foot, and they just believed him for the longest time. But I'd love to see that, like, I'd love to see that data. Because, like, 5'11" is not short. But if you tell a girl you're 5'11", she's going to think you're, like, oh, you're, like, average or short or kind of short. But if you're super hot and you just say you're 6 foot, she'll probably say to her friends you're 6'1". So I don't know. Women have higher space. So I don't know. Maybe women have what? Women are able to find something that was originally invisible that I asked for. I don't know what you're talking about. What's the height of the average Filipino? Oh, that's probably. Let's grok that. I'm curious. Ooh. I didn't think they would be that short. The average height of a Filipino male is approximately 5 feet 4 inches. That's crazy. I don't know, that was like 5'7", 5'6", maybe. That's crazy. The average Filipino, like the average, not the fucking tall ones, the average is over a foot shorter than me. That feels weird. Filipino women are tiny too. Yeah, I've met a couple. I can't date anybody like under like 5'2". I really can't. I dated a girl that was 4'11" once, and that was like very weird. I was like, I'm not doing this again. Average height of an Indian? Dude, there are like 1.2 billion Indians, and like there's like so many different ethnicities that like I have no idea what it's about to say. Right? And this also wouldn't apply to like other ethnic Indians, I'm sure. $5'5"? What? 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 All right, man. I don't know. Hurts your back and looks pettish. Yeah, like it feels awkward. Also, like sex is like awkward, even if you're not like I was attracted to her, right? But like she was just like, there's certain positions that like feel really awkward. Like you ever like missionary with like a really tiny girl when you're really, really tall? It's just like, oh, that poor girl. You know, like it's right. Like it's just like there's a lot of like, you know, it's like, oh, I'm gonna stand up and like bend over, and it's like that's not gonna work for us. You're gonna have to get on the bed because like my penis is like shoulder length for you. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't work. I appreciate it, Grid. I do. I appreciate it. Yeah, no, there's like I can't date super short girls. You felt disgusted? I mean, like that's a little weird. Like you should, I don't know about disgusted with yourself, but there are some awkward moments. Sikhs are taller than most other Indians. Yeah, like I said, there's like a ton of different ethnicities. Minimum height for you? I mean, I don't like, as with all things, you know, like if she's a 10, I don't give a fuck. I don't have a minimum height, right? But like in general, if you're under 5'2", like I'm kind of out. Like you need to be like 5'3", 5'4". Your kids are whiter than you, but will they be as tall as well for the future of humanity? I mean, my son is 100th percentile, like in every category and always has been. My daughter is like, I think like 60th percentile or whatever. So she should be like slightly taller than the average white woman. So probably like her mom's side of the family is like all tall people too. And she's fairly tall. So yeah. Like I think like she's Mormon, so she has a bunch of brothers and sisters. And I think like all but one of her brothers are over 6 feet tall. Her dad was kind of short, but I mean I met him when he was super old, so I don't know. Maybe he lost some inches. Anything above a midget for me? I feel like midget would be fun to experience once. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm not trying to be like a weird freak or anything, but I feel like that would just be something I'd be like, this would be cool to try. Just cause, you know? And they don't look like a kid. They look like a, you know, just taller than me, which would be weird. That'd be crazy. I'm surprised their parents would name her that. She's not even actually tall. 0 out of 10 porno. Oh, God. That's funny. Like Pornhub comments. Oh, man. Dude, I never know how these like intros are going to go. Like, I love the stream of consciousness that I've built with you guys. Since we're just sharing weird shit, fuck it. Boys, when this releases, I need you to know that we will be also like, share, and subscribe, right? There's fucking 31 of you watching, 12 likes. We haven't gotten any, you know, super chats are always recommended. Appreciate it. I always engage in super chats at some point in the stream. If I'm in a debate or interview, I don't always get to it right away. Join the Discord. There's like over 600 people in there. Follow me on Twitter. I put out some base tweets every now and then I put out some weird shit. They're just shower thoughts. And sometimes my shower thoughts are 3 paragraphs wrong, being like, why would you share this inaccurate data? And sometimes my shower thoughts are like, this Nazi black girl's hot. Who knows? It's fucking random. It's like the beginning of the stream. But since we're in that mode, when this movie releases, we will be watching it in Discord. Boys, the greatest movie of all time, The Velocipaster, is getting a sequel. Boys, Velocipaster 2. Woo! If you shove dicks in your mouth like you did sandwiches, I'd be a fucking millionaire. Oh, boys. Oh, man. I hope it's a prequel. I hope it's a fucking prequel and we get more of the story that carried that movie. Oh, my God. Maybe Tree of Logic. She's 6'3". First of all, Tree of Logic is genuinely mentally challenged. Her name is the most inaccurately named channel I've ever come across. Second of all, she's still 2 inches shorter than me. How can it be a prequel? I don't fucking know. I just want more of that fucking oh my God, what was the oh my God, I can't remember the guy's name that killed his parents. I'm just saying, boys, we have to do a fucking Velocipaster 2 watch party. What do you... Frankie Mermaid. That's right. Frankie Mermaid. Oh, boys. Dude, I'm so excited. I'd watch that. I hope you would. Fucking Velocipaster is an amazing film. And for those that haven't seen it, we might have to do a fucking double feature. All right? Velocipaster. You've never seen Velocipaster? Oh, this is the greatest film of all time. It is a horrible, low-budget film. It's so bad, it's available on YouTube. Okay? You can just watch it right now on YouTube. But we're gonna watch this just so you know how amazing it is. A very self-aware film. Okay?
They followed me home. The Velocipaster.
Why is who even is doing the voiceover? That's not a character in the film at all. Or one of the people that did it. It's just some dude that was mimic the dude with the deep voice in a funny way. The best low budget movie I've ever seen, just like this dono, is Who Killed Captain Alex. I haven't seen that one. But Velocipaster is my favorite.
The Velocipaster. A troubled priest.
How long has it been since your last confession?
Oh, it's been about 2 years. I do drugs, sell drugs, murder people.
What is this voice? Fucking part of an amazing piece of cinema film history.
A beautiful girl with a dark past.
Last night was amazing.
What are you talking about?
The time you turned into a dinosaur and ate someone.
What?
You guys talk all the time about helping people. This might actually be the first time in your life you can.
By what? Killing people?
Yes.
Tell me I mean anything to you. Tell me you got better shit to do. Show me I'm the one disfigured like the match caress that trigger. Show me I mean anything to you.
I hope I don't get fucking copyright strike for whatever fucking music is in this trailer. But I'm telling you, boys, if you haven't seen the first one, we might have to do a double feature.
Show me I mean anything to you.
That's insane, Doug. God does not want people dead.
Oh, I think God wants a lot of people dead.
She's okay. Is it she's okay or is it she's fine? It's she's fine. Okay. Why is there no clips of She's Fine? Oh God. Dude, it's a great film, boys. I'm so what is happening? Why is my scene not working? Well, hold on. If I do center react, does it work here? It works here. Why did my Stream Deck all of a sudden stop working? What is happening, Stream Deck? Fetching scene collections. What are you doing, Stream Deck? Copyright strike in 3. Did I get a copy? I get multiple copyright claims or strikes on my videos like every single time. So yeah. That's just kind of how that works. Praise the hooker doctor lawyer. Yeah, she's a hooker doctor lawyer. I forgot about that. Dude, there's so much to that movie. I've only seen it like 3 times, and that's not enough. I need you to understand that 3 is nowhere near enough. And then my taskbar won't go back. What happened to my computer? It just like did something weird. That would be so effed up for an America classic. What do you mean? All right, hold on. Let me exit my, see if I can turn it off and turn it back on again. Fucking. Now it's just working. What? What are you doing? Yeah, no, I'm excited for this debate. Maybe I get fucking trashed. Maybe my partner isn't as good as I think, and maybe the other 2 are fucking like super amazing. I am debating 2 fucking lawyers on juries. But you know, we'll see. I've been begging for better debates and better opponents, so I'm excited to not be, you know, debating another like random low viewer Andy Lefty that is only doing debates because it's a quick way to get 5 extra viewers, and like you know what I mean, like, and is like just completely dog shit at it, but it doesn't matter because the only people that are watching them are people that are just sucking them off. You're out of order. That's so goofy. That's such a like a fucking boomer coded joke. Oh, speaking of fucking boomer coded, you guys got to see this shit. I was dying laughing. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, here it is. Oh, God damn it. I clicked. Oh my God. What is happening? What is happening with me? Objection. So I'm fucking, I saw this thing, all right, whatever. And they were like, Gen X are the real boomers. And like, it's one of these memes going around, Gen X is hard, acts hard. Millennials is hard, act soft. Boomers acts hard, is soft. Gen Z acts soft, is soft. So I did my typical why I hate Gen X, because I do. You guys will get mad, but whatever. You're the fucking outliers, so quit bitching. Gen X is the worst generation. While the boomers burned our country, instead of bringing in rebellious youth and fixing it, they ignored politics, partied, and rode the boomers' coattails. Now they've showed up after 30 years asleep at the wheel to preach that the adults are finally here to fix things. Woefully ignorant and disproportionately confident. Millennials are certainly flawed beyond repair, but Gen X left us with the boomers' mess plus their own. Is it any wonder millennials went crazy and started listening to commie professors when even the Iraq war and the financial collapse wasn't enough for our parents to give a fuck? So then this guy just goes LOL with a gif of like, a little baby throwing a temper tantrum. And then I said LOL, proving my point. And then they responded with, you sit down to piss. And then I said, you're a caricature of my argument. And it's honestly hilarious how lacking in self-awareness you are. You have, quote, my daughter doesn't talk to me anymore since she went to college energy. And they responded with, you gonna fucking cry? And like, I was just like, dude, I summoned the very people I was talking about. I don't know. I thought it was fucking hilarious. You do, though? It's crazy they knew that. I do sit down when I pee, to be fair. But that's because I have a Prince Albert. And so, like, my pee goes all over the place if I don't sit down. Our parents neglected us, so we're hard bullshit. It's just so funny to me that I was like, oh, I summoned the person in question. Chat, clip that. That's absolutely horrible. What's horrible? Yeah, make some tea, Yoshi. How you been? You doing better? I know you kind of like took a little bit of a break. You were gone for a little while. I mean, I know I've seen you a little bit, but how do you rank the gens? Oh, Gen Z is S tier. Gen Alpha is too soon to know. But I'm just gonna put them in C tier because they're too soon to know. Boomers are F tier. Gen X is F tier. But like in the tier list, boomers like they're neck and neck. And then millennials are D tier. Right? Like Gen Z are the only like base generation that we have right now. Silent generation, nobody gives a fuck. So they go in C tier by default because nobody cares. Collective conception still the downfall of coherent thought. That's retarded. I'm sorry, that's just retarded. Human beings cannot fucking navigate the world without generalizations. Like that is like the fucking most midwit take most midwit Reddit take ever. Like that's like the like libertarian individualist version of like hashtag not all. Like we get it's hashtag not all. Like they're generalizations. That's how you navigate the world. You don't fucking judge every person on an individual basis because you don't have enough information to deal with the person in front of you or behind you in line at Starbucks. You make an assumption based off of the way they dress, what their demographics are, what their body language is doing, and then you fucking move on. Yeah, I mean, like Gen X, it by and large suck. There's Gen Xers that are here and they're fucking great. They're outliers. Like they're not your typical Gen Xers. Nobody in this chat is typical. You're all fucking in an ANCAP live stream. You're not normal people. None of you. It's a heuristic? Yeah, obviously. I think he probably just left. I called him retarded and he was gone. That's probably fair. But fuck him. Fuck him if he left. This is a dumb comment. She said the debate starts at 9:15. I have to check. Am I supposed to be there early? Let me check. Oh, that's the wrong one. Backstage a few minutes before start. Okay, all right. Great answer. All right, fair enough. Now I'm just a dick. You win, Anki. Now I'm just the dick that like went on a rant against some random chatter, and then he was like, "Good answer. I like your energy and attitude." Now I'm just an asshole. Like, fuck, you win. You win this one. Next time I'll get you, Anki. I swear. Stare into the abyss long enough, and the abyss starts throwing gifts at you, trying so desperately to cling to social media relevance to avoid being called a boomer. LOL. Sure. Dude, like I had to go on my Facebook because my dad was like, "Hey, did you know your birthday is like on your Facebook from like 10 years ago?" So I had to like get back into my Facebook to get rid of my birthday. And like I was like, "Oh shit, I didn't know." And then like I just looked at my feed for a minute, and dude, it was god awful. It was just like fucking people I went to high school with that are like recovering drug addicts that are ready to settle down with a good man, like single moms, and like and like random meme pages with things that I've already know are AI slop, and then just like random advertisements for whores. Like being like, check out what was it, like, I don't know her name, some Vietnamese chick like Miko Tan or something, in like some tight outfit being like, look at how great my ass looks in these fucking yoga pants. And I was just like, God, this is garbage. No wonder boomers and Gen Xers are having a problem. They're still using Facebook. Facebook is like awful. Like I thought Twitter was bad because there's a lot of like crazy racists on it, but like, nah, Facebook is so much worse. Like just the default Facebook algorithm is rough. Oh yeah, they do. They just spam Facebook gifs and memes. It's very strange. You gonna cry about it? And I'm just like, all right, man. I hadn't been on Facebook in ages either, and it was just like the selection of people there were all just, it was rough. Do we have time to look at anything else? I don't feel like we have time to look at anything else. I've got a bunch of shit saved. Well, I guess we could look at this. I'm just like, remember when I said that like every streamer is fake, guys? Like they're very real. Like, have you seen this shit? This is like the most hostage audience capture footage I've ever seen in my entire life. So Valkyrie has been doing everything she can to say like Hassan's actually a good person. Kaya is a wonderful thing, even though like more videos are coming out that he like shocks his dog every time his dog tries to like go to his water bowl or like move off stream. And like, you know, pulls the dog by the tail and shit to like get her to do photo ops and shit. And like, she's like, why do you even care? There's a genocide happening right now, which like, hopefully there's not, because hopefully like this time Israel fucking or Hamas don't break the ceasefire. We'll see. I'm hoping Trump gets this one done because apparently there's a ceasefire and hostages have been exchanged and hopefully we're good, right? But this is her apology video for DMing Asmongold because Asmongold like helped her deal with all of the fallout as a friend. And then people found out that she spoke to Asmongold, and that is a crime. As far as the left is concerned, mind you, Asmongold is a Bernie bro that's pro-socialized healthcare, pro-universal basic income, wants way more regulations on corporations. Like he's a Democrat. who just happens to think that like immigration is a serious fucking problem and like we should do something about crime.
At the end of the day, it is my fault for not being aware enough, and I apologize to my community. It was probably so hurtful and so jarring. I'm under a rock, and that's my fault. So I think
I apologize because it was so hurtful and jarring to my community that I dared DM Asmongold and he helped me deal with some shit.
everyone, including myself, should be more aware of, you know, what's going on in the world and what people are saying. I just like, it is my fault at the end of the day. That is my fault. It, literally no one's fault but my own. I'm not aware enough, and that's on me. Ray, you're a good role model still at this point. I don't think so. I don't think I am.
You're a childless streamer with no family, as am I. Except I have kids, but I don't know. We're probably not good role models.
I think I have a good job of recognizing when I do mess up and accepting that and being okay with it. But and it's all good. It's all like I hear you guys. I see you guys. You're right. You're so right. And it is 100,000% my fault for not being aware enough. And I need to be more proactive in being aware of people and what's going on.
There's like she's so nervous trying to do damage control to maintain her fake brand, and because she knows this is what she knows. The real reason she's upset isn't really that she thinks the audience will care that much. Yeah, she'd lose a bunch of, you know, shit. It's a struggle session live. It really is, right? With her audience. But she'd get if she doubled down and was like, no, Asmongold's a good person. Like, yeah, we have some political disagreements, but fucking like he helped me with some shit. He's a good friend. He's a good person. Like, you know, we had disagree on some things, and I hope that like, you know, he'll come around, blah, blah. Yeah, she'd lose a chunk of her audience, but she'd gain a chunk of audience too. It's people think it's like this isn't really truly audience capture. Right? I know I said it was from the beginning, but here's what this really is. This is maintaining new media connections. If she's friendly with Asmongold, she doesn't get to go to Ms. Kiv's house. She doesn't get invited to the TwitchCon panel shows. She doesn't get to do IRL streams in a streamer house with Hassan. All of these people demand that you have the right politics in order to be able to get access to all of these giant events and shows and like produce TV things, because those things are, I guarantee you, in part funded by political activist organizations that also make demands that they have the right politics. This is what happens when you have a donor class of corporations that are purchasing streamers. That's what this is. What you're watching is someone that has sold their soul, so to speak, so that they can maintain access
in this world. Listen, guys, even when it's happening to me, it is 1,000% okay to hold people accountable for actions and mistakes. Okay. I think that the biggest discourse is seeing, like, I feel like the community is split. Like, some people are being too harsh, some people are not being harsh enough, and it's like I see you. Okay, it is a good thing, and because of that, I was able to do like a deep dive. I was able to leave my rock.
You get it. It's lame. I gotta go switch over and hop on. We're about to get this debate started, boys. Let me just do that, and this should be fun. Show link, stream link. Oh, okay. What did I miss? Nothing. We're just shooting the shit. Oh, wrong button. Dude, why does it do this every single fucking time? I have to like reload StreamYards. It's only StreamYards where it won't, like, I have to oh, there we go. Steel series. Speaker should be media. That's fine. Microphone. There we go. All right, boys. Just switch on up. What the fuck? That's my fault. I didn't have it locked down. My bad. I think she does like intro music or something, and it's super fucking loud. If I remember correctly. Are you going to mention during the debate that women weren't allowed on juries in most states? I mean, it's in my pocket. They weren't allowed in like really in a lot of states. So testing. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hello.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I got you. Gentlemen and lady, hello and welcome. Hold on, I'm just getting my headphones on real quick. Okay. All right, let's see. Should we abolish jury trials? Fabian and Speakeasy, you have the yes affirmative. Lawyer Chick and Broad Street Bully, you have the no affirmative. So everybody technically has an affirmative position tonight, just so that's clear. I've had this issue before, now I'm saying it. And then, let's see. Speakeasy, this was your prompt. Would you like to go first with the openings, I assume?
Yeah, I'll go first. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you got your hair up today. Looks very nice.
I'm going to use the restroom.
Sure, take your time. Broad Street and Lawyer Chick, this is where I typically say who wants the final word on openings. So deciding who wants to go first, it ultimately decides who wants the final say on the first round in. It's up to you.
You know, I'll come in and take the hill, Lawyer Chick. Can you watch the rear?
Oh, you're muted on your end or something. You're not muted on my end. Something's on your end. Might be your audio input. Still don't have you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I have you, Broad Street. I just don't have her. Check your input device. Little wheel at the bottom. Should be audio input. And then you just have to redirect to whichever mic you want it to go to. Or if it's not registering, you might have to unplug, replug it in to make it register. I like that, guiding her right through it. She's doing it. This is lovely. She probably didn't even have it plugged in. She says, no. This is where we get really good at lip reading, too. Still nothing. Nothing coming in. Now, see, I thought Broad Street was going to have more audio issues, and here you are, the pro, coming in all hot and bothered with your audio. Unacceptable. While you're fixing that, so Lawyer Chick will have the final say on the way in for opening statements, which also means Lawyer Chick will have the first on closing statements, then Broad Street, then Fabian, then Speakeasy, your final words on the exit. I don't believe Broad Street is staying for open panel. However, if you get a wild hair.
I'm going to try to stay on for the entire duration. I'm going to make sure. Yeah. So
that's fine.
The
first portion is the hardcore debate. So we'll do opening statements, debate, closing statements. Then we'll read some of the super chats. But then I go into what is the optional portion, and that's when you, if you don't want to stay for open panel, that's the first 2 hours are the debate and closing statements and typically super chats. And then open panel, you can leave before I even open the panel up. That's perfectly fine. Some people do, some people don't. Most people do, but it's not obligated by any means, especially if you're not used to this kind of crazy stuff too. Got an early morning, so on and so forth. Perfectly acceptable to leave. I still don't have you, Lawyer Chick. Now you're, yay! We got her.
All right, your mic's up. Does it sound okay?
Yes, yes, you're coming in fine. So open panel, if you want to exit before that kicks off, I can do so. If you want to stay for 15, 20 minutes as well, that's fine. You can make the exit and just say, bye everyone, I'm leaving, and then leave after that. Totally up to you. That part is not obligated. Speakeasy, Fabian, I'm assuming you're staying for open panel?
Yeah, I'll be staying.
Yeah, I mean, for however long I feel like, you know.
Okay. Yeah, I think last time you said I was going to stay and like for a little bit, and then you ended up hanging on for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, if I vibe with it, you know what I mean. If it's like if it's like four dudes being like, "Let me explain to you the Bible, son," I'm gonna be like, "All right, cool,
time to go.
All right, I've had enough of this."
Fair enough. Lawyer Chick, how about you? Are you sticking around for a little bit? You are muted, by the way. I know, tech. She's boomer tech.
I'll stick around until I get fed up with everybody.
That is fair, and that is usually what happens.
Okay.
And we don't call it a rage quit if you're already, because you've already done your 2 hours. That's the only part I care about. Anything after that's totally optional. Have fun, and the panel will have plenty of people backstage to fill the places, so no issues there.
Right.
Let me just push this.
Okay, so Broad Street Billy, you're going first, and I'm closing it up. That's what I want.
Sounds good.
All right, I love it.
But then on the way back, you will begin closing statements, and then we'll move the other way.
Okay.
As far as my general rules, I know 3 of you have been here before. I'm very familiar. Interruptions are an absolute no-go. You all know how I feel about them. They're annoying, obnoxious, and get in the way of actually having a productive conversation. Keep them to a minimum. If you want to run a line of logic, yes or no questions, feel free to do so, but explain, I want to run a line of logic with you, and ask some yes or no's, and then we might actually be able to be productive with that. Outside of that, feel free to go back.
Can I randomly interrupt with just objection?
I feel like these two might, no. But for entertainment purposes, yes, throw one in there.
Objection, logical fallacy.
There you go. Also, mudslinging, name calling, it's fun, it's entertaining. Let's not make it the entirety of the show. Please be mindful, Broad Street Bully is new to these YouTube streets. He's not familiar with the way the panel verse runs and operates, so keep that in mind as far as that's concerned. But outside of that, you guys all know how I play. I'm totally open to it. Just, again, don't do it the entire show. You all have 4-minute openings. That should be fine. We'll get through the opening statements, debate, closing statements, then we'll move into super chats. And Broad Street Bully, be mindful, the super chats that come in, I will display them on the screen just beneath me. You do not need to speak to them, read them, or engage in them. Some of them will be making fun of you. Some of them will be making fun of me. Lawyer Chick, Fabian, Speakeasy, we all get poked and prodded at. Don't take them seriously. Don't take them personally. That's just how they have fun here. Fabian, you had your hand up.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna say, Lawyer Chick, if you're gonna type, make sure you mute your mic because people can hear you type, and it'll distract the audience. When we talk about rage,
love it. Thank you.
Audio is number one rage.
I will rage in the private chat on typing, so that's okay. But also, if you're during opening statements, best case scenario is if everybody else mutes up, if it's not your turn to talk. Same with closing statements, especially to keep you from coughing, laughing, typing, whatever, and interfering, because that is that person's dedicated time to talk. We want to be respectful and give it to them. See, I did interruptions, mudslinging. What else do I have? Did I have any other thoughts that I normally run through? I feel like there's something else. Any questions? No? Okay. Broad Street, if at any time you have some questions or not sure how we're operating during the debate, there is the private chat over on the right-hand side, and you'll see it specifically says private chat. You want to click that, and it should be an empty space. Well, I think you were already messaging in there earlier, but that is only between us on the show. Anybody that's on the panel can talk back there. If you want to mouth off to people in the regular chat, although I don't recommend watching the regular chat, it gets rowdy. You can mouth off down there.
It takes a couple years before you learn how to read regular chat without it messing with you.
Yes, it's very interruptive and disruptive and can throw you off your train of thought. So I always recommend for your first time on a YouTube panel, don't read the chat. It's dangerous. It just fucks with you altogether.
Oh, you mean I'm reading the chat right now, right? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
So,
yeah, forget about it.
But once you get on this screen, they will tear you
I warned him.
shreds.
I gave him a heads up. He can hear it. Yeah.
Good.
Well, to be fair, there's an and cap here, right? So like the chat will predominantly be focused on shitting on me. Don't you worry.
Yeah, true. Fabian's an easy target. Do you, Broad Street, do you have a way to sit up higher or aim your camera lower? It will give you a better visual to the crowd and make you look like a much bigger man with the
How about
alpha. There you go. Perfect. Any questions?
No, my roll.
All right. We're going to have some fun. If you have any thoughts, don't feel free to ask in the private chat. I can help you along the way. Don't forget where your mute button is, ladies and gentlemen. And before you do your opening statement, don't forget to unmute so that you are talking to everyone. Is everybody good? Actually, let me do one quick sound check. Speakeasy, can I get a 1, 2, 3?
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Fabian?
The quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog.
Broad Street?
Way down in the jungle deep.
Lawyer?
1, 2, 3. 1,
All
2,
right,
3.
I think you're all about the same. All right, perfect. I'm going to put everyone backstage. I'm going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and then I will play the intro video. It's about a 2-minute video. Approximately 30 seconds before that video ends, I will put you back on stage. And that gives you a 30-second heads up that you will be on screen. Don't pick your nose during that time. Broad Street, if you ever need to cam down, to step away for a moment, kids wake up, something, feel free to just hit the little camera button and the mute button at the bottom and just step away for a second. We will acknowledge that you're not there. It's okay. All right, here we go. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Generally, you said feminism is here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all knowledge. I'm really mad that
what difference does it make, right? What
Stop.
The deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
To lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong.
Yeah,
you're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main tenet of politics, right? This is my ideology.
But
so 2015. Anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Cool. Robert. Oh, they're dead. For a while, you said.
Good evening, Mater Nation. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, here bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. This evening, I have with me Speakeasy, Fabian Liberty, Broad Street Bully, and Lawyer Chick, of course, all here to duke out the question, should we abolish jury trials? Speakeasy, if you'd like to begin with your opening statement, please.
All right. Thank you, Sarah, for hosting this, and my opponent and partner for showing up. Let's just hop right into this. Let's be honest. The idea that 12 random retards off the street a mechanic, a barista, a retiree, and some teenager who doesn't even want to be there should decide whether someone goes to prison or not. It sounds noble on paper, but in practice, this is chaos in a robe. All right. We cling to juries like an old family heirloom. All right. It's cracked, it's outdated, and it's useless for the fucking world we live in. Justice isn't supposed to be about who cries better or who looks more sympathetic. Justice is supposed to be objective. And yet, juries are emotion factories. The jury system is institutionally biased. It mirrors society's inequalities. The wealthy, the educated, the dominant race, they're overrepresented. Marginalized communities are systematically underrepresented. You call this democracy, and I call this prejudice codified into procedure. Look at cases like Flowers versus Mississippi. Prosecutors struck nearly all black jurors, and this wasn't a mistake. It was structural. It was baked into the system. And even without overt racism, bias lurks everywhere in it. Jurors decide based on stereotypes and gut feelings, not evidence. The result is inconsistent verdicts, wrongful convictions, mistrials. Take the West Memphis Three, right? Social hysteria and moral panic is what dictated this jury's decision, not facts. And this happens constantly, right? It's a lottery of bias disguised as justice. And then we can talk about the cost. Jury trials are expensive and slow. Selection, mistrials, retrials, millions wasted, cases delayed for months, sometimes even years. Edward Hawley's retrial for the murder of Megan McDonald was delayed months because of jury complications. This is chaos. Now imagine instead a panel of judges, right? Professionals, trained, accountable, transparent, and they follow the law. They leave written reasoning behind and they're watching each other so no single bias can dominate. Corruption can be punished, errors can be corrected. All right. And yes, the other side here is probably going to cry it's unconstitutional. And you know what else used to be constitutional? Child labor and slavery. All right. The Constitution is a framework meant to evolve to ensure justice. The Sixth Amendment guarantees a fair trial, not a roulette wheel of 12 random morons. Modern crime isn't pickpocketing horses anymore. DNA, digital forensics, and billion-dollar frauds. Do you really want 12 strangers? You want to trust 12 strangers with this? No. You hire a surgeon for surgery. So why would you gamble with human lives when it comes to the law? And they may talk about reform, right? That's like putting lipstick on a corpse. You can't train empathy, you can't erase bias, and you can't force competence. The system is just structurally flawed. The jury is a relic and a coin flip with a consequence, right? So ask yourself this: do you trust the life of a human being with 12 random retards, or do you trust justice itself? Trained, accountable, and unflinching justice. The answer is obvious. The jury is dead, and it's time to bury it.
Perfect. Thank you. Speak easy. Fabian Liberty, to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were alternating. My bad. Well, thank you for hosting. Appreciate coming back. It's should be great. So let me get into it. Tonight, my partner and I have the challenge of convincing an audience of Americans to dispense with something held sacrosanct. And it is my sincerest hope that, unlike juries, you will all listen to reason and rational arguments. The right to trial by a jury is an impractical contradiction of institutional bias, subjecting the accused to the whims of the irrational, and ought to be abolished. Juries, they're formed from normies. Juries are your neighbors, the lady double masking at Walmart, your local doctor, or a car salesman. In theory, this allows the common man to rationally judge the accused, free of the state's desire to seek conviction. In practice, it is a shit show of incompetence and irrationality. The average American struggles with critical and probabilistic thinking, crucial for trials. Research shows only about 20% of people are capable of applying critical thinking skills from trained concepts to novel concepts, and instead revert to basic intuitive thinking. Or 8 out of 12 jurors are just going to vibe out your case, even if taught how to examine evidence or the laws in question. Studies have consistently shown that racial in-group preference, emotional testimonies, and empathy substantially affect outcomes in mock trials. Emotional and vivid testimony is weighted by jurors as more relevant. They suffer from availability bias on later testimony and media examples. And of course, this is all assuming the juries are sequestered from media without phones or Google, something nearly impossible for high-profile cases. This very fact should show you just how much juries are susceptible to propaganda and rhetoric. Secondly, it's important to point out that the right to trial by jury is not a right, but a violation of your rights. Jury duty is a mandatory service, but more importantly, many capital, federal, civil upon request, and consumer protection cases force juries onto the accused or one party, regardless of their desires. When anyone claims that in America we have a right to trial by jury, they are lying to your face. What they really mean is that juries are a form of institutional bias imposed upon people by the state. Nevertheless, our founding fathers argued vociferously for the right to a trial by jury. Madison and Hamilton especially argued that juries were a, quote, valuable safeguard to liberty. So where did they go wrong? In Federalist number 83, Madison rebukes the fear of anti-federalists in civil cases by stating in no uncertain terms that there are several issues with juries. Quote, I am not prepared to deny that there may be cases in which this mode of trial would be proper, but I am persuaded that it cannot be proper in all cases. Even at a time when the laws and regulations of the state were undeniably minuscule compared to today, Madison recognized that juries lacked sufficient expertise to try complex cases. Instead, the founding fathers viewed juries not as superior at enacting justice through evidence, but biased against the state and a check against judicial tyranny. This belief depended on a rational jury of 12 men that were aware and capable and duty-bound to judge the morality of the law in question. Today, juror annulment is regularly screened out during voir dire. This is in stark contrast to the beliefs of our founding fathers, such as First Chief Justice John Jay, who explicitly informed juries of their right to juror annulment. The entire process of juries as a check on state tyranny has always been contradictory. The state imposes the controls on juries as well as the process, and the people that are intended to check the state. This was a temporal solution that depended on a revolutionary spirit in young men and a state that would expand wouldn't expand despite its tendency to do so. Today is an institutional bias slot machine that does not favor objective justice. Juries ought be supplanted by professional jurors, a panel of judges, or some other such solution until the state recognizes voluntary systems of justice. Given this, I propose a simple question to our opponents. How is a jury trial imposed upon someone against their will superior at either achieving justice or stopping state tyranny?
Perfect. Thank you, Fabian. Broad Street Bully, to you, please.
There are some things that theoretically work. In theory, we are all bringing our experiences, our knowledge to the table in order to decide these rather important questions. Everyone is supposed to be able to bring a certain level of talent to solve a problem, to bring forth a particular result. Because of that unique difference, you are inherently going to have imperfection. We strive for perfection in jury trials. And yes, while our system is not perfect, it is the best system we have. Because as we know through our history, that the founding fathers feared one thing above all else. They feared tyrannical government. The ultimate fail-safe to that tyrannical government was an informed and a participating public in the justice system. If you look at how things were done back in ye old English days, it was the king and or his magistrates that decided whether or not who would have their day in court. After the Magna Carta, we decided to move towards a system where the people would be able to decide and make decisions so that we could essentially move further away from tyranny. And in the United States, when we adopted that English system, we came to an understanding that we wanted to make sure that the executory branches and also the judiciary didn't have too much power. So we wanted to make sure that citizens were informed. Now, again, is it perfect? No. But the fact of the matter is that as our criminal justice system has grown and become more revenue-based, You have a situation where if you do not have jurors there to curtail the power of the judiciary, which has become increasingly more revenue driven, as a practicing attorney, where I've seen, for instance, where courts now are more and more depend on revenue, you need the average citizen to say, wait a second. Are we going to put justice and the will of the people first and foremost? And I present to you that you need those jurors to serve as that counterbalance to an ever increasing revenue driven justice system. I have practiced for a number of years. I know, as a former administrative law judge, how the system works. The system works in such a way so that it is designed not only to dispense justice efficiently, but also in a way in which it brings money in. For example, you brought up a number of cases, right? And that talks about how expensive jury trials are. Well, here in various types of states, that every time that there is a criminal conviction, they will attach a certain monetary fee to that conviction. Certain convictions carry higher fees than others. If you allow the judiciary to be able to generate its own revenue by deciding which charges are ultimately going to be found and are be found or unfounded, then you're allowing them to essentially have a running tab. Jurors, given their experience, given the fact that their society, given the fact that they are truly living in the world and operating in the world, unlike us lawyers who are, ever since we've been in law school, we've become further detached because we participate in a system that seems to be a little separated that's separate from the normal judgeries of society. Essentially, we're out of touch. And so we need we need 12 common, ordinary men and women to bring us back in, to hone us to the reason for why we're there, and also to act as a counterbalance to the force of the state. I present to you, having served in a system, that when you look at how criminal fines are assessed, when you look at how certain penalties are being, or people have to pay various types of penalties. You need people to be able to say, is this in society's best interest? And I present to you that if you left the judiciary, the executive branch to make those decisions, you would find that the people will be used as financial, there would be a financial incentive to enforcing various types of crime.
Perfect. Thank you, Broad Street. And Lawyer Chick, to you, please.
Hey, everybody. And Sarah, good to see you again. Fewer than 4% of civil cases and 2 to 3% of criminal cases actually go to a jury trial. Jury trials are not the most economic way to spend, I guess, justice minutes, but I would argue that jury nullification is one of the most important safeguards we have in our democracy. And it is incredibly crucial to uphold, yes, I guess, constitutional rights that we hold dear, but also to give people a voice in fighting and protesting and canceling out unjust laws that conflict with community values. Let me just hate a little bit more on jury trials just for a minute, because jury trials can also be very expensive. So they do become corrupt, not for the reasons that you think. It's that in order to take a case to a jury trial, it's just so freaking expensive. And when you get to like O.J. Simpson levels of jury trials, you have jury consultants, and people will spend, or companies, corporations particularly, will spend millions of dollars on a jury trial. But the good news is that they do reflect the community that they represent. So you might have a pro-worker jury, or you might have a pro-plaintiff jury, or in a place like Delaware, you'll have a pro-business jury. But I just really want to harp on jury nullification for a minute, because I think if we lose that, we lose this like ripcord that we have that could actually, save the life of democracy when we really need it, or at least bring the will of the people into the courtroom. Okay. So
She's just
going
gonna
back
mention
to
it
the
like I didn't already destroy
1670s,
it.
the trial of William Penn actually ended in a jury nullification verdict where William Penn, one of our founding fathers, was preaching his religion, preaching his faith, and was fined. And the jurors were actually imprisoned for coming out in support of his free speech. And this, the Court of Common Pleas, I guess the Supreme Court at the time actually overruled that and established the principle of jury independence. So that was as far back as 1670. Then you had jury nullification, support and protect freedom of the press when a man named Zenger, a New York newspaper editor, was actually jailed for criticizing a colonial governor. You had juries in the North that allowed abolitionists and others who helped slaves escape. So there were juries that overturned essentially through a jury trial the Fugitive Slave Act in the 1850s. It was juries who ended prohibition because juries continuously refused to convict people who were charged with liquor laws, with violating liquor laws. Assisted suicide is brought to us in 11 states and the District of Columbia because Jack Kevorkian was nullified several times by a jury. The law is a living, breathing system, right? And people change and lives change and juries reflect our changing values. So now we have, assisted suicide. Some argue that the O.J. Simpson verdict was the jury nullifying his guilty verdict. I would say that was just good lawyering. Okay. In modern days, you have a lot of drug-related cases, especially around medical marijuana, where the juries just took off these crazy long mandatory minimum sentences when people genuinely had medicine plants for their own medical care and they proved it and the juries overturned it. And the last thing that modern law has seen juries nullify, or the last types of laws, are laws around environmental activism. Many juries have just reduced the sentence from like felony to misdemeanor, reduced the fines, nullify the charges altogether. And one of the cases I'd been following was the case of like border kindness down in the southern Texas-Mexico border. There were an organization called No More Deaths that were looking at like 30 years for putting water out for people who were crossing the desert. And the jury nullified their case. And I believe that was in the past 5 or so years. So jury nullification all day. If we don't have it, our system overall will be sorely lacking.
Perfect. Thank you so kindly to all of our panelists. As a kind reminder out there to Mater Nation, we're going to get through our debate, then we will move into closing statements. We will read and respond to your kind super chats, and then, of course, your favorite part, we will move into open panel dumpster fire. If you have something to add to this panel, stick around, you'll have the opportunity. Outside of that, lady and gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
I mean, I don't even know where to start with both your openings. To be honest, I feel like Lawyer Chick made some arguments for our side, right?
Yeah,
talking
for
about how
sure.
expensive it is to have a bunch of people break the law. You're talking about like, oh, people refuse to charge people of things that were against the law. How is this good? That you're just admitting to the chaos of jury trials. I don't understand how your argument is good thing we can have people that break the law and make sure that people aren't charged of things they should be charged with. What do you?
If I can swoop
Did
in
you
there.
listen
How
to
is that your
everything else I
argument?
said? Did you listen to everything else I
Yeah,
said?
so
Yeah,
Lawyer
you
Chick,
named off a bunch of times that jury nullification was apparently good. You said something about fewer than 4% of civil cases. I think 3% go to criminal, go to jury. I don't know how that's an argument for your side if you're just saying, well, hardly any go to it. So yeah, let's fucking exit out. We don't use it for hardly any trials anyway. So let's get it out of here. Right? Like I didn't see any arguments for your side. I thought you were arguing on my side.
Then
for a
you were
second.
only listening to speak.
well,
Wait,
no,
what?
so
Then
hold
you were
on.
only listening to think about what you were going to say to argue, and you didn't listen to anything else I said.
That seems like a mom comment, but okay.
That's a good assertion.
I don't know what the hell that's supposed to mean.
It's true.
It's not an argument. I mean, he posed questions. I might even disagree with some of those questions, but that's not an answer, right? That's just a quip. But since you don't have an argument, I'll go ahead and hop in. So you talked a lot about jury nullification, right? It seems that that's your tagline. That seems that you're something very passionate about. And as a libertarian, right, I think jury nullification is based, right? I absolutely do think that it's amazing. However, in my opening statement, I understand you probably wrote your opening statement beforehand, so this is what this part is for, right? I think the concept of jury nullification is what, 82, 83 Federalist Papers were really talking about, right? That they knew that juries were not as efficient. They knew that juries were expensive. Like, Patrick Henry admitted this, Brutus admitted this, Hamilton, Madison, they all knew that this was an expensive way to do it, and that they probably lacked the expertise of like a panel of judges like they use in Israel, or judges and lawyers like they use in France, or panels that or bench trials that are used in most civil cases. And so that's like a lot of that debate is about civil cases, right? And the distinction between civil and criminal. And so I do agree with you, right? That jury nullification is a good thing and that we ought to do it. I would say, if you read Lysander Spooner's an essay on jury trials from 1850, I think he makes a really good argument that the actual problem is in the contradiction of the state's monopoly on justice and violence in and of itself, and that the idea that the state is doing jury instruction, that the idea that the law becomes ever increasingly more complex and outside of the domain of the average person, is that institutional favor was already in favor of the state. And we see an ever expanding growth of state power and abuses of power. And that jury nullification, as I stated in my opening, is often excluded, not explicitly, but might as well be in voir dire when we're selecting jurors, right? People are going to get rid of lawyers. They're going to get rid of paralegals. They're going to get rid of people that are politically aware. They're going to get rid of people that are too smart. Anybody that actually knows about jury nullification and is passionate about it, is going to get off of the fucking jury most times, unless they lie, unless they hide something, unless they violate the law. There's very, very rarely does jury nullification actually work in the modern context. And that's why when you gave modern examples as opposed to, pre-Constitution examples such as 1735, where we're talking about the publishers in New York, right? That's why you gave so many older examples, because modern examples showcase that what ends up happening is jury nullification is like, oh, we're going to charge them with one crime, a secondary charge, but not the main charge because we feel bad about this. It's not true jury nullification in the sense of this ought not be legal because this law is immoral, and therefore I will fight against this immoral law by saying that this person is innocent as opposed to guilty.
But this is fundamentally not happening in modern day practice. I mean, I'm someone that practices in courts every single day. And I see where jurors are coming in and saying that this is the wrong charge. These are not the right thing to do. A perfect example, this actually occurred in the state of Virginia, in which a young lady was prosecuted because she essentially checked the box that says she did not use marijuana on a firearm, a form to obtain a concealed weapon and also a firearm. Unfortunately, the facts behind that case was that a child had found the firearm inside of a nightstand, brought that gun to school, and shot a teacher. The prosecutors essentially wanted to they let the child off easy, but they went hard for the mother. And what happened was that it was essentially the prosecutors knew that they were going to be unable to find a set of jurors that were going to convict a single mother that was essentially working two jobs and had lied on an application to receive a firearm because she lived in a bad neighborhood. And it was the threat of jury nullification that actually kept that young lady from serving a mandatory minimum of about 2 years. I think it's 2 or 3 years. So again, if you don't have that threat of 12 jurors that are willing to say, you know what, we need to do the right thing, this is not in society's best interest, then you know what, the judiciary can act in a completely unfettered manner.
So two things to respond to that quickly. One, I feel like you're kind of proving my point a little bit, right? Which is obviously I'm not a legal positivist, right? I don't necessarily believe that I'm an ANCAP, right? I'm against the state's monopoly on the justice system, anyways. But the concept that you explained how it would be difficult to find a jury that wasn't sympathetic, right? Which I think really leads into to part of the problem with it is that if we're engaged in objective justice and we recognize, even you recognize, that the jury is going to be swayed by the circumstances of altruism and collectivist thought and putting themselves in that person and emotions as opposed to the letter of the law, that this does get us further away from objective justice and instead gets us closer to something that you believe is base. Now, in this specific instance, I may think, yeah, that's probably base. I'm against charging people with nonviolent crimes, especially, second and third order consequences of other actors. But I mean, the rule, the exception proves the rule. Like, you're obviously going to find examples where jury nullification works. Like, there's that is true. But the thing is that the overwhelming majority of cases, as Lawyer Chick pointed forward, jury trials are punished by the state in terms of plea deals. Most of these cases aren't even going to the jury to begin with. But if they do indeed choose the jury, or assuming that is a choice insofar as it's a rock and a hard place, you're overwhelmingly, I would say, that juror nullification is not this linchpin portion of our legal system, right? I fail to see that. And so I pause it one more time before I let Speakeasy and other people hop in. My final question, which is, why is it right to impose a jury trial on someone that doesn't want a jury trial? Why is that more closely going to get us towards objective justice, or is going to avoid tyranny for that person or for the system as a whole?
Well, people can choose to have a bench trial as well. They don't have to have a jury trial. In many jurisdictions,
in many cases, so you're wrong, right?
Okay.
Is there at least one? Is there at least one where a jury trial is forced upon them? Happens all the time.
Forced upon them? You mean if they don't want to plea?
No, you can listen. If you're in a civil case, right, and another person says, I want a jury trial, the other person doesn't, guess what? They don't get a choice. There are certain capital crimes where they do not get a choice. There are certain consumer protection cases, right, where it's mandated that there is a jury trial. So there are plenty of people that are forced to have a jury trial. It's not a right that they have.
Okay, so then why not advocate for everybody to have an option that they can have a bench trial or a jury trial, as opposed to completely abolishing jury trials? Why not that?
Well, that's separate to the debate. But I mean, if you want to come closer to my side and get rid of some jury trials, I mean, I'd be okay with that. Like, I'd be okay with a compromise coming to my side, and saying that this is a problem. Yeah.
Well, I see the flaws in a jury trial, but the argument is, should we abolish them? And I'm saying no. I mean, I definitely see there are flaws in them, but I also think that the importance of them outweighs.
But what's the reason?
Are you against? Are you saying that you're for the jury trial as an option, but that you would get rid of them being imposed in all of those other cases? Are you willing to say today?
You mean like one party? That you mean if one party
capital,
on a jury
certain
trial?
capital crimes, consumer protection crimes, etc.
No, I think that everybody should have the option for a bench trial, though. I don't have a problem with that. If people want to put it in the hands of one judge, that's fine with me.
Right. And I think
so you believe the jury trial shouldn't be imposed, that it should be a choice, but that your argument is that choice must stay there, that they can choose the jury trial.
Well, what you're saying is one party gets to choose. So I guess that's part of the adversarial legal system. So if you want to abolish the whole adversarial legal system, then sure, one shouldn't be able to impose on the other. That's what it sounds like you're saying.
No, my argument is that it's not a right when it is imposed upon. So there is no right to trial by jury if it is imposed upon. Correct?
So you have to look at who the right attaches to.
You were referring to the civil lawsuits, though, right?
The right to the jury trial as well. The right to you have to look at who the right attaches to. The right of the jury trial attaches to the individual that is most susceptible to the machinery of the state. In most cases, in all cases, it is the defendant first and foremost, the person that has to endure the substantial laws has a right to being able to essentially choose their own fate. But I think going back to your original argument where you talked about objective justice, as someone that has participated in the system and has done jury trials, both as a public defender and overseeing them, there is no such thing as objective justice because we all bring, including the judges and the lawyers, we're bringing bias into that particular arena. The other thing is too is that, and I mentioned earlier in my open, that it's not true. Essentially, if you've done jury trials and you've had an opportunity to practice as long as I have, and essentially if you've ever done trial advocacy and have an opportunity to teach those types of classes where we train young lawyers to go in, we are taught to pull on the emotions and the heartstrings of people. So we are not objectives. If we were simply presenting cases in a binary manner, I assure you that even judges would go to sleep. And you talk about the complexity of law.
Go to sleep.
Isn't that an argument against me? Isn't that an argument against you? My argument is that jurors are too susceptible to the swaying of emotions and things like that. And you're saying, I've been a lawyer, I've practiced a bunch, and so I know law is an objective. First and foremost, that's nonsense. There's an objective right answer. Someone either killed someone or they didn't kill someone. They either stole property or they didn't steal property. The process, right, can be filled with biases and flaws and things of that nature. But the idea that objective justice cannot exist is simply not true.
Objective justice cannot exist essentially because when you look at the system, and I'm licensed in just a handful of states and I practice in just a handful of states. However, when you look at the fact that one, because part of your argument, if I have to frame your first part of your argument, is you're talking about, placing this high holy standard of the people in the system, the judges and the lawyers. Well, let's look at the fact that you have elective judges that ultimately are trying to make sure that they stay on the bench. Mm-hmm. So I give you a perfect example.
Tough on crime.
In the jurisdiction which
I'll agree with all of this, Bully. People are biased. Judges are biased too. I'll agree with all of this. This doesn't change.
An argument
against,
with
with the jury. Those biased people don't get held accountable, right? The judges can be held accountable. We have written reasoning. You can have a system where people can go audit the cases after, and if they want to bring an appeal up or anything, they can do this. This doesn't take away citizens from being involved. This is just like people are biased. Yes, sure. But that doesn't it's not an argument.
The statement that you just made, and at least in the jurisdictions that I practice, is fundamentally wrong because judges being held accountable would actually be counter to the independent judiciary. The fact of the matter is that the judges and especially prosecutors are not held accountable, which is the reason why.
So when you have appeals and oversight, that's not them being held accountable.
You're very limited.
Has won appeals,
so they are held accountable.
And as someone that has actually argued appeals and have actually taken my arguments to the highest court in my state, I assure you, when those cases ultimately get sent back to the lower courts, the only thing the judges ever have said is, "Oh, good. I'm glad you reversed me on appeal." Well, guess what? They're still on the bench. The fact of the matter is that when you have prosecutors that have immense,
this is a different argument.
It's not, because the first argument that
you're just saying there's judges that I think are corrupt and they're still on the bench.
No, but you're making it sound like it's so easy to challenge a judge speakeasy, and you're making it seem like you can just appeal anything willy-nilly, and you can't. Appeals are very specific. It's not easy to just appeal a judge, right?
Right. The argument that you're essentially
but you can do it, right? I'm not talking about easy. I don't care about the things being easy or if it touches the people's feelings. I don't give a shit about all that. We're talking about the law, right? We're talking about shit that holds our society together. Right. The whole reason you got dudes in jail doing TikToks and all this goofy shit going on is because we don't hold to the letter of the law. We're letting a bunch of retards decide shit.
Well, and I assure you that, and Fabian's argument is that the fact of objective law, and I am telling you that it's not objective law. Just if I'm allowed to position this argument,
of course,
is that you have the judges, for instance, that because they want to be reelected, and they don't want to offend a certain constituency, that they will ultimately make different decisions. I'll give you a perfect example. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Mothers Against Drunk Driving is very active. In fact, every time there is a DUI trial in the vast majority in certain jurisdictions, they will actually show up and sit in front of judges, and they will make scorecards. And when that judge comes up to be reviewed, because I think in that particular jurisdiction, I think it's about like every 6 to 8 years, there's a survey that is sent. And that judge, and I've seen where judges are swayed by those surveys and are swayed by those special interest groups. So back,
yeah, and I can bring up cases like Harvey Weinstein, where there was dudes on the jury, right? And I can respond the same with a case. We can go case for case, right? Harvey Weinstein, right? There was literally jurors that said they were being bullied during the deliberation into convicting people. Into convicting him. So we had a problem. What did we have? We had a trial that ended, one with a charge, one with an acquittal, and one was a mistrial, all because of stupid juries. This is the problem. In Florida, you have over 100 cases that were overturned or reversed because of faulty jury instructions. The whole fucking system is a flawed structure. It just needs to go. It's not farmers deciding if you stole a horse anymore. You know what I mean?
Broad Street, can I meet you halfway here, right? Like, you know, I know we don't have to get so blood sportsy, right? I understand that your argument is that there is corruption within the system. Obviously, as a libertarian, I'm going to agree with that, right? I think the system is inherently corrupt because it's a monopoly on power and violence, and that there isn't voluntary justice systems, competing firms, arbitration, insurance companies being able to actually compete. And that is why there is no accountability within our justice system. And that it is very difficult. I absolutely agree with what Lawyer Chick was saying, right? When you stated that, like, you know, appeals are not an easy thing, right? You know, especially when it comes to like criminal cases, or you need exculpatory evidence, or, you know, you need something to bring. You can't just be like, my bad. You have to be like, how were their rights violated in some way? How is there some new evidence, etc.? I'm with you, right? And I'm with you in the sense that, you know, that accountability can be difficult for judges. And that the concept of, you know, certain states where they're elected and other states where they're, you know, appointed by the state legislator can be, you know, like that level of accountability may not be up to snuff to what we, the people, you know, insofar as we're a collective, or that democracy has any fucking value anyways. I think it's nonsense. But, you know, I get all that, right? My problem is that your argument only brings it up to the level of our argument, right? Which is, our argument is that, you know, or to the intros, which is that people bring their biases. The state has a bias, the people have a bias. Now, if you would like to admit that the jury is intended to be an institutional bias against the state, and not necessarily the best means of looking at the evidence and being able to convict, you know, of a crime, then like we can move from there, right? Because it is my contention that jurors are retarded, and we all know that they are. And anybody that says that they aren't is
lawyers and judges are not.
Well, I would say that they tend to be. I tend to be less retarded than the average person. Let's look at the let's look at the IQ of an average lawyer and an average judge, and then let's look at the IQ of the average American citizen. You're going to find 100 versus what, like 112, 115. And also, what we were talking about again is that lawyers and judges are trained to engage in critical thinking and probabilistic thinking within their field of expertise. Where I brought up earlier, research specifically, does college teach critical thinking 2016, which is a meta-analysis from the University of Minnesota, found that only roughly 15 to 20% of people are capable of taking, critical thinking skills and probabilistic thinking that they've learned, even under education, into new and novel domains. Juries that lack expertise in any of these, 9 of those jurors are simply going to ignore logic. They are going to ignore evidence to a certain degree. And that's not counting that, like, and there's going to be 3 or 4 people, right? 60% of people in mock trials and in exit surveys, change their opinion based off of a strong opinion of another juror. Like, these are sheep, right? And my argument
you
is
put me in a room with other
better?
jurors, and I'm convincing everybody of what I want.
why
the
is
problem,
it that the
right?
jury is this superior mechanism, right? I'm not arguing that judges are corrupt, that the state's justice system has problems. My argument is that it's an inferior means of getting to the law.
It is fundamentally not inferior because essentially the machinery that is occurring is designed to work for them, which is the reason down at the bottom of the Broad Street Bully is we the people, right? You are trying to advocate for a bifurcated system in which the other side somehow has a superior knowledge, skills, and ability to be able to bring forth a more perfect result. And I'm essentially telling you by
I think you
years
guys
of
could
practice,
interpret the law better than maybe me and Fabian in certain
well,
areas. Yeah.
well, in
Because you were
terms of
educated there, right?
well,
That makes
Well, I hope
sense,
so.
does it not?
right,
would
but
hope
also
so.
because we were
Wait,
also
doesn't that make
educated,
sense though?
we may
Holy,
have
you agree with this, right?
we you know, and
Hold
what
on,
you're
let
arguing
him
essentially is the difference between mathematics and applied mathematics. When you apply mathematics differently, it works differently in the real world. And when these things occur in the real world, and it's completely different. I was positing a story about DUI, right, and how essentially we wanted to make sure these groups wanted to make sure that folks were taken off the street for DUI. Well, what the special interest groups that applied pressure towards the prosecutors or Commonwealth attorneys across these various jurisdictions didn't realize was that fundamentally that there were issues with intoxilizers. There were issues in terms of training for police officers. But you know who picked that up in these particular court cases? The jury did. They saw that the fact that the police officers weren't properly trained. They saw that the fact that police officers were being incentivized to stop certain people in certain neighborhoods. They saw the fact that that the law was not being equally applied here. So I'm presenting to you that the fact that, but for the jury being there, it would have been a gross misapplication of the law, and they did their job, which was to act as a counterbalance to the machinery of the state.
Yeah,
okay,
so
you
this
hold
is
on.
the
Can I
problem.
interrupt?
Wait,
Speakeasy, can I do this one real quick, super quick?
I have to say something. You're talking about the same jurors, right? The ones that they pointed out the misconduct of the police. You said these are the same jurors that locked up a police officer that dedicated his life to protecting people because some fentanyl addicted thief overdosed underneath his knee. You understand that? This is
What
the
case
same
you-
jurors you're
what case
talking
are you
about.
referring to?
That's Derek Chauvin is still sitting in jail today for shit that he didn't do. Okay, that's a problem because of jurors thinking that he was some racist cop. We had a white guy and a black guy die of an overdose, and all of a sudden we got to put the cop in jail. Do you understand how stupid this is? But O.J. Simpson can chop his wife's head off and let's let him free, bro. Do you understand how stupid it is to have the random person making
be fair, okay? The juries were
decisions
also
on where
afraid of the
what we're
city
doing with the
burning
law,
down.
dude? It's insane, man. It's insane.
Right, but we also had the same prosecutor who brought charges. I was listening to a Joe Rogan show today where you had the same Department of Justice that brought charges against someone that ultimately outed the CIA's program against torture, right? And the same judge that accepted a plea deal knowing that the elements of espionage were not met, right? All done without a jury because the individual was pressed to take an
How
appeal.
did we know that's what they
Also-
did? Broad Street, how did we know that's what they did? Because there was paperwork. We could hold that person accountable.
Right. And unfortunately,
how do we know what the juries are doing? We don't.
Right, we know what
They're
the
not
juries are-
accountable. They leave no written
There is a
reasonings.
procedural mechanism that is allowed where you can essentially many jurisdictions poll juries, understand how to think. And the other thing is too,
Poll
as a procedural
juries.
safeguard, is that you also have the directed jury.
You want to take
you have
citizens
directed jury,
out of
and
their
you also
everyday
have
life,
something called
make
a
them
judgment.
decide
Hold on,
conviction,
easy. Let him finish.
and then
You
also
have a
put their
directed-
life on the
Speak
line.
easy.
Right.
Speak
And
easy.
as a
Let him finish.
counterbalance to the power of the jury, as it actually works, you have something called a judgment of a matter of law. You also have the summary judgment, and you also have a directed verdict where the judge, if the jury goes way too deep in and does not follow the law, you still have those three procedural devices to bring it back in and make sure that there is a fair result. And this is the argument that Lawyer Chick was making, is that you need the system to have a checks and balance. And goes back to my original argument, is that you have to be able to curtail the power of the state. And the last thing I'll say, you talked earlier about idiots in jail who are making TikToks. Well, boo-boo, that is all a part of the Department of Prisons. It has absolutely nothing to do with what I and thousands and millions of other lawyers do, which is to dispense justice and make sure that everyone gets their day in court and has a sense of fairness. So
Okay,
I think that we
you
need
said it was
more
the last thing. Sorry.
Well, like that.
Let me hop in real quick. Let me hop in
That's
real
not
quick.
what that was brought up for,
Speaking
though. So, like,
real
you're
quick.
just.
I know.
So what we've seen is I think a classic example of like why people tend to hate lawyers, right? We have a lot of lawyering and bickering. We have a lot of this, but we're not getting the actual argument, right? You know, I've presented an argument. I've presented a question that is still unanswered. And so, like, to get us back on track as opposed to like all this nitpicking, because our argument is that a jury trial is a slot machine. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, right? And all you're doing is kind of proving our case with all of these ramblings about what about this case, what about that case, what about this case, what about that case. Is yeah, we agree. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, because it's a slot machine of retards. So I just have another question. Maybe we'll get back on the topic, or we'll talk about this. To either of you, would you be willing right now to go to any courthouse that is engaged in criminal cases right now and hand out pamphlets to jurors or to anyone that explains what juror annulment is? Or are you afraid of being arrested for jury tampering if you do that?
That's actually a very good question. So in terms of being able to jury tampering, I would be afraid to hand out and when the minute the jury is impaneled, to hand out a pamphlet that discusses anything about jury nullification, right? Because once they're impaneled, then they can only consume what's being brought in court. However, if you've ever sat in a jury trial and you realize that the amount of seriousness that these jurors take towards being able to make a decision about one of their fellow citizens, the amount of time and reflection that they take, it's awe-inspiring. The fact of the matter is that if you've ever sat in a bench trial and you realize how out of touch some of these lawyers are, because and also let's be honest here. The judges, because with the judges, you only get the upper echelon. These guys don't know what it is to be the average man, and what it's about to be able to have the stress and anxiety of a hearing, and also they're so far detached that they don't even understand about what's in the public's best interest. So I don't.
Do they not have
So the answer is, hold on. So the answer
are they
so the
tied
answer
up
is,
in caves somewhere? What are you talking
on.
about? Wait, just a second. This is
The answer is no. You're stepping on my dunk, right? Like the answer is no. You just gave a bunch of platitudes about like the average man and the out of touch people, but the answer is no. The answer is that this concept that the founding fathers were arguing as to why we need jury trials wasn't because of their effectiveness or any of that. It was as a means of combating the state, but because the state is already in charge of the process, is in charge of the jury instruction, and these people don't know what's going on, that no, you wouldn't stand in front of a courthouse where they're doing criminal cases and hand out pamphlets that explain what jury nullification is. And so this entire concept that jury nullification is this sacrosanct, lauded thing to protect the system that the founding fathers fought for is a moot point in today's legal system.
Can I interrupt
It's
you?
moot.
I don't think the founding fathers fought for it. I think it was a function of jury trials that is a very necessary part of a functioning jury system. So I don't think it was like the corner. I mean, I don't know where I said we fought on
a jury
it.
system.
I think to have, yes, I think as an option, it is
You don't want
important
the
to have.
jury system. Do you understand that's what we're talking about?
I get
Abolishing
that.
the jury system?
Yeah, I do. I can.
Okay, so I want to take out the thing that is good for having it. Do you understand?
Well, what I'm saying is that I never said the founding fathers fought for it. I just think it's a good thing to have.
Yeah, I
to
didn't straw man.
challenge
You know what they did fight for?
I brought
All
up
of us
Federalist
to have
Papers
a
83 and 82.
But what they did fight for is all of us to have a fair trial, not
Right,
a
well, let
fucking
me-
roulette of random
well,
retards off the
but
street.
It says unbiased too, which is, we've all admitted that the Constitution is false here. I'd like to point that out because Broad Street Bully and Lori Chick both claim that that jurors as well as judges are biased. So Sixth Amendment's already a contradictory nonsense fucking wipe my ass with fucking thing anyways. So let's get into, we're already in new territory, right? And the territory is how ought we conduct these cases.
I was still answering your question. I wouldn't hand out a jury nullification pamphlet. I wouldn't.
Yeah, of course, because you'd probably risk going to jail.
That's not why. I mean, you're making assumptions. I wouldn't, because it's just not something that you want to promote. It's something that happens when the law is unjust. It's something that happens when people get together.
Tagline says jury nullification forever. What the fuck do you mean? It's something you wouldn't promote?
It should exist. It should exist. If we
Secretly,
if we abolish,
we won't
no,
talk.
Of course, the lawyer's gonna say that because you want to be able to sway a bunch of people and use good rhetoric to tell them to do what you want them to do. Of course, as a lawyer, you would want that. But as a fucking citizen that wants just laws, I don't want that shit happening.
Well, if you had seen the kind,
listen,
can I
put a jury?
Wait
a minute. I wasn't done talking. What do you mean, let her? I wasn't done talking.
You did interrupt her to begin with.
What do you mean? She stopped talking and I was answering. What are we talking about here? Listen, you put me against a jury. Look at me. They're all going to say guilty. Okay, doesn't matter what happened. If you put me in the room of jurors, whatever I want them to say, they're gonna fucking say because I can be good with rhetoric. That's the problem with juries. It's just bullshit. It's a system of feelings disguised as justice. We the people. Bullshit.
I mean, I disagree with you. And if you think juries are biased or flawed, I mean, there's some pretty horrific judges. I think it's, incredible that you would think just leaving it in the hands of judges is any better.
Well, I think I made the argument very clearly why leaving in the hands of like a panel of judges like they do in Israel or in France or in Germany or, where bench trials are more common in the UK for all civil cases and things like that. I think I made it fairly clear. And the problem is that I absolutely agree that everyone has cognitive biases, right? Like you cannot get rid of cognitive bias in humans. The difference is as I stated very clearly, and I gave you the research, if you want to look more into the meta-analysis, which I think is a good way of getting, a large amount of research, literature review and meta-analysis to just kind of get an overview, is that what we're talking about is that many of these cases require a complex understanding of the law that jurors lack. And then what they get is they get jury and they get instruction so that they can attempt to understand what the law is or isn't. And then what the research shows is that the average person is not capable of applying even in previous training those critical thinking and probabilistic views to novel concepts, to new things, to people that are not, they're not professional jurors, right? They're just people brought off the street. And so what ends up happening is those cognitive biases become stronger. They are more likely to be swayed by recent testimony. They are more likely to be swayed by people that are, vivid in their accounts as opposed to people that are dull or boring. They're more likely to be swayed by the rhetoric, involved in the charisma. They're less likely to look at it logically, right? That whole Plato's tripartite ethos, pathos, logos. They're far less likely to look at the logic of the arguments. And the average everyday person believes in inherent contradictions and they place emotional bias on people. I think, one of the examples that Speakeasy and I were talking about before, right, was like, the Casey Anthony trial, where the defense just brings up, they're like, oh, well, maybe her dad traumatized and abused her as a child. And then nobody brought it up again. And it's like, that was clearly had a powerful impact on the jury because you had a crying, attractive girl who was abused by her dad. And like that, it doesn't matter what the evidence is. It matters how they feel, because at the end of the day, these people are not professionals. So they do not put their critical thinking skills to use when it comes to being a juror. What they do is they vibe out how they feel. And yes, there's some level of logic. Yes, they consider the evidence to some degree, but they are far more likely than a panel of judges or other systems to be swayed by that. What is your, like, why do you keep it flexing the superiority of this? That's what I want to hear. I want to hear, again, I repeat my question that I had in my opening statement, which is why is a jury trial that is forced upon people, and you say, hey, I'm not necessarily for enforcing it upon people, but why is a jury trial used against people in all these other cases against their will superior? Why is a jury trial superior to a panel of judges or arbitration, right? Would you yourself, if you knew you were innocent of a crime, would you choose a jury trial, or would you choose arbitration, or would you choose a bench trial? Like, what would you be most comfortable with?
That's a good question. And with a jury trial, you're not only getting 12 jurors at the end of the day, you're also getting an opportunity to present all of your evidence and all of your discovery and all of your witnesses and all of your documents and get all of that on the record. So that's also a benefit of jury trials, because
assuming the judge doesn't
arbitration,
say no.
You can do it without a jury.
arbitration is flawed. You know, you're asking about a bench trial. I mean, arbitration actually, like, it's faster. It's easy. If people would come
Wojcik's
to
going to
that
be a
table.
libertarian by the end of the night, boys. Pro arbitration, pro getting rid of the violation of abuses on people that are forced to have jury trials. Like, yeah, man, you just keep coming closer and closer to my side. By the end of the night, you'll be with me.
We could agree on things and still not agree on an overall.
Right. One of the areas of justice where jury trials really are not used as much as in the juvenile justice system. And I don't know if you guys remember the Cash for Kids scandal that occurred in Pennsylvania, where you had a judge that was essentially sentencing kids to long sentences so that he could receive a kickback. Well, it was more than one judge. So they were receiving kickbacks from the
millions and millions of dollars.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
Again,
we just saw this with the Irina case, right? Where she let that guy out over and over and over again. And her wife was also in charge of, some of the facilities that they send people to get mental health treatment. So instead of putting him in jail, she's incentivized towards that. I mean, yeah, there's corruption in the judicial system, but again, you keep giving me platitudes and you keep informing me that you've been a lawyer for a long time, but I'm not really hearing a lot of arguments against the claims. Real quick. Hold up.
I want to directly respond to what you're saying, Bully. The kids for cash example is an outlier.
My experience as a lawyer for someone that has done trials, because I have seen.
Yes, we get it. You're a lawyer, bro. We knew that.
And I'm also bringing to the fact the current situation where the Cash for Kids situation, where if there was a jury there, maybe the citizens of Pennsylvania wouldn't have to pay $200 to $300 million some odd dollars to kids that were falsely imprisoned.
Okay, two corrupt judges. All right, hold up. Two corrupt judges, Bully. Two corrupt judges out of thousands. Okay, and the system exposed them because they had to leave a paper trail. All you're doing is pointing out an outlier and saying, "Well, look, there's sometimes a bad thing here."
Yeah, again, I've said it before, I'll say it again, right? Like, our assertion is that jury trials are slot machines of random retards. And if you keep bringing up examples where sometimes the retards get it right, that's fine. I'm okay with that. But the problem is that it doesn't prove the superiority of jury trials. I have an argument as to why panels of judges are better at doing this.
Bench trial.
Right, but I have brought evidence. You haven't made an actual argument.
Right. So evidence, one, Cash for Kids. Evidence, the system of justice that just occurred where in New York, where you had an individual that was just sentenced to 10 years on a bench trial where a judge misapplied the law, right? Mm-hmm. All the times, evidence where you have countless judges that are reversed on appeal because they've misapplied the law. A recent case in Texas where a judge was
all you're saying is even professionals get it wrong sometimes too.
Hold on.
In the words of some famous rapper,
I think what they're looking for, what you are providing are the exceptions, not the rules, and that's what they're looking for is the rules. You're giving them the exceptions. So, for instance, if I say, you know, women aren't stronger than men, right? But I'm stronger than that one dude, right? That might be the exception, but not the rule.
Right,
And I
but
think
they're
that's what they're
also
looking
giving.
for, is something outside
Can I be
of
more
the
specific?
exceptions.
Can I be
Right.
more
Go ahead,
specific? To
But
be
they're
more
also
specific,
giving.
to be more specific, what I'm saying is you keep making an inductive argument, right? And that
Mhm.
inductive argument is that, you know, but for, right? The claim is, but for the jury trial system, corruption would be larger or would tend towards a higher degree. There would be more problems because there wouldn't be a check of juries on judicial tyranny in some form, right?
Which
I
is
am
the
making
reason why the founding founders wanted them, but
right.
which
Hopefully,
is in
I'm
round
steel manning
the
your
same
position,
logic
right?
why they gave up the
Okay,
power
hold on.
in the first place.
Hold on. Right. What I am making is an inductive argument, or sorry, deductive argument. Right. I am making the argument that yes, it is true that there are going to be instances or outliers or, you know, rules that prove the exception where juries get it right and where they expose corruption in a system where another system might not. Right. I'm not for the state's monopoly on the justice system. I'm for arbitrating firms and voluntary forms of justice. I want to get rid of the state's control over the justice system completely. But nevertheless, my argument is a deductive one. And my argument is that it is true that the jury selection selects for the average IQ people. It is true that other systems such as judicial panels, etc., selects for people that are more informed on the law, more informed on the cases, and tend to be a higher IQ. And therefore, when we are talking about getting towards the objective metric of whether or not someone did or did not commit a crime, it is true that it will tend towards a judicial panel or some other system of professional jurors, etc., will get closer to the truth, which I think, right, veritas is a value too, right, than the jury system. And my other argument is the just long story of history and the contradictions of the process as to why the founding fathers were wrong, that this was actually a bulkhead or against judicial tyranny, that the judges and the system itself control this process. And that's why I brought up juror nullification pamphlets, right? Is that like what may have been true of the founding fathers, where everyone was aware of Zagetsky 1735, right? Where Chief Justice Jay Jones is telling people about juror nullification at every single one of his trials, and famously in Georgia versus Brailsford, I believe is the case in quite, like the first time he did it was like the big one, like 1789, maybe. I'm not a lawyer. I'm trying to just remember, right? But right, like that system and you yourself in your opening statement, you claimed, right, that what we need is an informed and participating public. We do not live in a world like 1789 at the ratification of our Constitution, where we have an informed and participating public. And because of that, the jury system, for whatever power it supposedly had in the past, along with the ever increasing complexity of the law in a modern world and technology and regulations and private equity and all of these things that are increasingly ever complicated, that an informed and participating public that you argued for is simply not possible.
Well, have you ever sat on a jury? I want to go down the line of logic here. Have you ever sat on a jury?
No, I've been in criminal trials and watched them, but I've never. But what about?
Okay, so
he wants to do a test thing. That's fine. Whatever.
No, I just want to go. I follow down the line of logic. So I mean,
to be fair, have you?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I have federal jury.
Before you were a lawyer, yeah.
Well, they don't pick me anymore, right?
Yeah, because you know about juror
it's funny. Actually doesn't pick me. Who often strikes me is the prosecutor. Okay, again, the machinery of the state. But
worried you'll be woke. Black lawyer, prosecutor, every time. I'm getting rid of that guy. That guy's a wrench in the system.
Let me tell you, I'm actually more conservative than you know. Believe you not.
I knew from the deep voice I could hear the testosterone. But go ahead, make your argument.
Now you made me forget my damn point with that bit of laughter. But
you were asking if he had sat in a jury, and I was just curious of what this has to do with anything. I'm confused.
So, well, if you listen, I'm going to alleviate your confusion.
Well, I was reminding you, of course, I'm listening because I'm the only one who remembered what was fucking said. So if you remember what you fucking say, maybe you should listen to yourself.
So if you've ever sat in a jury and, first of all, you're talking about the average everyday slub. Those average everyday slubs and retards also includes high school teachers, professors, okay? They include engineers,
There's
doctors,
a lot of retarded high school teachers.
And there's also a lot of retarded judges and lawyers. But the fact of the matter is, that the first argument that Speakeasy had posited was that the fact that these are some random spin the wheel retards. They're not. These are people that sit amongst us every single day from a huge
random spin the wheel retard.
Right, but
I can throw a rock out my window and hit 10 of them, bro. What are you talking about?
And if you look at certain judges and where they are plucked from, they usually come from, depending upon the jurisdiction, of course, very conservative schools, right? Schools that have a heavy bias, histories of racism and prejudice, things of that nature. So again, I mean, you're talking about.
Hold on. I take your argument. Right? The argument is, listen. The argument is that judges and lawyers, etc., also have their own biases, and they also have a bias towards the state because they are participating in the state, and that they might have certain biases towards wealth, right? But the problem is that your argument works in the flip side, right? There's a reason that we have to have caps on punitive damages because jurors, the retards that they are, will be like, corporation bad, award them $10 billion. Like there's the same biases towards wealth and education and those things like that are also biases that juries have against companies like Nationwide when some fucking car accidents occur. So again, it's not an argument against my claim. What you are doing is the same thing you have done all night, which is you have just brought it up by saying, oh, look at this example, oh, they have biases. You haven't actually engaged with what we're saying. Yes, we admit jurors have biases just as much as we admit the judges have biases. The argument, very fucking simply, please get to it, is the concept of the ability to navigate and be able to find objective truth about whether or not someone actually violated the law or didn't violate the law. And so long as you value crime being punished, so long as you value justice, so long as you value that the law is appropriately enforced and that it appropriately adjudicated for appropriate restitution and retribution, then the answer is simple, is that a panel of judges, a set of people that are professional juries, etc., are going to more often than not get the correct answer in those means. Obviously, there are outliers.
And this is the flaw in your argument, is that you're assuming that this justice system is set up for retribution. It is designed to operate for the public's best interest. And again, this is the reason why we
that is one of the flaws of the justice system, is that it doesn't focus enough on retribution. I agree.
For the same system that you're still saying that it shouldn't be in the hands of slubs, in which it's are retards, that in which it's the people that it's supposed to serve. I mean, my God, man, you're essentially saying that the fact that three judges, okay, who are essentially being incentivized by the state to further concepts of judicial economy, to bring in revenue for the state so that the judiciary can continue to run, okay, compared to a set of 12 people who all they want to do is ensure that they make the right decision so that they have a better society.
No, what they want to do is they want to get off jury duty because of force.
If you allow me to posit my argument, I promise you I won't pontificate. 12 folks that have given up their time, their money, who don't have a stake in the fight at all, compared to a judiciary that essentially operates and generates revenue from this machinery.
Jury duty is mandatory. What are you talking about? Jury duty is mandatory.
Right, jury duty is mandatory. However, you and I both know that a lot of people don't.
Not everybody gets picked,
and not everybody also gets picked as well.
They're not giving up their time as some service to the fucking state or some service to the common man. They got a fucking letter in the mail that says you got to show up to jury duty or else, and then they go to fucking jury duty. What are you talking about?
Can I pose,
and I bet you there's many people listening right now that have literally did everything they could to not be picked on purpose.
Yeah, that's true. Can I
That
pose
is
a,
true.
a thought process
Point
to
proven.
the panel?
Let lawyer chicken
Because I
speak easy
know,
speak. Yeah.
I know we have the reasonable person standard, right? I know that that's kind of built into part of the legal system in some wavelengths. But what is a reasonable person, right? And how do we determine what that is and who that is? And so basically, I think to my understanding, and maybe Lawyer Chick and Bully can correct me if I'm wrong, but to my understanding, the legal system is set up in a way where a reasonable person could come in to the situation, take in what's provided, and have a reasonable standard placed on that, and to their understanding based on just what's presented in front of them, could they go forth and provide an answer, what guilty, not guilty, negligence, so on and so forth. I just kind of wanted to pose that reasonable person standard into the panel and see what you can do with that.
If you want, I'll take the hill. So the reasonable proven person standard essentially is designed for folks to be able to bring in their understanding, right? Their cultural, societal norms, to be able to make decision on what a reasonable person would and would and would not do. But the reasonable prudent person standard isn't like overarching. The guardrail is still additional elements to be able to bring that in. It just provides a framework in which people can look at a certain action, right? So I would trust in a cross section, a wider cross section, 12 people to decide what reasonable looks like, than allowing one person. I think you get a little bit more closer to what is reasonable by taking a larger sample size.
Well, I don't want one
than just
person.
having one or two people or a panel of judges decide what that looks like.
Yeah, I wouldn't want just one person deciding it, right? I'd want like 3 to 5, depending on the severity of the case, right? A panel of judges, right?
Well,
So it wouldn't be based on one person,
right? Is it what's reasonable to you?
Well, that's actually like that's more speaking to my point when you're talking about what's reasonable to me, right? That's the whole thing. Like when you brought up earlier a case of a woman who her kid went and stole her gun, and like it was like, you know, the jury was like sympathetic because she was a single mother and blah blah blah. But if you would have put me in that room of jurors, I promise you we would have all convicted that bitch, okay? Because I don't give a fuck about what your situation was when it comes to the law. Again, I this is the problem with juries, that they're looking at this outside situation. Oh, but like this matters. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. That's not what
it's
matters.
also it could also be argued that it's the benefit of a jury, that it's a jury of your peers and it's reasonable people that can think like you and feel like you and hear your reasonable story. And you all also, I think, Sarah made me think of something with this reasonable person standard. Fabian, you had said that a bunch of stupid people, I guess.
Say it. Listen. First, you know what? Listen. First, it was mongoloid, and then people started using mongoloid as an insult, and then people said that's an offensive word, and then it was
very
imbecile,
aware of the history.
and then
Yes,
it was
I'm very aware of the history.
It's literally, you will never stop people from.
Actually, the hospital where those words
I guarantee you, in 20 years, people will be saying, if you call someone intellectually disabled, that's offensive.
Look, I'm with you. I get it. And you know what? So look, here's the thing. I'm from the like the hospital where they came up with all those terms is in my hometown. So I'm very familiar with the gradient of, you know, scientific words that became insults. But in any case, I don't think people that serve on juries are retards. I think they're community members who some take it seriously, some don't, right? But some take it very seriously. Some want to be on a jury, some don't. Okay, fine. But what you all were saying earlier is that they don't think critically, or they can't think critically, or they're not thinking like lawyers and judges. And I think, like Bully said earlier, that's part of the, I guess, benefit or one of the beauties of a jury is that they can bring the whole case. Hold on, let me finish.
After
they can
today,
bring the
you might
whole
want to
case.
call me if you need a lawyer, not these two. Just saying.
They can bring
go ahead, Lawyer Chick.
I mean, look, and also not all lawyers do jury trials. Not all lawyers argue in jury trials or want to do jury work. It's a specialty, right? But the lawyer's job in a jury trial is to, I guess, circumvent the need to think very critically. It's to prevent the evidence factually to a reasonable person so that they can decide within a shadow of a doubt, I mean, beyond the shadow of a doubt, or with the preponderance of the evidence, that there's liability or guilt.
Yeah,
So,
so
that's part of the jury trial is what
Yeah,
you're
so,
arguing is
you
the
know, I
problem
was,
with it. It's inherently
yeah.
what it is.
Okay. So I was in the Army, right? And I'll tell you, when I was in the Army, there's kind of like three types of people that are in the Army, right? There's one type which is super gung-ho Iowa corn-fed boys that are like fuck yeah, America, right? And then the other person are people who were like in gangs, or they got somewhere really fucked up in life, and like their life was in shambles, and they decided they were going to turn their life around and join the Army, get away from like their local town and their gang, break these things, right, and go do something better with their life. And then the third type was people like me, right, which were like people that had enough of a fucked up family background or unstable home or whatever to where, like, they didn't do as well as they should have done in school, and they didn't do like the whole scholarship things. They're like, all right, fuck it, I'll join the Army, I'll get the GI Bill, and then I'll use the GI Bill to go to college, right? I kind of look at juries the same way, right? I agree that there's some group, some percentage of jurors that are there because they want to do their boomers, most likely, right? Which, as we know, are absolutely retarded. Just send them an AI Facebook meme and see whether or not they believe it. And we know why they shouldn't be in charge of something like, I don't know, the Kyle Rittenhouse case, and whether or not AI interpolation is utilized in zooming in on whether or not the gun was in one direction or the other. I wouldn't trust a boomer within a fucking mile of looking at that, right? So mostly boomers, right? That are like super civically engaged.
All right, I think we're going a little off track here, Fabian.
No, hold on. I'm gonna sink it in. I'm gonna sink it in. I'm gonna sink it in. I'm gonna land it. I'm gonna land this plane. Listen. So you got people like that, and then you have the other, like maybe it's 2/3, maybe it's half, right? Which are people that are so fucking stupid they couldn't get off of jury duty. Right? Like, you're not, like, genuinely, like, a good chunk of jurors are people that are so dumb that they couldn't go to they couldn't find a way to get out of jury duty when they were asked the questions, because they were just sheepishly like, yes, and they couldn't come up with a good excuse or anything. So you're not even dealing with the regular caliber of retard that you find at Walmart. You're dealing with people that are so fucking stupid that they couldn't go to their regular job. They couldn't figure out a way to get off of jury duty. So yes, jurors are by and large retarded. And that's why I brought up in my opening statement that 60% of them are swayed to change their votes based off of more dominant jurors. These are not people we want looking at objective metrics and detailed things, looking at financial reports, or looking at, cell phone data that's being argued one way or the other, whether or not it's AI interpolation or things like that, as to whether or not someone actually committed the crime.
Those are a small number of, like, you've made this complexity argument multiple times, and it's not true.
Yeah.
Those represent a small number of cases that the average juror sees. The vast majority of cases that are seen in a court can be understood by the average individual. In fact, even better, because you know what, as we talked about earlier, is because you have that reasonable, prudent person standard.
What do we need lawyers for then? What the fuck? What's the point of you guys?
Well, the number one job.
The average guy can just interpret the law themselves. What's the fucking point of you?
Good question. The number one job of the lawyer is to ensure that there is no fundamental miscarriage of justice. Okay,
to interpret the law properly and to be able to defend yourself properly. That's why, because the average idiot doesn't understand the law and can't defend himself properly. Why do you think the average idiot can fucking make convictions properly? This is the dumbest thing. Do you understand? You guys are lawyers. You guys are in place because people are retards and can't defend themselves. Do you understand that?
Also, I just want to point out, it's not an argument to say it's a small number of cases. That's not a logical argument, by the way.
My job is to ensure that there's my fundamental job is to make sure there's no miscarriage of justice. My second job is to ensure that the fact that the Constitution is being equally applied in a way. And it's also to be able to determine whether or not there is a
lawyer talk right now, bro.
Or a defense. It is to serve as a counterbalance to the state's power, which is the reason again why the jury system was established. And this whole complexity argument about
Can you make
AI,
an argument about that? You haven't really made you've made very few arguments. I'm just curious. Can you make an actual argument? Hold on. Can you make an actual argument as to why that is actually meaningfully checking state power as opposed to just a case example here or there? Can you make like a deductive argument?
Well, we made that argument. The first argument was about bias.
No, you didn't.
Right? We talked about implicit bias. I think Lawyer Chick did an outstanding job of
institutionalized
discussing
bias.
that. I also talked about that as well. And I even gave you my experience as an administrative law judge, because we have to receive training in bias because it's so prevalent in the judiciary. Okay. The other argument that I made, we talked about the financial incentive, and I brought up the cash for kids argument as well, which you seem to poo-hoo away.
I responded directly to it. What do you mean? I literally responded directly to the cash for kids thing.
I also talked
about two judges out of thousands of judges and said, oh, look, we have 2 corrupt judges. So judges can be corrupt too.
Right.
And
I also talked about, and then I even moved further away from justice about the miscarriage of justice and corrupt judges. And I talked about the immense pressure that special interests such as Mothers Against Drug Driving, domestic rights organizations.
All of these are true for juries.
They place on judges. Okay,
this is such a pathetic argument. You are making our argument for us and filibustering.
They're not
applying an argument
pressure to 12 average citizens who do not have a dog in the fight, other than the fact that they want to make sure
that makes it better that they don't have a dog in the fight.
This is nonsense. God. You think political activist organizations and political parties and pundits aren't constantly making arguments to the American public through social media and media about the concept of criminal justice? Didn't we go through like 2 years of fucking riots over the concepts of criminal justice? Just because Mothers Against Drunk Driving do a fucking spreadsheet to try and hold judges accountable, which again is to Speakeasy's argument, which is that because they're elected in this potential, that special interest groups and lobbying organizations and and NGOs have the ability to make said people accountable, that juries aren't selected by aren't pressured with propaganda constantly.
Square this. So first you talk about holding judges accountable, but then you talk about
have you ever had to select for juries?
How does that square? If you're first on one hand and your first 4 minutes of your argument, you posited the fact that this whole concept about objective justice. Now you're talking about holding justice accountable. They should only, if I'm applying your logic, then they should only be held accountable. Please don't do law and not special interest.
Yeah.
So what do you want?
Yeah,
in the words of DMX, what you really want from a
So please don't do an internal critique if you don't understand the logic of the other person's argument and you can't steel man it, right? So my argument isn't judges are these infallible creatures that bring about objective justice. My argument was that there is an objective fact, whether or not we fail to discover that fact or whether or not we fail to act upon that fact. There's an objective fact about whether or not someone stole something or didn't steal something, whether or not someone murdered someone or didn't murder someone. And my argument is that that judges in a panel or professional juries that are able to engage in critical thinking and probabilistic thinking in an area of expertise are more likely to ascertain that fact than juries that are far less likely to engage in critical thinking and are more likely to be swayed by emotion and rhetoric.
But juries aren't also always deciding just guilt or innocence. They're deciding grades of a crime. No, damages or gradients of a crime. So yes, somebody died, but is it involuntary manslaughter or second-degree murder or,
It doesn't change the argument.
Most people don't even understand the difference.
Well, it does change the argument. It does change the argument because what you're saying is that it's up to these juries to decide if he died or he didn't, or they did it or they didn't, or they robbed or they didn't. And what I'm saying is the job of a jury is sometimes to figure out the what should this.
It's also objective.
Let me finish.
Let her finish.
The job of the jury is not just to decide did they do it or not, but to what degree did they do it? What's the charge? And that's why the jury instructions are so important at the end of the trial. And that's why a directed verdict is also important, because if the judge really feels like the jury missed it, they can overturn the verdict and call it their way.
Yeah, but that's not an argument against my claim. Hold on. That's not an argument against my claim, right? It is also objective whether or not someone had mens rea. Our ability to determine whether or not they had that guilty mind is something that we obviously can fail in because we don't have the ability to read minds, right? But it's also an objective fact. For example, when determining whether or not there's a gradient of the crime, whether or not they intended to do the crime, whether or not it was pre-planned, all of those things matter. What we're talking about is justice for the crime that someone committed. The idea that because the jury can decide to drop certain charges or not drop certain charges or do different gradients of the crime based upon how they feel, whether or not the person was culpable in that mind, or whether or not they have that guilty mind, or what those damages are, doesn't change. It's not an argument against what I stated. It's just more rambling. It's just a distraction and subversion.
Oh, but I'm really enjoying myself. I'm glad I had a Red Bull.
I'm talking too much. Speak easy.
No,
you
not
gotta interrupt me. I'm sorry, brother.
I was like,
I'm being a
tired
dick of a partner.
This is pretty awesome.
Fabian gets the monologue award for the
You
evening.
brought up a case earlier on. I made a
Brad
note.
Bullies is close
You
second.
brought up a case earlier where you talked about how the wise judiciary had to ensure that punitive damages were held to single-digit multipliers, right? And ultimately, that I'm very familiar with that case because I used to argue that case when I was in law school a lot, right? And that, do you understand that it was the Supreme Court that said that the reason why we were going to hold punitive damages to single-digit multipliers was because essentially it constituted a taking, right? That these corporations, boo-hoo-hoo, should not have to walk into court and have their money taken away, right? But the sole reason behind why punitive damages were there because it was to punish and dissuade bad behavior. And the Supreme Court, of course, you don't have a jury. You have a panel of these so-called sage judges, right? That help.
Are you ever going to argue my claims? What the fuck,
if
dude?
you allow me to finish, I can unfurl my argument. But alas, your exuberance is getting the better of you. My point is this, right?
Are you a lawyer, Broad Street Bully? I don't know yet. Are you a lawyer?
I am. And I'm
okay,
getting
cool.
again. So if you listen, I'm gonna tell you. And this is the reason why they
I
call
know.
me the Wall Street Bully, because I'm gonna stand on my box and bully with this one. That these judges, because they held punitive damages to single-digit multipliers, right? The punitive damages no longer became punitive, and it became a system of, you know what? We know that our damages are capped. The judges have allowed, because of their great decision making and objective justice, have essentially allowed these corporations to just write a check to be able to do whatever they want. That's yet another example of where these judges got it wrong at the highest level. But if you had allowed, like the earlier cases that occurred before that, we at the district level, in the appeals level, at the district level, where the jurors said, no, we need to have punitive damages as a check, okay? Because it's in society's best interest. But these judges who make millions of dollars and are so removed from the plight of the average man, they decided to lift this checks and balances. That check and balance. That's why we need jurors there to decide cases that are in the best interest of the public, not the executive branches of government or judiciary.
That was a great speech on the pulpit, but again, you never got around to actually arguing against my argument.
My argument is that the fact that these judges, once
Another
again,
speech that
these
won't get to
wise
it.
judges got it wrong, and the jurors had it right to act in the public's best interest, which is the reason at the bottom of the Broad Street Bully's name is.
Again, this is outliers.
Because
You're just bringing
he's just
up
not arguing the
outliers.
not an outlier. It was part of his case in chief that he argued.
So is
He
your
said that
argument, when you
jurors
bring
had to
this
be
up, is your
constrained
argument that the
because they were
judge,
so
the
dumb?
system of
And I'm
having
telling
a
you
judge
that
is
yet
corrupt?
again, the judiciary got it wrong.
And you
Okay,
call them
listen.
outliers,
Hold
but
on.
they
Listen.
actually, this is what moves the law, precedent.
Okay, so you're
Case
saying
law
the
moves law.
system of
Speak
having a
easy.
judge is flawed? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the judges get it wrong, and they need people.
got you. Judges
They
can be
need
corrupt.
people.
Judges can be biased. I concede it all, my friend. Are you saying that judges having a system with a judge is flawed?
Yes, as well as having a system.
So we should have no judges?
Is
We
no,
should have
but-
no judges? Is that what you're saying now?
No, and again, just like having a
Okay,
system
so
of
we should
jurors
have
is
judges.
also
Wait,
flawed.
no, I don't want to hear your long stories. I've been
I'm
listening
not-
to
it's not long
everybody's long
stories.
stories tonight. My
actually
shit gets
brought
off
forth
in
by
30
years of
seconds or less.
practice with the
Shut
speakers.
up for a minute and answer this directly, please.
Sure.
You want judges, yes or no?
Yes, just like I want jurors.
So judges aren't flawed. Got
Judges
you.
are
So
flawed.
all the flaws that we having the system of having judges isn't flawed.
Yes, the entire
Okay, what
system
was
is
so
flawed.
just because people are biased?
Because the people are biased,
No.
and the system is driven by
Got you. So the
competing
same thing,
incentives.
same arguments you can give to jurors. All you're saying when you keep bringing up this shit about judges is arguments you can give to jurors. I and Fabian have presented to you arguments that you can't give to the judges, but it is the flaws of jurors. Can you please fucking address these without your fucking long stories or telling us that you're a lawyer?
I will address it by saying this. You made this objective. You make this
Objection, Your Honor. Objection.
You make this objective standard. No, you made this
question with a new story.
argument. You made a one is better than the other argument, and I'm saying to you that they both get it wrong, which is the reason why we need the proverbial ram in the bush. You made this other argument that said that these 12 retards can't decide because of the complexity of law, but yet I presented on the other side where a complex issue such as punitive damages was decided wrong. And I would much rather have that ram in a bush than leave it to a panel of people that are so far flung removed from society.
Punitive damage is capped in certain cases.
I would much rather
punitive
have
damage is capped in certain cases.
Yes.
Why?
In certain, because of the state.
It's state regulated.
Okay,
State
so
mandated.
it's just the state. So would you get rid of those state regulations and open up the jury, or do you think the jury might get it wrong?
For punitive damages?
Yeah, would you uncap all punitive damages?
In order to, you have to, punitive damages work to punish. You can't cap a
That's not
punishment.
an answer. Yes or no?
Because you know what? $100 will
Yes
hurt
or
me,
no?
but $1 million is not going to hurt Pfizer.
Yes or no?
So yes, no, you should not cap punitive damages. In the case law, which that was based on, the takings clause was complete and absolute bullshit.
Okay, so what happens when Nationwide just like goes out of business because of like a fender bender, because someone gets injured in a fender bender, and a jury says, you know what, $10 billion. This person was a woman. Her face.
And a judge would direct that verdict. A judge would direct that verdict. It would never happen like that.
Okay, so hold on. So what you're saying is, hold on. I'm cooking. Shut up. I'm cooking. All right. So what you're saying is that there's a system in place for the judge to recognize that juries go too far because of their biases. Because of their biases, the judge has to step in and correct the mistakes of the jury, because the jury is a bunch of Walmart retards that are like Nationwide bad, therefore we'll give them all the money in the world. And a judge who actually has fucking critical thinking skills and reason and understands the law is like, no, you can't fucking do $10 billion because that'll put every business in America out of a...
It doesn't work like that. And even your argument about the insurer, they're only liable up to the policy. They can't essentially be bankrupt.
Okay, you know what? Hold on. It's
policy.
fucking hold on. Let's say it's James River, and it's fucking excess and surplus insurance, right? So they have these huge fucking accounts, and it's Uber. Okay, so it's no longer a fucking individual driver. It's Uber and James River with like excess and surplus, right? So they have these huge contracts for those just in case moments where things exceed the damages of the policy of like Nationwide or Geico or, you know, like whatever other insurance company. Do we just take them for all the money that we can? Or do judges step in and go, yeah, that's too much fucking money?
But a jury
That's
wouldn't do that. It wouldn't even be part of the conversation in the trial. Like you're making these crazy latitudes and these like what ifs scenarios that just wouldn't happen.
In the law.
The jury. Why wouldn't the jury do it?
Your
The jury
fact
doesn't
pattern
do it
makes no
because
sense.
the jury doesn't do it because the system is in place to stop the jury from doing it. If it was completely unkept, if anybody could sue anybody up until to the ends of the earth, you would absolutely have insane judgments against people. I mean, granted, to be fair, that's happened with judges as well. But what I'm saying is that judges more often than not get it right for all of the reasons that I have listed. And again, I have not heard a counter argument to that.
You haven't heard a counter argument that you cared to listen to, but that's all right, though.
I've been listening and responding so much that Speakeasy hasn't had a chance to cook enough. Like you are.
I love Speakeasy, so let me go ahead and cook.
They're opening it up to you, Speakeasy.
Oh, I mean, so there's some parts that obviously I'm sure you can tell that me and Fabian don't exactly agree on, but the core of the argument of abolishing the jury trial, I haven't heard like really strong arguments. And like I'll bring up when you bring up like you guys have spoke to our arguments, the cost, the time it takes, the interpretation of the law being hard. You guys are bringing up arguments to our side of abolishing it. Like if you see this as a positive and like for the people, I'm failing to like, connect here with you.
Well, I think that's all you've heard, but okay.
Well, you could always repeat your
that's all you
arguments
agree
right now
with.
and make
That's all
a
that
good one.
resonates with you because of your bias. Fine.
Yeah,
Just
well,
say we haven't made any argument is
even if
insane.
this were true, wouldn't this speak to the stupidity of having jurors on a trial? Right? What you're
Even
saying
your
right
Crips
now,
support us.
you're saying during this debate, I can't even comprehend you're so fucking complex, and like I can't even comprehend what you're actually saying.
That's not what I said. I just said you're only listening to what you agree with.
Exactly.
You're
I'm
only
just
hearing what you agree
cherry
with, which is
picking.
fine.
Right.
Which
So
is
do you
fine.
want
That's your
people like
prerogative.
me on a jury deciding if someone should be convicted or
With
not?
11 other people who are going to hear arguments and see
You
evidence.
put me in a room with
et
those
cetera,
11
et cetera.
people. I
But not
promise
just
you they're
that.
going my way.
The lawyers
Promise
get to
you.
choose. You have a whole process called voir dire where you interview your jurors and choose the ones that you want. And lawyers can knock jurors off and keep the ones they want.
Right.
And
So
on any given day.
they get to cherry pick them and
No, it's
pick
not a
for the
cherry pick.
biases they want. That's
It's
amazing.
It's a vetting
So another
process.
reason we should get rid of it.
I
Hey,
mean, according
that's
to
amazing.
says you,
Right.
but
And I
it's a
guess you
vetting
also never heard
process.
of forum shopping either.
Yeah, it's a
we as
vetting
court- we
process
as
to pick
judges
for
decide
biases.
when
That's
we
stupid.
file our cases to be able to pull a certain judge, right? So again, this goes back to my imperfect system argument. It
I'm
has to
sure
do with
Curtis
that man in the
Flowers
bush.
loved that they were allowed to do that. They were allowed to X all the black jurors out so that it was a bunch of white racist people convicting him. I bet you he's real happy that we had jury trials. Thank God.
Right. And I bet you Johnny Depp was real happy too when his lawyers chose a conservative district in Virginia to be able to decide his case, right? And why people
Bro,
picked
she's
the pocket
literally on
prosecutions,
tape,
and why
fucking
people picked
saying all the craziest shit. Wouldn't have mattered.
and why people
You're
pick
bringing
certain
up high
forms for a
profile
reason.
cases. All the shit was put out before we even got this case. Let's talk about a high profile case that's gonna come up, right? How in the world? Tell me how in the world we can find a jury for the Charlie Kirk assassination that doesn't think the kid's already guilty? Tell me how you find that.
Lori Chick, would you like to answer that, or do you want
I
me-
just think there's a lot of, if you want to talk about the Kirk assassination, I think there's a lot of evidence out there that he's not guilty. So I don't know.
Oh, really?
I don't know. And I
that's
think
not what I see. I see everyone already convicting this kid, saying that he's guilty 100%. Matter of
obviously
fact, we had a
not
memorial
watching.
played in front of millions where everybody comes up and confirms he's the killer.
Yeah,
What are
well,
you
we're-
talking about? That whole case is fucked.
We're
I
not
don't know.
watching the same news.
I would
Yeah, we're
even
not watching
say
the same news.
I would be agreeable with Lawyer Chick on that because there's so many conspiracy theories
Yeah,
rattling
yeah,
around.
yeah.
There's a
We are
lot
not
of
watching the
theories
there's
aren't
a
what
lot
people-
of from what
Nobody
I've
cares
seen.
about the crock pots.
There's a lot
Sarah,
of
are you debating
hesitation.
us? What's going on?
I'm just saying this is like a general open in terms of what everybody thinks about Tyler. Was it Tyler Robinson? I think.
Everyone thinks he's guilty. Everyone thinks
No,
that him
I don't
hopping
agree with
off,
that.
does
him
not
in the
agree with that
picture
at all.
up, going up the stairs. Everyone thinks it. What do you mean? The
Where
only
do you
people is, like,
mean?
crock pots on fucking X that you're seeing making up conspiracy theories. They also think he was an AI and was never really shot. That shit's gonna get blown out, no problem. Nobody cares about that stupid shit being said.
Well, let's-
All the
Lord
point
Chick.
is he was killed and we got the guy. That's what everybody's saying. Even
Not
if you're
sure,
saying
really.
they'll say there was more people involved, blah, 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 blah. No one's saying they don't think he was on the roof and shot. No one's saying that. What are you
There's
talking
so
about?
much people are saying.
He's going to get his day in court.
Lord Chick,
He's
let's
innocent
assume
until-
Sarah, let me hop
yeah,
in.
go
So
ahead.
let's assume there are a bunch of people, Lawyer Chick, right? Let's assume the conspiracy theorists, Israel did it, group of faction of people on Twitter is actually representative of the entire population.
I mean,
So
I wouldn't
hold
call
on,
it
hold on,
Candace
hold on,
Owens a
hold on,
faction of
hold on.
people on Twitter, but go on.
Hold on, right? What she certainly has a faction on Twitter. She's got plenty of followers, right? Whatever. So let's assume. My question then, like, we can just reformulate it, Speakeasy. Like, it doesn't even need to be they all think he's guilty. Where are you going to find a jury that doesn't already have an opinion about the Charlie Kirk assassination?
I mean,
That's a very good question.
yeah, a great question, but you question your jurors and you find.
Can you imagine the
people to be
level of
reasonable.
retard you would have to be to be
take
like, who's
years
Charlie
to find
Kirk?
that person.
You know what I
Well,
mean?
wait till
And where are you gonna
hopefully
find
someone
a
was
judge
born
that
today.
doesn't
We'll
have
wait
opinion
18 years.
Let me ask Billy this. Let me ask Billy this. Let me ask Billy to answer this question. Billy, don't you think, having been, and I don't do jury work, but don't you think there's enough reasonable people that would come in that jury room and actually be able to be reasonable in spite of whatever media and whatever biases they have?
I believe so. And the reason being is the fact that one, because you have to look at the way in which the jury system works, right? All you need is one person who is not swayed by opinion to be able to come in and say, listen, this is not right. And in that instance,
Just hook them up to the reminder and we'll find that
and
out,
in
bro.
that case, you have a mistrial, right? In which that individual is not convicted.
We have to be of the 40% that
too,
don't automatically
yeah,
change their
the other
votes
mind-
because of
the
another
other
dominant
4,000
juror.
Hold on. The thing too is that this is the reason why you
I
have
got it
things
here at
such as
home.
jury surveys, right? To be able to pull out people that have biases. This is the reason why you have Batson challenges, to be able to pull out people that may have those biases so that you find a better system, right?
Can you
But also, what
imagine-
about a judge that also may have certain types of opinions about how that case should work? So, at least at bare minimum, there are some procedural safeguards to be able to make sure you get a better jury. There's absolutely nothing you have in terms of choosing a judge and a prosecutor because it's all by the luck of the draw.
Hold on.
That's
You
not
are
a
arguing.
safeguard
That's a
for
logical
better
fallacy.
jury.
Hold on.
What?
That's a complete logical fallacy. Both Speakeasy and I have given multiple alternatives, and none of them have been abolish the jury and then just keep singular judges. Both of us have stated a panel of judges or a professional jury, right? Like, so you arguing against this null, right? Which is the jury is gone and then we just keep the singular judge is just completely fallacious and not
Okay, so
engaging with the arguments.
let's go through with the panel of judges argument, because again, I have a framework that shows how the criminal justice system and how the justice system actually works. So I know, as someone
you're
that
a
actually
lawyer.
practices-
You know,
hold
yeah,
on.
from
Let me
experience.
finish it again, because
Make some
again,
fucking
because again,
arguments, man.
I've listened to you multiple times, like actually explain things that with a certain degree of like a certainty that like it's not how it works.
Name
so
one.
I know in real life
Name
that
one.
if I go and I file a case during a certain time,
Name
I'm
one.
more likely to pull a certain judge.
Name
okay.
one.
I also know that if I'm doing a federal case and I can find a sufficient nexus to a certain jurisdiction, I can pull the judges that are more favorable to my particular case.
Yeah,
I
you
know
wouldn't
for
be
a
able to
fact
do
Not
that.
that
arguing
It
the
wouldn't be
point and
like
can't
that.
name.
right
Wouldn't
again.
be like that.
I'm talking about the panel of judges. I know that if
Yeah,
I
but that's
have
not how it would be.
But again, if you allow me to
Nobody's
finish,
arguing for that
I
system.
can also find in terms of the panel of judges argument that if on which in certain jurisdiction you would find a panel of judges would be generally at the appeals level. Where in DC you get 3, and I think Virginia you get 5. In other jurisdictions you get about 7.
We're not talking
If
about
I
appellate
excuse
courts.
me, I can
Excuse you, you're just talking nonsense.
But hold on, I'm actually taking your panel of judges argument, and I'm saying that the fact that even then I can still manipulate the system by finding out judges who are at the end of the term and want to be receive an additional term. And I know, well, you know what? They may not want to come out with a controversial verdict here because they ultimately want to be reappointed. So
why
again,
have you baked in? No, this is
Okay,
nonsense.
so can you
baked into your
Broad
example.
Street, hold up,
this is
Fabian.
not
One second.
example.
One second.
What I'm
Fabian.
describing
Broad
to you
Street,
are
Broad
things
Street.
that commonly
Fantasy.
happen.
Broad Street.
It's not
Broad
fantasy.
Street.
It commonly happens.
Broad Street. You wouldn't be able to do that in the system where the judges are randomized. You wouldn't get to just select what judges you get. That's not how it would work. Right? No, but you're arguing for a system that I nor Fabian have.
It's just a
advocated
straw
How
man.
the system works. That's what I'm doing. I'm telling right now, I'm not living in Disneyland where every magical imagination and fantasy comes true. I'm talking about the system as it is right now and how the system is being manipulated and how these objective arbiters of truth that you posited in your first
No, this is why people hate lawyers. This is why people hate lawyers. You're refusing to engage.
Truth.
You're
Nobody
refusing to
said
engage
this.
with the hypothetical and instead creating a straw man, then getting up on a big giving a big speech about it, and then you just claim over and over again that you've said a bunch of things that are completely false, and I know that that's not how the system works. I'll tell you to name one, and you just keep giving your fucking speech.
Yeah, Broad Street. Let me demonstrate
actually
this for you really
naming one.
quickly again. Broad Street. Let me try to demonstrate this again for you very quickly. Do you think someone, because you said you went to school and you're a lawyer, right?
Law school license in 2 jurisdictions, currently working on the 3rd.
Base. Do you think you have a better understanding and can interpret the law with more fairness compared to Sarah?
No. And I'm going to tell you why.
You're a shit fucking lawyer then.
Nobody hire this guy ever. Ask for your fucking money back.
To be fair, though,
Holy
I did do free law.
Because again, I am so far.
Yeah, you took some English classes, Sarah. Calm down.
Because again, and this is real stuff. I'm so far removed from being able to understand from the average everyday thing that I am that guy that would say, you know what, punitive damages in this case should be double-digit multipliers because we actually need to punish, because I know because of my understanding of the law what needs to be done in order to affect real change and actually provide real justice. Which is the reason
Pause right there. You just gave an example based off of your education. I disagree with it, but based off of your education and understanding of the system, why you would change the damages because of the specific legal and political opinions that you bring because of your expertise of knowledge. Good night. It is over. Broad Street Bully is on our side now, and he's thinking in his brain to try and figure out his own fucking contradictions.
But I also said I was an administrative law judge and that I also was held to bias, which is the reason why in a lot of my decisions, I wish I had a jury there to be able to decide what was reasonable in the best interest of society.
I just want to let everyone in the chat know that if you guys need a lawyer, you can hire me and Fabian. We will be costing $4,000
I want to let everyone know that I have not
$4,000 an hour.
All
right,
that I am
We
not.
don't need to. Fuck
Nothing
it,
I
bro.
give is legal advice.
Looks like we don't need to.
Me,
We don't need
gentlemen.
to.
I went to school for psychology and counseling. All right,
Pardon me,
I'm not an
gentlemen.
expert.
I wanted
in
to
this.
hand it over to Lawyer Chick. She's been kind of on the quiet side. I wanted to give her an opportunity since we are tailing towards the end to maybe if she had some additional arguments to throw in there.
No, I think everything that I needed to say has been said throughout this evening. I don't really have anything to add. I'll sit here for, happy to be here for the final debate and get in where I fit in. But I still think it would be, believe it or not, much less efficient and much less fair to abolish jury trials. I'm still as messy as I think they are, and expensive and flawed, I still think that they are a crucial part of our justice system as it stands. And unless we're going to undo all of it, I mean, a panel of judges or just arbitration just gives
You're coming
gives me a
around.
fucking
Let's undo
headache.
all of it.
No, it gives me a headache.
Voluntary justice, baby.
That's a whole nother conversation. We're not. I mean, if we were going to abolish everything and redo everything, that's another conversation. But today we're just talking about jury trials, and I'm still for them. So thanks.
Anyone else want to dive in, or else we can move over to closing statements?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're pretty much cooked. I mean, I don't see them going anywhere except circling and trying to bring up some more like random rare cases where a judge was corrupt, right? But they've agreed, like especially lawyer chick. Like I'm surprised she's even on the side of having a jury trial. Only reason I can see it is because a lawyer will have an easier time giving rhetoric to a bunch of morons in a crowd than they would actually, giving evidence to a case,
Job security over here. That's what they're arguing for.
Fair enough. All right. Well, let's go ahead and move into closing statements, please. Lawyer Chick, if you want to kick us off with your final statement.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't think I'm cooked. I think I stand by my arguments. And these outliers that you talk about in these random cases, again, are actually what sets law. It's precedent. These cases don't come every day. They come every 5, 10, 15, 20 years, depending on the case. So that's how American law is built, by what you call outliers, what we call precedent and case law. So with that being said, this has been fun. I totally disagree with whatever solution you bring up. Like I said, to a jury trial, panels of judges sounds extraordinarily expensive and administrative. The whole reason why juries exist is really to bring the law, I guess, to bring the law to the people and the people to the law. And in theory, I'm still, I guess, an idealist. That's still a super important part of this functioning system as we know it. Again, if we want to talk about what we could rebuild if we tore it all down, it's another conversation I'm happy to have. So thanks, everybody.
Perfect. Thank you. Broad Street Bully, to you, sir.
To echo everything Lori Chick said, but I'd encourage everyone to go out and read the book by one of my professors, Andrew Ferguson. It's called Why Jury Duty Matters. And I encourage everyone, please don't rip up that form. Go out and serve on a jury. We need you. Society needs you. Judges need you in order to become a more perfect union. Thank you.
Thank you. Fabian, to you, please.
Wait, how long are closing statements? I thought it was
typically same in as same out.
I'll try and keep it brief because they were, short and sweet. So to be short and sweet, I posited the question in the beginning after making my arguments of all of the reasons why jurors are more susceptible to emotion, cognitive biases, why the research clearly shows that these people are more easily manipulated by rhetoric and by, poisoning the well and things of that nature, and why judges, in a panel or systems like they use in, like I said, in Israel or in France or in Germany, or in Italy as well, right? Why these systems, I think, tend to be more cost effective as well as get closer to the objective truth when it comes to crime. Obviously, I'm not a legal positivist, right? I absolutely support jury nullification, which is, why my intro statement, I talked about the founding fathers and what their actual arguments were, and why they believed that jury trials were a necessary, I think Patrick Henry called it a necessary appendage. Hamilton and Madison arguing that it was a bulwark against the state, and why I think that those systems, the very things that they highlighted that were flaws of jury trials are all things that have drastically exacerbated in our current society. The complexity of law, it was kind of like, to borrow a term from Broad Street Bully, poo-pooed away. Right. This concept of, the complexity of law. I think it is very obvious that law has grown in every domain ever so more complex, and that jury instructions, get longer and longer as the decades go by, because the laws get more and more complicated, the regulations involved, especially when we're dealing with things like financial crimes or things of that nature. You know, it was, you know, when we were talking about things like such, just there's so many issues here. And so I pose the question, well, how is it that a jury trial is more likely, to preserve our liberties in some degree against judicial tyranny? And they, I think it was great of them to bring up that, yes, certain cases set precedent, they get challenged because of, certain violations, et cetera. But again, what we see over and over again is that all of their arguments entail to the counterfactual that we gave, right? The biases. Obviously, judges are biased. Obviously, jurors are biased. But again, we gave an argument as to why a panel of judges or systems like they use in Europe would be better. And they have no rebuttal for that specifically, other than bringing up cases that set precedent. Well, here's a funny thing. If there's a panel of judges, and this occurs in all of those other countries I mentioned as well, you still have an adversarial system. You can still challenge and bring to appellate courts. Nobody said we were going to abolish appellate courts. And then you can still set precedent in case law. So again, every argument that they gave tonight was an argument that also worked in our favor. And so it's almost like I don't know what to say as a closing statement other than repeating everything I said in the opening statement, because none of them were sufficiently challenged. And I need better opponents.
Thank you, Fabian. Speakeasy to you, please.
All right. Well, first off, again, thank you to Sarah for hosting this. Thank you to the opponents for showing up, and as well as my partner. All right. Anyone who doesn't know me, I go by Speakeasy on YouTube. Normally a conservative commentator, debater, musician. I also run a Bloodsport debate panel every Friday with a cash prize on the line. So I know a thing or two about high stakes and tough decision, and that's exactly what we've been talking about here. The highest stakes there are: human lives and justice. Look at what we've been defending here, right? 12 strangers randomly picked, holding the fate of someone's life in their hands, and they call it tradition. I call this chaos dressed up as fairness. It's biased, it's inconsistent, it's emotional, and it's slow. Again, it's an institutional bias running like a fault line. Okay, the wealthy, the educated, and all the dominant groups get overrepresented while the marginalized stay left behind. And you guys call this a democracy. Again, I call this lottery, where luck decides guilt or innocence. You may want to talk about a reform. We heard little bits about it. Again, that would have just been putting lipstick on a corpse, and anything they brought up about maybe changing, it just sounded stupid. All right. Ask yourself before you leave this debate tonight, all right? Do you trust 12 random retards to decide the fate of human life, or do you trust justice itself? Trained, unflinching, and accountable justice, all right? The answer is clear. The jury's dead, and it's time to bury it. And one more thing, I know it gets contentious in these debates, all right? But I hold no hard feelings or hate towards the other side. All right. I still hope God brings you many blessings. Okay.
Likewise.
Now I feel like a dick because I didn't say that at the end of mine.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Thank you, Speakeasy.
with the
Fucking
dog.
Fabian.
Thank you guys for having me too. By the way, I really enjoyed myself. This was
Yes. I'm
I was-
so glad.
I was bed tired too. I'm usually in bed by 7 o'clock, so it's pretty cool.
Wow. Welcome to the
Yeah.
night crew
Welcome
and
to
all
the
of the night
panelers.
dwellers. I have officially dropped the link for Open Panel Dumpster Fire. If you'd like to start jumping backstage because you have something to add, or you just want to call them all a bunch of humbo jumbo tarts, that's fine too. It works just the same. It sounds about right for the par for the course. Otherwise, we're going to go through some super chats while you guys start moving and making your way backstage. Some dude says, just sat on a jury. The 11 others just wanted to go home ASAP. Not one understood the reason there were 3 charges. Same crime. Presumed innocent. 11 lied. Any thoughts you guys want to add to that?
Well, yeah, this is actually one of the things I've been speaking to the whole time, right? Is that you just have people that don't even want to be there, right? When we first fired this up, mad people in mine and Sarah's chat I seen said that they literally did whatever they could to get out of jury trial.
Same.
But then there's also the opposite people who like really, really, really want to be on the jury. They're like thirsty for it, and they're like, "I'm the perfect juror. I'll
Yeah,
say
maybe
anything
for
you
like
want
a
me to
famous
say."
person case.
I told you.
You know,
I
there's
told
a
you, those are
celebrity. You're
boomers.
like, yeah, I want to be
Hold
there.
on. No, it's the boomers. No, listen. I ran a I was the supervisor for the quality control supervisor for the census. God, I could tell you about that shit show. But like, dude, it was so difficult getting employees for the post enumeration survey, to go out and like and interview people like for their third time for the census. People were very angry. But like, dude, it was literally just all boomers. And then like, it was me at like 28 and like a bunch of boomers, and it's like and it's because everyone knows that there's no sense of civic engagement in Gen Z or millennials, and especially Gen X, right? Gen X are completely checked out. They've always been. I mean, they're coming back with Facebook memes and being like the adults in the room, right? But there is no civic engagement. These people don't give a fuck because the state hasn't done anything for them except fuck them over, right? Like and so like they're not interested. They don't care. So I mean, like it may have been true in a bygone era, certainly when the founding fathers were arguing for this. But in today's era, nobody wants to be on fucking jury duty. It just fucks up your schedule and your day. And yeah, there's some people that care, but that's a fraction of a percent. As far as I can tell, maybe the lawyers will argue it's like 10% or something, and I'm in an echo chamber, but it's certainly not the majority.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever necessarily seen a whole lot of happy people, but like the people that were the teacher's pet, they're the ones that get excited for it. I've noticed the like overachievers. James of the Big Ten says, "Thank you, Sarah. Lawyer Chick is a legend, just for subtitle."
Thank you, James.
Yeah, but she won't hand out pamphlets. She knows.
Maybe now I will. Maybe now I will.
Well, and actually, while you guys were going over that topic, I looked it up for that judges can choose whether they want to instruct the jury that that's even a possibility or not, which is a scary thought because it's like, well, so now you're subjective to whether the judge even wants to inform the jury, and what we inform the jury of is the most vital bits of information, like the law, how it's applied, the sentencing behind it, so on and so forth. And they're only allowed to work with what they've been given. So if we don't let them know and they didn't already know to begin with, well, where is that subjectivity there?
Well, that was like the Florida case that I brought up, that like over 100 convictions had to be either overturned or reversed because of the faulty jury instruction, because it was something about what it was reliant on was wrong. They weren't supposed to put what it was reliant on. I can get the exact details for you if you'd like, but yeah, that's the problem, is jury instructions in itself is an issue.
And that was what I brought up when I brought up Lysander Spooner's an essay on trial on jury trial, right? It's the same thing, that the state controls the process of instruction and controls the system. So it was always a contradiction in and of itself. This concept of like the trial by jury being a bulwark against it was only a temporary thing because of the contradictions inherent in state justice.
Fair enough. Anthony says only 1 out of 10 on the tomato tax. Pick up the slack, hit the like, and subscribe. Thank you for the kind reminder, Anthony. A nuke throws in the Big Ten to say entry ticket to the show. Yes, have you all paid for your ticket yet out there in the audience? The Carnal Conservative says, save me a slot. Well, panel is officially open, Carnal, so feel free to jump on in.
It feels like a contradiction, doesn't it? Carnal Conservative?
A little bit. Contemporary Compendium says, guess who single-handedly made the decisions to uphold the unconstitutional pokey thing in 19 orders in 2020 onwards? Judges, no jury, hell, even no trials. Any thought process there?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't think that judges don't make mistakes, right? I mean, I think we are talking about cases. I would.
You're bringing up something like nobody's faced before. Like we can look at this afterhand and say, they all made bad decisions because I would have did this and I would have did that. But again, this is just like post making up what you think would have been done better, right? it's easy to say in a situation we've never seen before, we should have did it this way.
Well, no, I agree that the entire concept on I'm not pro statist, you know, so it just doesn't deal with the argument of whether one is better or the other, right? Whether it is better that there is a jury trial, whether or not it's better that there is a panel of informed professional jurors or judges. Instead, it's like judges are bad and politicians are corrupt. It's like, yeah, agreed. I'm with you, brother. Like, I'm with you. Politicians all suck. Everyone in the government sucks.
Listen, I think that the best and brightest minds in terms of judges on the Supreme Court currently, I don't know if there's an article, I think it was an NBC or someplace I read, where the federal district court judges are now pissed off at the Supreme Court because of the decisions that they've been making. I mean, the fact of the matter is, you know, even this panel of judges are even getting it wrong, right? And that's why, again, we're always going to need that, that third party, I think, because even these judges just sometimes they can't even get a clue. And I mean, you did make some good points, about Gen Z being disaffected. I agree with you there that sometimes some of them don't make. They're not as engaged, but I've just seen where you find some people who really want people to get their day in court, that really take the evidence seriously. So I don't know. I've seen it on both sides.
Fair enough. James says, I'm surprised a libertarian is against jury trials. He trusts agents of the state, judges, versus the people. Key problem is the state does not fully inform the jury of their rights and duties.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is directed towards me, so I'll just state that any system that does not allow for voluntary justice is a violation of human rights. It just is, obviously that's not like something we're going to harp on big when my co-partner isn't a libertarian. And so the question then becomes, if the state refuses to stop violating your rights and give up its monopoly on the justice system, then we need to move in such a direction that minimizes violations of the non-aggression principle to the greatest degree. And I would state that the altruism and collectivism and the horrendous philosophy of the typical juror is one that is less likely to engage in finding the correct and objective decision within the judicial process. So it's not so much that I want or like or trust the state in that regard. It's just that it's better than the jury trial system.
Yeah, you were being a good debate partner, first off, okay? And that's the actual point, though, is regardless of like the replacement and what we would do instead of the jury trial, like where we might disagree on, the main core, abolishing the jury trial, we had agreed on and we made solid arguments for. And so I don't see a problem that, he's libertarian.
I need to make it clear that like I'm not trusting agents of the states and judges, versus the people. But I would suggest for like introductory libertarian reading, read Democracy, the God That Failed by Hans Hermann Hoppe, and actually read it instead of pretending to read it. And you'll notice why Hoppe argues that monarchism and feudalism are superior systems to liberal democracy. But that doesn't mean that they're good systems, right? They're just better than liberal democracy.
Right. And I wish that people knew like how the criminal justice system works and how to because most of the cases I do are criminal cases. And I hate to tell you all, judges don't know the law. It is actually the lawyers' jobs through briefs, motions, arguments to educate the judges what the law are. Even when you're certain like a lower court judge and even certain courts, they have something called a judge's bench guide that they use. And then if they have really complex cases, they have to go back to a bunch of law students and law clerks, right, who also help them understanding the law. So again, it's these guys, even the panel, right? They're swayed to argument and through lawyers, and they get emotional, and they need to be educated as well. So even the panel of judges argument is just not a straw argument, at least in practice. Right?
Yeah,
I think that's
I agree with you.
In practice, in real life, how this works.
I agree with you to a certain extent, and that's part of what that's part of my argument. Right, which is that the law is ever increasingly complex to such a degree that even judges struggle to understand the law that they're judging on. And so the concept that it's therefore good that the jury be there really kind of just, I feel it goes more towards my argument than yours. If the law is becoming so complex that judges not only have to brush up on it, but have to re-educate themselves on all of the changes and things that are occurring. Yeah.
It's not necessarily even the complexity, it's the amount of it, right?
Yeah. Well, I think that's kind of
and that they get different cases in front of them on any given day.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm just pointing out that the fact that even they're swayed, right? I mean, I'm trying to remember, there was a Supreme Court case where and I can't believe I forgot the case citation, but like the briefs were like absolutely wonderful. Clarence Thomas didn't ask it, like as usual, didn't ask a single question. The lawyer just hopped up for like 35 minutes, talked about public policy, never touched on the law. But the brief was just so well written that it persuaded like half of the Supreme Court bench. So I don't know. It's slippery.
Well, I mean, to be fair, SCOTUS is choosing the cases that they take, right? So they have a vested interest in
That's the point.
researching it before the case is even there. It's not like it's a mystery, right?
Yeah.
Evan Lord comes in with a big 10 to say, Speakeasy is giving me black fatigue. Thank you, Miss Sarah, for hosting a debate and open panel today. Anyway, chat and panelists, what is your favorite Game of Thrones noble house for the tomato tax? Anyone a Game of Thrones watcher?
I have no idea.
Sorry, Evan. No nerds on board.
I watched through it, but I don't remember the names.
I like the Iron Bank. That's the only ones I like. The Iron Bank.
I'm going to convert two capitalists here tonight. All right.
Some dude says, my case of 11 people not caring about lying about innocent until proven cannot be rare. Reasonable person is academic nonsense. Retard is right. Any thoughts?
I might disagree that like reasonable person is academic nonsense, but I think this is one of those problems where I think there's a legal understanding of reasonable, and then there is a colloquial understanding of reasonable, right? And so I think this is actually one of those cases where jurors are such a problem because they come in with a concept of what is or isn't reasonable, which is like, would I do that? Does that seem like a good idea? As opposed to, a recognition that there is a line that is intersubjectively communicated within culture and society where actions or are telegraphed or behavior is telegraphed in such a degree where like there is a threshold where you are crossing into reasonable and unreasonable. And that's going to be different based upon like obviously the case and what that standard is applied to. So I don't think it's necessarily academic nonsense. I just think it's something that is difficult for a jury to understand.
That's fair. That's fair. James says, if people are too dumb to serve on juries, are they smart enough to rule themselves? If they can't rule themselves, don't we need an all-powerful state and professional managerial class to rule them?
Of course they can't rule themselves. What do you mean? Like, we wouldn't need laws if people could just all rule themselves. What kind of stupid fucking question is that? Like,
it's probably directed to
people
me.
People, of course, are too dumb to rule themselves.
Well, I think what you actually advocate for when you say rule yourselves, right? It's kind of interesting because they use like a semantic argument here. Because I would argue that if you're a statist, you're actually the one in favor of people ruling all elements of society, right? You're the one that thinks that some 18-year-old fucking, fresh out of their parents, still living in their parents' basement, person has this same voting power as like on CDC policy as like an epidemiologist. And I think that's fucking retarded, right? So like, I think actually the concept of self-rule and self-ownership from a libertarian perspective is, it comes with it a certain understanding of voluntary hierarchy, and that hierarchy is established as expertise, and experts do the things that they're experts in, as opposed to this stupid system where like 330 million Americans get to decide what the policy is for fucking Alaskans. Like, why? How does that make sense other than the status quo?
Lawyer Chick sends in $5 because I'm awesome and I have the chat that always wins every time, no matter who's debating, what they're debating, or why they're debating it. Chat always wins. Texas Bully Moms with the Big 10 says, excuse me, it's we the retards. We've surpassed we the people. Fair enough. P. Fledge sends in 5 to say, remember to tip your hostess for this non-habit forming sleep aid. Yes, you are all addicted to this show. Atima, who is backstage as well, sends in 10 to say, are all legal cases the same? If not, why would we try to create a universal system for legal cases?
I don't think anyone argued that.
I think she means
No, we
by
just want the law to be applied universally. I don't care if you're, a single mother or some, rich dude. Like, if you stole something, you should get the right punishment. If you fucking murder someone, you should get the right punishment. It shouldn't be about your background and all this emotional bullshit. That's what I'm talking about.
But I think what she's talking about is this idea of like a panel of judges or arbitrators. I think she's arguing that juries.
Approach to justice.
Yeah, that juries.
Sure.
Are more.
Why does it need to be 12 jurors every time? You know what I mean? Like it's.
Well,
it's,
sometimes
like
there's like you could have 5 or 7 or 9 or 12. It's not always a 12-person jury.
But again, you could have 3 or 4. Actually, as a matter of fact, Speakeasy, I don't know why you didn't bring this up again. You specifically stated that depending upon the complexity or the type of case would depend upon how many individual judges you would have on. Right. So he's actually explicitly argued against that. So I don't know who this is directed towards.
King Speech sends in 20 to ask, did we hit the goal? No, not yet, but when you sent that final 10, you did. Thank you so kindly. Broad Street, I know you were debating the idea of making an early exit this evening. Do you want to stay on for a little bit of open panel, or would you like to go ahead and leave before we
I'll hang on for a little bit. This is pretty awesome.
Ooh, I have a feeling Broad Street Bully is going to be coming back for more debates. See, it is addicting. All right, let's get us set up and get ready to meet your panel. Hang tight.
Wait. Oh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the gauntlet is officially open. I will start shifting the chat over to there shortly with a link to get you, over to the gauntlet side. The tomato side will be shutting down shortly over on the YouTube. So be prepared for that. And if you can either catch the link or catch the raid, a choice is yours. Outside of that, the 4 panelists on the top of the screen with me are protected for the evening. You cannot boot them. However, anyone on the bottom half is bootable. Backstage, I currently have Powder Dusty, Reverend Russ, Mo Rebuttal, and somebody just jumped in. That's Beats by T9P. All right, so I'll continue letting the chat know who's backstage. So if you want to boot someone and bring someone else up, it's a measly $10 out of your pocket and into mine, and I will happily make it happen. All right, Evan, you were first in line per usual, quite frankly. Why don't you go ahead and kick us off with some thought process there?
If you have anything for me, I'm gonna be right back. I really gotta piss. I've been holding it in for like last 15 minutes.
It.
Right?
If you need a hand with that, I'm sure someone will walk you to the bathroom.
Shake it more than 3 times you're playing with it.
I need 2 or 3.
A Broad Street Bully. I just would like to say I really appreciate your eloquence this evening when you were talking and using very descriptive language. I very much appreciate that. Though, Flavian Liberty, when it comes to the abolishment of trials, wouldn't you say that it's like the trial or like the jury system is better because it is more inclined to have an innocent person stay innocent as opposed to the state just going in forcing you with either a plea bargain, which is complete bullshit, or like it will strong arm you otherwise. And the jury is the one thing that stops like plea bargains from being outrageous.
I mean, I don't think so. And the reason I don't think so is because we're kind of already in a situation where 97% of criminal cases are plead out anyways. Right. So, I mean, like, if the concept is that, like, this system will exacerbate that, it's like, I have a hard time imagining it being that much worse. And to what degree it would even be relatively worse. Right. Like, even if it was even if it was like another 2% of cases, which would be horrible, right? Like, relatively speaking, 97% are already, no longer go to jury trial anyways, because the state knows that you can either take a plea deal or they're going to charge you with additional crimes if you exercise your presumed right to trial by jury. So I don't see evidence to see that, but I mean, like, that doesn't mean that wouldn't occur, or that wouldn't be an increased problem, right? Like, anytime I'm dealing with pragmatic concerns of the state that isn't full abolishment, I would always say, like, phase these things out, right? Like, potentially, like, let a municipality or something try it out, and if it's disastrous, then whatever. I mean, as much as I dislike the state and many in the Constitution and many of our forms of government, that doesn't mean that, like, federalism was a terrible idea, right? Like let's see Florida fucking try it, and if it works out great in Florida, then maybe more states will would have the freedom to adopt it. Obviously, this is all kind of moot because it requires a constitutional convention to occur anyways, right? So this entire thought process is hypothetical. It's just as likely as abolishing the state, as far as I'm concerned.
And allow me to interrupt. Cash App just came in for a measly $10 from Flo to boot Atima and get himself up here. Powder Dusty always likes to use the power of money to get himself on screen because he always ends up late in the game, which I'm gladly appreciated.
I'm also
going
to
to $10.
Quick piss.
My money
Sure.
power is better than my time management power.
Fair enough. And if you have not already moved over to the Gauntlet, please continue to do so now. I will be shutting down the tomato side in exactly 2 minutes. So if you're watching on the tomato side, start moving over or catch the wave in 2 minutes when I shut it down. Okay. Evan, if you wanted to go kick back, or if not, we can hand it off to someone else.
All right. I'll go in the back, though. There's just one thing I want to say to Speakeasy when he comes back, but
that super chat with the black fatigue made me LOL for real.
There's a lot of lore built into that one. All right. Hang tight, Evan. Effigy, next in line.
I'm back.
Does anybody disagree?
I heard him say he had something for me, and I rushed back. Didn't even wash my hands just for you, bro.
All right. I'd just like to quote from one of my favorite shows. I'm going to go and say something that may hurt you on a deep personal level, but it's the truth. Speakeasy, you're not black. You're white. But anyway, have a good night.
That was a good one, bro.
Bye, Evan.
Good one, bro.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, Effigy, kick us off.
You waited all that time just to say that? What a fucking dork.
Yeah. First, I would like
runs
to.
After he says it.
First, I'd like to congratulate Fabian on his transformation from anarcho-capitalist to statist bootlicker.
Right.
All in one night. Since the last time I was on panel with him, he was literally arguing against all this shit, talking about private.
We strategized ahead of time, Effigy. Stop holding this shit against him. He was making sure he didn't go against me during this debate, okay? We obviously disagree on a whole bunch of shit, right?
Sure, it just seems like, especially during the debate, him like saying he's an anarcho-capitalist and then going down these lines of argument just seemed completely antithetical to what he's saying. So I'm not sure how much he actually. Well, isn't the entire point of anarcho-capitalism not to have a state arbiter for all this? Wouldn't you prefer to have private arbitration for all of that?
Yeah, I've mentioned that multiple times.
It's expensive as fuck.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
also,
but he's
the
comparing
ECP.
the two. He's comparing juries to a panel of judges, right?
maybe you missed it.
He says they both suck.
Yeah,
I may have missed
maybe
it.
you missed it, right?
completely
I
possible.
specifically,
I catch most of the debate, but not all of it.
Also,
the
stated
idea
multiple times against that. So what I said
well,
multiple
you've said
times.
That.
Okay, well,
yeah, that's the third time you said
I get
it.
it. Yeah, so you're coming in a line of attack against my character and.
Oh no, it's still hilarious.
Channel,
it's still hilarious
right?
that you've been status bootlicking all night. But my big gripe with y'all's position is
so
that you guys keep bringing up.
Calm down, Effigy.
You guys keep bringing up the idea of having a panel of judges. Do you think it's actually practical to have an entire panel of judges for every single trial in America?
Every single trial, we're replacing jury
we have that many
trials, not
judges.
every
I'm just
single
curious.
trial,
Are you always interrupting in
talking
line?
about?
Animated. Are you always interrupting?
I mean, I asked a question. I don't care what you're saying right now. I asked a question.
Right, you asked
Well,
a
that's
question
the
and then you
answer.
immediately steamrolled over the answer.
gave
that
you
I
an
was
answer.
attempting
Let
to
me
give.
give a little reset, everyone. I'm shutting down the tomato side. Move over to the gauntlet as of now. Okay, go ahead, Fabian. Try to figure out what Effigy's saying.
Yeah, no, like I stated multiple times that I am for the abolishment of the state. I'm for the abolishment of the state's monopoly on justice as well as monopoly on violence. And I stated that insofar as they refuse to give up that system, insofar as we do not get that, then we have to use pragmatic concerns within the state to reduce violations of the non-aggression principle and to get towards a more objective system of justice. And that is
So you
why
would give up one of our only mechanisms to buttress against state tyranny.
I made a full argument about why that isn't the case.
Yeah, that isn't a only mechanism. What are you talking about?
It's one of our most robust mechanisms against state tyranny in the judicial system. Yes,
I
it is.
disagree and made plenty of arguments to the contrary. I don't want to rehash the entire debate just because.
So if a government just goes on a tear of political indictments and prosecutions, you don't think that juries can nullify
One
that shit?
judge won't be able to do that in a panel of judges that it's randomized each case. What are you talking about, Effigy? You're arguing against something no one
So
said.
governments can't like stuff the judiciary full of judges that are only ideologically like them?
No, because
I
I
think
think
this happens now.
judges, there would be a judicial commission that involves the citizens, right? That's the way we'd get judges.
That happens now, and like I said, I gave multiple countries where a process of panel of judges is used. It's used in Israel. It's used in France.
So
it's used
so
in
in
civil
our
cases,
country, of
specifically in
300
in
million
Italy.
people, we should have a panel of judges for all trials. Do we have that many judges?
Not all trials, Effigy, just to replace jury trials. You heard Lawyer Chick earlier just explain that it's like 4% of civil cases and 3% of criminal cases. That's not all trials, is it? Come on, Effigy. Stop doing the straw man thing. Come on.
And Dusty just sent in another $10 cash app to again boot Atima and bring himself up. Oh, I feel like there's gonna be a nice little war.
There's like a war here. Yeah, I got to get in on this.
Can be. There can be.
Yeah,
I do have a
we had
question
a
real
very-
quick. Have
we
you
did have a
guys
very-
ever
go
heard of
ahead.
court packing? You talk about this panel of judges, but have you ever heard of the concept of court packing?
Yeah, of
See, I'm a
course.
preacher. I have a
What are
very
you?
public ministry.
Preacher.
So if let's say your court panel or your panel of judges is packed with judges who are anti-Christ, they don't like Christians, they don't want Christian theology in their society, how fair of a chance or trial am I going to get with those judges?
Well, how far? The same could be said about jury trials.
Yeah,
What are you
but
talking about?
not really, because there's a conflict of interest when you have people that are within the industry, and most judges were prosecutors.
Maybe Broad Street or a Lawyer Chick can help with this. Can you guys explain the finer points of jury selection for us?
Sure. So normally what happens is that one, jury selection is very limited because it's usually in one state that I practice, it's the people that actually have driver's license that are picked. That's like the first rung. Then they're based upon the voter registration rolls. Then those people are brought in on a certain cycle. So every 4 years, 6 years, etc. Then there's initial screening form that's given. Do you know the parties? Are you associated? Do you have any bias? Excuse me, I'm actually trying to catch up on dinner. Whether or not, if do you have a particular interest in this case? Then from there, they're brought in, and then there's a process called voir dire, where both the defense and plaintiff you receive up to 12 batson strikes. and also in certain jurisdictions, you're allowed to give the jury a survey, to certain things, political leadings, and then you can also ask them a certain number of questions to decide which jurors you're going to select or not select. That's generally how it works.
And each side can remove a limited number of jurors for no reason at all.
Well, it according to the case law, it can't be based on any immutable characteristic, and it can't be discriminatory in nature.
Yeah. Though not based on race and gender, you don't have to give a reason.
Yeah, but
so it could be based on race and gender. You just don't say it. You know what I'm saying?
An example of this is in a grape case, the prosecution would aim to try and remove as many males off the jury as possible to get as a highly amount of females, so they'd be more sympathetic to the prosecution.
Most prosecutors,
and likewise for a case for a defendant, the defendant's counsel gets to select jury members who would also benefit their case as well. So, for example, I'm a preacher, so my counsel, if I have a wise counsel, they would look for people who have conservative backgrounds or Christian ethics to assist in hearing that case. You see, the thing about a jury trial is you have arguments from both sides, and the jury has to hear those arguments. So it really determines on how good your counsel is at presenting the case to the jury, and that is what sways the jury's opinion. Now, if you have a council of judges up there, you're not going to sway the judges because the judges are already packed.
It's bad because someone with really good rhetoric is going to be able to sway people no matter based on his guilty or innocence.
And if I'm the defendant, I'm going to want somebody who's a master of rhetoric, but not only a master of rhetoric, but a master of case law,
and I don't care what you would want if you're guilty. I want the evidence to be
what if you're
innocent and it to be judged based off evidence only.
What about innocence? But I'm innocent until proven guilty, and I'm proven guilty by a jury of my peers, not by a council of judges.
You're saying magic words.
You're just like you're just
like they're not magic words.
Putting out random shit.
Right. The reason there's supposed to be a jury of your peers is so that they don't have a conflict of interest.
So innocent people shouldn't say they're innocent?
No,
they're not innocent people shouldn't say they're innocent?
That's not what I said. What the fuck are you talking about, Clay?
You're saying it's magic words to say
I'm saying
I'm innocent.
No, I said you're saying magic words, and then you immediately interrupted, and then you said you're saying. What you're doing right now is Kathy Newman versus Jordan Peterson.
What you're doing
so
is
what you're saying is I'm not obfuscating.
What you're doing is obfuscating. Yes, you are.
No, I'm not obfuscating.
What are the magic words?
Clay, no one said anything about
the magic words of just saying I'm judged by a jury of my peers. It's no, you're fucking not. They're not your fucking peers, right? This is just,
it's not
just a
magic words.
platitude. Yeah, I understand you want to interrupt to say no.
It means people
I'm
outside of the legal system.
Hold on,
I'm going to finish
speaking.
speaking.
Hold on. Go
Right?
ahead,
Well,
Fabian,
it's a
finish your
panel.
thought.
I don't know if you noticed.
Hold on. Finish your thought, Fabian.
Okay, I'm sure. I assume this isn't your first time doing a panel. Usually people finish speaking and then you can actually hear what the argument
really?
is. Really? So
that wasn't the example you said during the debate.
Fair enough. If you notice a logical fallacy, feel free to interrupt me. But it actually has to be one. So again, you have cooked in that the state is going to court pack anti-Christians as like a desire of the state.
They have before.
It may not happen, but having
the argument
selection.
Right. The argument is that this is a given in your hypothetical, right? So of course
it doesn't have to be one.
Oh my God, dude.
It doesn't have to be one. The jury process gives you protection against it if it is.
Let me do a reset. Atima wants me to choose to boot someone, and I did mess up. I do my deepest apologies to Atima because it is $20 to kick a lady. So I do feel bad. I messed that one up. But Lawyer Chick, why don't you pick someone on the bottom half to boot? I never pick, so go ahead and pick someone.
Okay, I'll just pick the one who spoke the most. So animated effigy. Gotta go.
All right.
It's a fair cop.
Okay, thanks.
All right, and then I'm going to bring up Atima. All right, let's reset. Fabian, get back to what you were saying with, I believe it was with Russ.
Right. Well, I was just saying, Reverend Russ, assuming you're Reverend, well, I guess you can get ordained for like $2 or something. So I guess you probably are.
Don't get disrespected, dude.
I have a master's in divinity.
Cool.
All right.
I'm confessionally reformed, so I'm not
I
a
don't.
fly-by-night preacher. I have about 20 years of pulpit experience under my belt. I trained under confessionally reformed congregations. Some of the books on my shelf. I've got John Witherspoon. I've got Charles Spurgeon. I've got.
I don't
John
need you to
Knox.
read me your
That's
fucking
amazing,
library.
bro.
I'm just saying I don't know
I'm
you.
quite
Okay,
educated.
you're a
Oh,
reverend.
preacher.
Nobody's saying you're
No,
dumb,
bro.
uneducated. What the fuck? Shush.
Bro,
Right?
he's a
You
master of
baked in-
divinity.
Right. Yeah, right. Right. Your
This is
argument-
ultimately just an attack on character. It's a fallacy, so stop doing it and just actually attack the argument.
Bro, using your character as your defense is gonna get attacked. Stupid. What are you talking about? You just said you're
bro,
fucking-
there's no
he said he
credibility.
was a master of divinity.
There's no
He
credibility.
brought up his own character.
Don't
So there's
use
no
your
credibility.
again.
Okay.
I'm just
Anyway, can you get back to the argument?
As far as being
Yes,
a
can we have
reverend.
another
Guys, let
All
Fabian go
let me
ahead
do
before he starts
another-
crying
Let me
again.
do another reset since you can't stop talking over each other. I talk money. Evan Lord with the Big Five says, I was quoting or trying to season 2 of The Wire from HBO. Sorry for leaving so quick and not giving Speakeasy a chance to respond. Good night, all. Thank you, Evan Lord.
Well, good night.
All right.
Cope way
all
to
right.
say he's a pussy, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Fabian
gotten far from the conversation anyways, because we've had to have multiple resets. But I would just remind you that you've baked in a failure of the state as a presumed as part of the hypothetical. I don't disagree that the state is corrupt, that it will seek to reinforce its own power. What I've disagreed with consistently in this debate is that the jury trial system is a meaningful check against this, and I gave a ton of arguments and reasons for that. Now you're saying, like, could you reformulate your argument as to why it is that the jury is less likely to be biased in some way that is, antithetical to justice, or is more likely to be biased in a way that is antithetical to judicial tyranny versus, other systems such as the ones that we put forward from other countries?
They're not part of the legal
You can't say
profession,
that
and
when
they
you
don't have.
decided that retribution is part of justice. You can't
Yes,
say that when you've
retribution.
decided that retribution is part of it. Is not. There is
Yes,
a
it
difference.
is.
That's the reason there's two different words. No.
Re-
Restitution and retribution are not the same thing. Justice
say
is
they
not
were.
is not retribution. Yes, you
I didn't
did.
say
You
they
implied
were.
it all throughout. You baked it into your argument, though.
No,
And that's
I
been
did
my
not
whole
say
point
that they
the
were
whole
the same thing.
It doesn't
That's a
matter
lie.
who's more or less fallible. It doesn't matter who's making a better or a worse argument. It matters what words you're going to use to make that argument. If you're saying
Yeah.
that it's only fair because we can use some sort of retribution with judges that we can't,
Yeah.
or we can use retribution, either way, retribution isn't part of the argument. Justice
It
is
is.
the
You're
argument.
just
They're two different
freaking out
terms.
over a word.
Retribution is part of. One
Nobody-
sec. Yeah,
That's
just-
nonsense.
Retribution is part of justice. Retribution is punishment for wrongful
mic
act.
is hot.
Wrongful act.
If
Yes.
retribution was
Because if bad things should happen to bad people, that necessarily means that good people should be capable of doing bad things.
Right,
That's
so
my-
No, it doesn't.
the argument.
Yes, it does. Because locking someone
You're loud
away
as
for the rest of their life, locking someone away for the rest of their life would be considered a bad act. Correct? They're held against their will for the rest of their life.
No,
That
that's
is a
not
bad
act.
person.
No. You don't
Yes,
have
it
to
is.
qualify to determine whether that's good or bad.
I have to.
You know,
So,
you don't.
so,
just
so
have to
holding
define
someone against their
everything,
will for the
lady.
rest of their life and putting them in a cage
Yes,
is
yes,
not a
it
bad
may be
act.
better because they may be able to hurt themselves.
It's
or
called
other
a
It's
people.
necessary-
it's a necessary bad act.
Yep, there it is, right there. Yep, I have to agree with Teriak on this. But that
The way he
piece
worded
that
it
we
originally,
provide
the way he
when we
reworded it, I agree with you. Ray,
when we put onto the
reworded
weight
it,
of
I agree with
when
This
we
woman
put
needs
onto
you
the
at the
scales
end.
of justice the weight of peace, right? It's always going to be more and more and more and more and more because peace weighs less than force. It's the scales of justice. We continually put on the scale of justice peace, and that is
The reason that
necessary.
a jury,
hold
the
on.
reason that a
Let me
jury is
clarify.
better. Rick, you're doing
Okay.
bad. The reason is because you don't have the conflict of interest that you would have with people within a legal profession who A, think in a singular fashion typically, and B, have their own careers and agendas to be concerned about.
That's a
Well, the
false appeal to
first
authority.
part you just made an assumption on, and that second part, that's actually like the fact that they have stake in upholding justice correctly.
No,
is
they don't
actually
have
a-
stake in upholding
Yes,
justice.
do,
They have
because
stake.
if
They have
don't-
stake in
if
winning
they
their
don't-
cases.
If they don't,
Indeed.
they have a paper trail to go back on and
winning
hold
their
them
cases?
accountable for these
What
things.
do
they
what
did.
do prosecutors have stake in?
Prosecutors
keeping
are not
their
the same thing as
career.
I'm asking the lawyer. I'm asking the actual lawyer, not the dude with stage stripes in his eyebrows.
I'm asking the actual lawyer, not the dude with slits in it. Like, dude,
hold
you're
on.
an actual criminal, and what?
I know. So I've been in court. I know what I'm
And
talking
what?
about. You're speculating.
Yeah, you know what you're talking about. So the
You're a
criminal
criminal,
and
just
the
you
lawyer
didn't
is
get
the
caught,
only ones who
Speakeasy.
can know about the
So
law.
stop with the
More
nonsense.
reason we shouldn't have
You've done
jury
drugs.
trials, you
That was a
fucking
crime
retard.
then. You're a criminal too. You just didn't get caught.
So I just want to
No, he's
clarify.
not. He's just a bitch
I
with
just
pink hair.
want to clarify.
On paper, I'm not a criminal then, am I, Clay?
Right, I just want to.
Yes, you are. Yeah, you broke the law,
on
didn't you?
paper, I'm
You broke
not a
the law.
criminal, am I?
That makes you a criminal.
Stupid.
If you break the law, it's a criminal act.
So I just.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves, fire.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Oh,
funny.
Gay.
So-
Keep acting
Really?
gay,
If I could-
I'll make you gay. Fabian,
Sarah,
I'd like you
yeah.
to get us back to topic, please.
Yeah, so I just want to
What about my
correct
question?
this. Right, I just want to correct this thing from earlier very quickly. I never claimed that restitution and retribution were the same thing. And furthermore, when you say that they're not part of justice, like just like an entry, and Sarah will back me up as much as the two lawyers were. Right, like most of the literature will say that there are 5 types of justice. Right, there's retribution, there's restitution, there's distributive justice, there's procedural justice, and then there's corrective justice. Now, as a libertarian, okay, from the non-aggression principle and from arguing, estoppel and the inability to argue for one's rights, we would claim that there is, without a doubt, restitution and then retribution in order to be able to once again argue for your rights as someone that believes in the non-aggression principle. That is why I bring up those 2 types of justice, because that is the legal theory that I prescribe to, or the descriptive legal theory of libertarianism. But I never made that claim, and I don't know why you're harping on that specific term.
Well, no, that was just one of the terms that you guys have been throwing around. If you can't have a prescriptive sense of justice that works in a uniform system that's as large as ours, if you're going to just throw around words arbitrarily. In the argument,
what do
it
you
sounded
mean?
like you were throwing. Wait, hold on. In the argument, the way you were throwing out retribution made it sound like you were throwing justice out and you were replacing it with retribution, which is punitive, which is the problem we have, which is why we appeal to jury trials, because punitive is easier to remand and control with a jury than it is with a judge, because a judge is easier to purchase than 12 people.
I don't know where you're getting that from, but again, that's not me.
Punish the judges is saying that retribution is justice.
Why do you think that judges would be easier to punish?
It's not. That's why we have a code of law, because retribution is emotional.
Easier than a jury to hold accountable because they have to give written reasoning. That's why.
Yeah,
Juries
they can't
don't
claim
have to do
ignorance.
this.
Your
By a judge,
argument is
You would be able to tell that if they were
scary.
making up just random reasoning, you'd be able to track this. Right?
Go ahead, lawyers.
No, you're ignoring the independent judiciary.
Go ahead,
It's
lawyers.
very difficult to hold judges accountable
Make my
in
arguments for me, lawyers.
any meaningful way. And
Well,
and
You need
also
Congress to get
prosecutors
involved.
as well, because they
Hold on.
have exemptions built in to keep from even holding prosecutors.
This isn't an
accountable.
argument. This isn't an argument, and the reason it's not an argument is because it's not addressing.
How is that not an argument?
I'll explain. Because
What?
you
What?
keep appealing, Broad Street Bully. You keep appealing to the current system, and what Speakeasy and I have put forward multiple times is obviously a fundamentally different system in terms of adding an entirely new feature to the justice system that doesn't currently exist, right? Which would be that there would be a panel of professional jurors or a panel of judges, right? And so I agree with you that I just think it's not fair to consistently talk about, let's say, the independence of the judicial branch when we are not talking about the judicial branch insofar as in the same way we were talking about employees of the state, right? Lawyers, judges, etc., that are employees in this regard, that are like what systems we have for dealing with their corruption or their inaccuracies or their problems would require a completely rewriting everything, because we'd be getting rid of the Sixth Amendment, right? Like it would require an entirely rewriting of how we do trials. So the argument is not based upon this specific law or this thing, but rather are experts
You have no-
that are
Okay,
employees
so-
of the state better qualified to
But you
deal
have
with
no
these things than
argument
the
then.
jury. No, I don't.
No shit. It's just pure imagination.
I mean, and then it could be so
how are we getting these judges,
co-opted.
right? How are we getting these judges? Are these judges going to be
Yeah.
elected?
How are we getting
Are
these
these
judges?
judges are going to be like
there'd be a judicial commission, right? You'd have
Oh,
a
like we
judicial
have now.
commission
Do you see what our
made up
current
of, like,
president is
senior
doing?
you ask a question and then you don't
Judiciary?
want the
Let him
answer. Or
Let's speak easy answer.
you
He's
not want
giving
the
you
answer? Okay, so you'd have a judicial commission. It'd be made up of like senior judges, legal scholars to make sure we're holding on to the academic part of it. We'd have citizens, people that represent the everyday Joe. We the people, brought the bully, right? You'd have them in there too. And they would elect the judges, and then these judges would be placed on cases randomly. You wouldn't be able to just select the judges you fucking want. It doesn't work like that. We're trying to take away what's bad with the jury. So why would you expect I'm going to say, yeah, let's add in all the shit that's bad about the jury with the panel of judges? Doesn't make sense.
Selecting your jury.
And I just want to point out, see how my answers take 30 seconds? I just got to point that out, guys. Just got to point that out.
So just to point something out, the United States
You're saying, well,
Supreme Court has a
new
panel of
system.
judges, and there is a thing called court packing right now. What are you going to do to prevent court packing in your system?
And what are you going to do about rural areas? Are you telling
And
people
what are you going
that
to do about conflict of interest? I mean, regular. You just say that all of a sudden it's going to police itself now. It's going to work. Like,
I don't understand how this system works.
Yeah, you know what? You guys should all ask a different question at the same time.
Can I
That's the
actually
best
ask the
way.
lawyer? Why do you think your new system will work at
That'd be the best
self-regulating?
way to do it.
This is the gauntlet.
Well, I mean, to a question of that though, and I still bring it back to kind of like the reasonable person standard in that aspect. Certainly, a judge would know and understand how laws work and how they apply to him in his everyday life and how he moves forward within his day. The caveats that are kind of built in, the way case law operates, and understanding things. But the average person, for instance, everyone on the bottom half of the panel probably most likely doesn't have an advanced understanding of how laws operate. You know, if I were to beat the shit out of someone right now, like how is it applied? Is it this? Is it that? Is it blah, 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 blah. So when we say like a beyond a reasonable doubt, right, I'm asking my peers, do you understand how the law should apply to me in this instance and how I acted based on how this law reads and how I should be charged or damages, and so, you know, whether it's civil or criminal, right? I want my peers to be capable of understanding it only as much as I can as well. Because if they're too smart, right? If they're too smart, this is why I don't even think lawyers are allowed to be on juries. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't even think they're allowed to. Are you?
We are, but what happens is we get struck most of the time.
They just get struck.
Right.
Judges are not allowed to be on juries.
Right. So
pointing out the bias of the jury selection.
Well,
I do,
what I'm
Sarah.
saying is, what
Just so
I'm
you know, I
What's
do.
that?
But
I
there's
do
bias
understand a lot of that degree.
judges too, though. There's a bias in everything.
No, I am different.
I agree with you. This is what I've said all night. I agree with you. Everyone can be biased. The thing is, the thing is about the bias situation is I want to be able to hold the ones that are biased accountable for doing it. I think it's Preacher over here that keeps bringing up court packing. Right, acting like the jury system isn't politically manipulated. I don't understand. You would be able to counter this easy. You would have like fixed terms for the judges. You'd have a staggered appointments. You'd have a public retention election every few years. You'd have ways to stop that from being able to happen with the judges. You can't do it with juries.
I don't know why you think that will work now.
Judges are
do you even understand anything I said there, Bug Eyes? Come on, Powder Dusty, give it to me.
No, I don't.
Said,
it's
buddy.
what you said.
It'll
Work
this time.
It'll work this time. It'll work this time because it'll work.
You're on some real hardcore shit. So, Steelman.
Yeah, but my eyebrows are intact.
Yeah, Steelman. What I just said. Your eyeballs aren't though. They're one's looking this way, one's looking this way.
It'll
you
work.
Can read 2 books
it'll
at the same
work
time,
this
bro.
Time because we want it to work this time. There's no reason to believe that. People don't hold themselves accountable.
What did I say? Flow State. What's
You
my
said there
argument?
will be ways to hold them accountable.
How would
Judges
we
that
do it?
deserve-
How would we do it? What was the ways I mentioned?
How would we do it? You tell me. This is your
No, you
argument.
don't
I'm not
listen
making
to
you
the
for it.
arguments. You just sit there to rebuttal just to rebuttal.
I'm not making your argument for you.
You're like
Repeat
a-
it now.
annoying
Repeat it
ex-girlfriend
now.
that doesn't
Repeat
shut
it
the
now.
fuck up. Like, are you
Repeat it
serious,
now.
bro?
Come on, let's go.
What are you arguing then? If you don't know my argument, what are you arguing right now?
All right, I'll repeat it again.
What's
You
my
think-
argument?
You think
What's my
that-
argument?
you gonna let me finish, or you filibustering?
Do you know what filibustering means? Define that for us.
I'm not gonna play the definition game with you now.
Yeah, you
let's
don't
talk.
know
Let's
what filibustering
let's talk
is.
about.
You don't
Let's
know
talk
what my
about.
arguments are. Holy, do you come on here purposely? Like, do you like enjoy the fucking humiliation?
You're stalling. You're stalling. You're stalling.
I don't need to stall.
What
anything.
is the reason that you think you can hold judges accountable in your
You are
new
not
fancy
equipped
magic
to
system?
have this conversation. You.
Why do you think your system will hold judges
Closely.
accountable?
I have a debate about jury trials.
Why?
It's a big part.
Do
This is why that
you
didn't happen.
think-
You're not equipped for this, buddy.
Why do you
Right?
think
That's why
it will
you're
work
usually
this
the one
time?
on the other side. That's why.
Why do you think that
equipped.
judges will?
Sorry,
You're not
bro.
going to answer it because you can't answer it because it's fucking fantasy. You dumb fuck.
First, I need you to answer what my system how it would be designed to
No, you
prevent.
don't.
Actually, tell us what court packing is. Go ahead.
I don't need to do any of these things. You need to
You
answer the
don't
question.
know any of this shit you're arguing.
This is your
Shut the
imaginary
fuck up
system.
forever,
Go
bro.
ahead. You don't
Shut
have a
the
question.
fuck
You don't have an
up
answer.
forever,
You
bro.
don't have an answer.
Shut up. Go back to your trolling shit, dude. Go
You
make
don't
more
have an
troll videos
answer.
about
You're
me.
just
Go
purely
do that.
speculating.
Maybe you'll get more clicks and views. Go put more troll videos up.
If you could answer this, you would, but you're getting mad instead. He big mad. He big mad because he doesn't know.
Big mad, bro. Huge mad. Yo, I'm so fucking mad. You got it right,
Mhm.
Flow State.
You're gonna sit up here this whole time and wait for her to come back and save you without answering the fucking question, aren't you?
You're not equipped for the conversation. You don't know what court packing is.
But there's more people than just me listening.
You're not equipped for that conversation.
There's
That's
more
not what
people
you're
than
equipped-
it
you
doesn't
didn't
matter.
come up
Okay, then
here-
talk to the audience. Talk to the
You're not-
audience. Demonstrate for
Okay,
the audience.
lawyers. Okay, lawyers.
Demonstrate
talk.
for the audience
Okay,
how
lawyers.
much better you understand
Okay,
this than I
lawyers.
do.
Shut up. This is just pathetic.
Don't you want to let everybody see how smart you are, how good the system is, how much more you know than me? Nah, you can't answer the fucking question because there isn't an answer.
I've tried to help you out, bro. What's court packing?
We're not talking about court packing. We're talking
Yes,
about your
we
fantasy
were.
system.
Yes, we were talking about.
No, the preacher was talking about that. You want to talk about
Yes,
that because
I was
you can't answer
answering-
my question.
I was
You have no
answering,
answer. This is the
right?
most important thing. Why? Yeah.
You're trying to like dodge. You weren't listening to the argument you were trying to rebuttal, and now you want to bring up something else.
This
We
isn't
can
a
go
god.
down this
We're
something
stuck on the
else.
same
Like,
question
you
we
admit
started
you don't
with.
know anything about court packing? Just admit that.
Bro, I promise you I know more about court than you do. I promise
Court
you I've been in it
packing?
more. As you
What
pointed
court-
out.
I know he's like. I
We're
know
not
what-
I'm not taking the deflection. I'm not
Dude.
taking the deflection. You are proposing a whole new system that you think will
What's
somehow
court packing,
hold judges
bro?
accountable. Not taking the distraction easy.
Bro, are you okay?
Mhm.
Why do you keep dodging the question? What is court packing?
Am I gluing your rubber? We're up here because you're proposing something and I'm asking you a question about your system.
Yeah, how can you ask me something about my
Bro, it's
system
just
when you don't
going
know the
on.
flaws of the system in general? Court packing is a flaw in the system, no?
I wasn't asking about the current system. I'm asking about your imaginary one.
Yeah, well, my system also includes the current system, stupid.
Okay, how are you
like,
gonna,
listen
how
to
is
my
your
stuff
imaginary system?
instead of coming up here with your rage about me? You know, that
I'm not
would've
raging
helped
about you.
Right? It would have helped you out here. But like you just look
So-
pathetic.
Do I?
Yes. Do you look at yourself?
So how
You ever go back and watch anything
No,
you
you've got pink hair, cornrows, stripes
Never
in your
go look
eyebrows.
at what you do.
You're the
Do you ever
goofiest
do that
looking
or
fuck
what?
on YouTube. Answer the question.
I could
How
have-
does your
I could
imaginary
have-
system?
I could have rainbow hair and it still looks better than your googly meth-eyed look that you got right now.
How does
You look
your
like you're on
system?
hardcore
You
drugs.
You can't answer the question. So
understand
you're
that,
You're
he's trying
defaulting
speak
to ad
like-
hom because you have no answer.
Hurt to
Your
blink,
premise
bro?
is stupid.
Does it hurt to blink?
Does it hurt to think? Does it hurt to think? Easy. Let me talk to Fabian.
Bro.
Oh my
Does it
god!
Fabian, can you answer?
This guy's shot as a fucking.
Can you answer it, Fabian? How does this magic system hold judges accountable?
It's not a magic system, and
Does
ultimately
it
the
hold
judicial
judges
system
accountable?
is flawed.
Asking
in
a
and of
question that
itself.
was answered earlier. That's great. That's a good one.
Okay, but going back to the whole system is flawed itself isn't going to help with the premise you've already offered. If you're saying that we aren't going to use jury trials and we aren't going to use jury trials, and the suggestion that Speakeasy had, while it sounds good on paper, how are you planning on getting people to be involved in this?
doesn't
You're going to
even
have a
sound good on
small
paper.
set of voters that are going to be involved. It'll be like school districts. Nobody's involved in that stuff. Nobody
Wait,
does
so
those
you're
things. Nobody's
saying
interested
because
in them. So how are you going to get them
because
involved in
people
it?
won't want it? That's your
So-
argument
so-
right now.
so first and
people
foremost-
won't.
Well, no, I'm
want
asking
it.
how are you intending on getting
Yeah.
people involved? I'm not saying it's
Yeah.
good or bad. I want to know
So-
how you're going to make your system work.
So
Go ahead,
again, this is a
present the case to people like we
Hold
are
on.
tonight.
This is
More
a-
people get on board.
This
That's
is
how.
this
Go
is
ahead,
a this is a hypothetical as far as I'm concerned that requires a constitutional amendment, right? And if we get a constitutional convention, I'm gonna argue that we get rid of the entire state's hold over the justice system and allow private arbitration and capitalism to be freed from the shackles of the evil of democracy.
Because that's
So, like,
working so well in
And that
social
would
media.
bring absolute corruption. Because as soon as you allow private arbitrators, then you end up with arbitrators like churches, like synagogues, like mosques. Because once the state loses that authority, the next one to take up is the religious parties.
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean,
Indeed.
I
You're
think,
asking.
I think local
you're-
community. Hold on. Yeah, so that's first and foremost.
We know you got a filibuster. I get it.
So what happens when you're
Where
in
is
a
this
Muslim
thing?
in an area and you're
What
put
is-
under
what
Sharia
is this
law?
thing where everybody here gives like incoherent, irrational critiques? And
I don't
then
know,
just the
bro. You're
moment you
attacking
attempt to
character.
I
answer,
literally
it's
asked you
the
questions
internet.
and you guys
Bro,
didn't answer.
it's the internet.
Yeah, so
It's the
I am
internet.
answering. I am answering. So you were talking about something that requires a
This isn't
constitutional
a
convention.
lecture,
It is.
though.
It is a lecture because you're too fucking retarded
No,
to
it's
be on the
not.
panel until it's an open
I
panel.
asked the question.
That's
I just
why
don't
do
want an
this and
answer.
you don't.
Eh,
Right?
shut
Like,
up,
you're
man.
gonna
Let him
convince the
answer.
public
Just shut
that
up.
they're
Wait. Are we getting a
There's-
pop quiz?
there's
Or do
no
you sign up for
magic-
pop quiz?
And
There's
why
no
it is
magical
that you
system.
want to abolish the
Hold
thing that's
on.
worked very long
Hold
time.
on.
I don't
Go
think
ahead,
it's worked for a
answer,
very long
Fabian.
time. I think it's fundamentally flawed. I think the jury system is
Yeah, because you
fundamentally
don't want to
flawed. I
pay
think
your
the-
weed ticket. I get it, but like what?
I don't.
What?
Apparently, we're just
Before the
stupid.
60s,
I
you
don't do
wouldn't have
drugs.
even been allowed on the
Everybody
jury
shut
trial.
up
So
for a
quiet,
minute.
woman.
I'd like to hear Fabian's response. We've kind of bickered around in other directions. Fabian, please go ahead with your response.
Yeah, but you're asking how am I going to get people on board with this system? It's a hypothetical about what is better, A or B. The thing that I'm going to spend my time getting people on board with is not the abolishment of juries. The thing I'm going to spend my time getting that I'm passionate about is the abolishment of the state. Like I'm not here to say that I'm some champion of getting rid of the juries. I was proposed we do this debate, and I said, yeah, I think the jury system is a flawed system. I think all of the systems in which the state has control over the judicial system are flawed, but I do think that one would be better than the other. I would like to pose to the lawyers, and also you guys as well, like, would you meet this halfway? Like, how do you guys, especially those that are more deeply involved in law, feel about the French system, right? And their the Aziz court, where serious felonies such as like rape or murder or anything that comes with a charge of like 15 to 20 years, where they use 3 professional judges and then they use 6 to 9 jurors to ensure that the jury trial, that the jurors, if they think the law or the case is unjust, they still have that presumed kind of like ability to nullify, but also that isn't just a slot machine of retards, that there are people that are professional magistrates that understand the law, that can explain things, are involved there. Like, how do you feel about that kind of mixture of these two things? Or other people, I guess.
I mean, I think the United States has way too many guns and way too many drugs. and France is such a much smaller country and system that it's just not workable to do that kind of a thing here for serious crimes because there's so many serious crimes committed.
I don't think it's workable because of how we choose judges currently. If you look at and without pontificating, right? Most of the judges come from the same law schools. They all worked in the same firms, and they generally are prosecutors, right? And so if you're going to have 3 of the same type of judges on these panels, so it's just not a system I'm in favor of.
Anybody else? I mean, I don't think guns and drugs is really a big argument, but that's an argument of cost.
I'm wondering.
No,
why
you
it's
said
only
any.
allowed for-
I'm sorry. You said any serious crime that has a serious sentence, and that's anything involving drugs or guns in the U.S.
Okay, well, I'm just wondering why is it retards are allowed to commit crimes, but they aren't allowed to pontificate on whether there's laws or not, or whether they're involved in the judicial system. Have you seen some of the judges out there? They're just as retarded as we are. Like,
I mean,
I don't understand.
If the legal,
yes, they are.
That's
oh my gosh!
If-
Have you read some of the briefings and the findings
If the
that are
legal,
out there?
if the laws are too complicated for
reality.
people to understand, we need to simplify the laws.
No, yeah, I understand that there's a standard
retards are people
distribution.
too.
There's a standard. Well, I don't want retards in charge of my life or property. I
Too
don't want
late.
anybody in charge of
Too
my
late.
life or property. But what I would, but
Sorry,
if I have
Pumpkin,
to
you are
choose,
way too late. Way too late. That's already done happened.
duh, what does that have to do with anything? That's not an argument to say that that's the status quo. Therefore, it is. That's an argument of might makes right. Like if we're engaging in a hypothetical of what ought be,
No,
it doesn't matter what
it doesn't
is.
make right. It just makes.
Might
No, might
yes,
makes.
mi-
It doesn't make
he's
right. It just
expressing it
makes. But that's not the point.
No, he's
But
expressing
that's not a fucking argument about moral claims, unless you don't believe in rights.
So being retarded is an immoral claim?
That's not what the fuck are you talking about, lady?
I'm talking about the relative intelligence of the people around you. I think you are assuming a far greater a tangent of intelligence for people with educations than they actually have. If you get around judges, you will realize that a lot of them are very, 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 very
No,
dumb.
that's cope. That's
Oh,
cope.
yeah,
Listen,
he knows
that's
a
cope.
bunch of
The
judges, they're all very,
judges and
very
lawyers have a higher IQ than the average American citizen. Yes or no?
I'll agree with that. Yeah, I'll agree with that. That
Yeah,
is a
of
bad
course they
argument.
do.
But here, let me.
They're also
let me-
educated in the.
Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. If even stupid people have a pretty good feel for right and wrong and justice, right? It doesn't take a lot of intelligence. It doesn't take a lot of jargon. It doesn't take a lot of specified technical education. If
Yeah, it takes proper
you have-
philosophy, which you're probably more likely
No,
to
it
get as a
doesn't.
lawyer, but not. But
a toddler
but
knows
It-
not
but-
to hit other
but-
people once they get
what
hit.
the really important thing?
And yet a bunch of people.
Kamala Harris was a bro. Kamala Harris was a lawyer.
Panel. All right, you start talking, I talk money. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget that goal is still sitting there. You have 24 minutes left to hit it. You know the panel actually stops if you don't hit the dono goal. So start sending. Use it to boot people if you want. Use it to ask questions, or use it just to call someone a retard, because apparently everyone's retarded and we all like it. Retard lives matter. All right, Flo and Fabian, I think you were going back and forth.
Yeah, the important thing about having regular people and not judges or professionals in the law industry is the lack of conflict of interest and homogenous thinking. Like he said, judges go to the same schools, they work at the same firms, and most of them were prosecutors as well. This is in group, working with in group. So you want somebody who's
But
not.
they all
in that
come
in-group.
from different backgrounds,
Well,
right?
No, they don't. That's
Just
what the fuck
because
I'm
they
saying.
grew up in the same. So wait a
Hold
minute.
on.
Every judge grew up in
Hold
the
on.
same
Hold
neighborhood,
on.
same financial status, same
What we
parenting
want is
situation. Is that
somebody-
what you're
it's
actually assuming
people-
right
we
now,
want
Flo State?
We want people who are not personally invested in that industry to be able to decide whether
Personally
or
invested
not,
in the law?
whether or not this is right or wrong. They'll be more likely to be personally invested in justice than somebody who's got personal business considerations.
Well, I guess.
Wait, no, the
for
personal
instance,
business
maybe-
consideration you're talking about is the law. I want
Maybe-
the law to be
You're-
upheld. I don't
Maybe
care
an
about everyone's
example,
feelings
maybe an
in the
example
situation.
speakeasy would
But
be,
people-
for instance, like lawyers that are divorce court lawyers, not to say they all do this, but it would be more beneficial for the lawyer to keep starting shit and making messes with the divorce and prolong, because that means more money in their pocket. Not to say all lawyers do this, but it could be a potential there for them to do that if they so chose.
There's also another thing
without a jury.
Look,
When it comes, the jury is what stops that from happening.
What I'm saying is that's kind of in the guise of where Dusty's going, is that there is
Well-
potential for people in that industry, that specific industry, to make messes of things for financial.
Yeah, but that's why you would have a panel of judges that is randomly selected, so that you wouldn't be able to have any one bias taking over everything like that.
So one jury for
It
another.
How do
wouldn't
you
work like
distribute that to places with low populations?
It's just another jury.
Yeah, you could.
It's a panel, but it's another.
Rural counties have one
jury.
judge.
Talks at the same time. It's insane.
I think most judges have cars. Most lawyers.
Yeah,
have
like
cars.
really.
Yeah,
What
they
about
drive.
people that live in rural areas?
I'll give you
Rural
another
counties
example.
have
I'll
one
give you
judge.
actually a much better example. Within the rules, there are certain
So my tax
certain
dollars
things
has
that
to go
can't
to fund the
can
gas
look.
bill of
There,
judges
hello,
that travel
hello?
out to
Hello?
Dude,
the rural
74% of your
areas
tax
to
bill is
help
going to fucking
Apparently.
Social
You know where
Security,
your
Medicare,
tax-
Medicaid.
Oh,
and
those
that.
stuff.
Right,
you
You guys really need to
talk
think
over
through
each
your
other,
proposed
I
system
start
better.
talking money. Nate sends in the Big Ten to say, who with force will ensure the state remains abolished?
and that would be the people,
Yeah,
right?
What?
2A, right?
It doesn't work.
2A,
This
private
question actually comes from Jim Bob. Jim Bob was asking someone to ask this, and this is
I
why
mean,
Nate asked it, which I'm happy he did.
You can't.
So the
there's no
interesting thing
state you
about
can't use
that,
2A.
the interesting thing about that is the reason that the juries are there is so that the public can know what's going on in these cases. Okay, it's so that things are transparent. If it's just judges, what's going to happen is there are certain rules that will be applied that cannot be challenged by the public, cannot be transparently shown to the public, and will not be, because every judge is going to sit there and go, I agree with that ruling, I agree with that ruling, and they're going to be the quote unquote jury, the panel of judges. And they're gonna be like, "Oh, I agree with that ruling.
Again, you're
I agree with
making-
that ruling."
that's
And they're
nonsense.
gonna hide it all.
That's
It's
nonsense.
just what is.
That's
No, it is
nonsense.
not. It's not
Yeah,
nonsense.
it's
It's
complete-
exactly
it's
exactly what happens.
It's
when
complete
the judge.
nonsense to say
Hold on,
that
hold
the
on,
jury
because-
trial is actually there for transparency with what
That's exactly
goes
what
on
it's there for.
in
So that
crimes.
the
No,
John
it's
Q-
not.
John Q. Public can see what's going on in the jury. Yes.
Right. So
you
listen.
can, you can have
right,
open
so-
deliberation with cameras. You don't actually need to worry about biasing
Oh, so
the
you
jurors.
really
with
believe that
You
the
could
judges
actually,
are
if you
going
had
to sit there and be
judges,
like, "Oh yeah, we're going to show everything," and that's going to be the ruling. That's going to be the ruling. It's like, "Oh, we actually
why
need
am I
to
being
censor
brought
this
into
portion."
a 1v1 with this retard? What is happening?
We're gonna. Well, oh, you don't want it? You don't want it? So
I
the
mean,
way that the courts work is there are actual rules for the court.
Ooh,
Okay?
rules exist. Ooh.
You know what rules are?
Yeah, I know what rules are.
Okay,
What's your
tell
argument?
me about the
All right,
rules.
what's your argument? What's your
Tell me
argument?
about the rules. You know what the rules
What's
are?
your argument? What's your argument?
Okay, so the rules of civil procedure, the rules of criminal procedure, you know what these are? Okay?
What is your argument?
You don't know what they are. Okay.
What
so
is your
what happens is when you
argument?
go- Hello? Are you there? Am I muted?
No, you're not muted. I'm asking you for your argument. Make your argument.
Bro, do you know what criminal rules of
I'm not
the
asking you to
criminal
ask
rules
me
of procedure?
questions. I'm
Do
asking
you
you to
know-
make your
do you
argument.
know the criminal rules of procedure? Yes or no?
Proving you're retard with retard
Do
voice
you
isn't
know?
anything. Give me an
my guy,
argument, and I will
Fabian.
respond to your argument. Give me
Fabian.
your argument.
Fabian.
ahead.
What is it? Fabian filibuster liberty. So here's the thing. So the way that the courts work is there are actual rules that are written, okay, and established, long established, okay? And then what the courts do, what the judges do is they rule by the rulings, okay? According to the rules. If they go outside of that, then they have judicial punishment for that, and it's like strikes. It's no real punishment. It's they pretty much just have immunity, okay? So other judges
Yeah, it's
will
pretty
sit
hard to
there and
disbar a
go,
judge. Yeah, I mean, like it's pretty difficult to actually punish a judge other than
yeah,
elections.
judicial immunity, which I know is a libertarian. You probably know very well about that. So if the ruling is found to be sound, then it goes, right? So if all of the people on the jury are all judges, because it's just
Make the
another jury for another jury, right? One jury for another jury. They're just professional juries, paid jurors, right?
Okay.
So if that ruling, they like that ruling because
Who's
they
they?
know
What do you mean they like
that
that ruling?
those judges Those
The
judges,
judges
as
like
jurors,
the ruling that they themselves made. Well, of course they like that ruling. They made the
exactly. Now you see where I'm going with this, right?
ruling. I have no idea where you're going with this. It still hasn't made any
Then it
coherent
can be
sense.
used in the future as precedent.
Correct. Just like
Exactly.
jury
So if I'm a
trials are
juror
used as
and I'm a
precedent.
judge and I want to retain my power, and I look at the judge and I say, "Oh, he made a bad ruling," but I'm not going to go against him because I'm a professional juror and I want to keep my power. I'm a judge. I'm going to keep my power, bruh.
I mean, sure. If
how
you're
is this
talking
concept-
about, hold on, pause. So if
How
you're,
is this
if you're,
concept so difficult?
yeah, if you're talking about specifically trials that may set precedent on whether or not we use jurors of judges, just that specific trial, which is of the system itself, then yeah, it becomes a meta case. But again, that wouldn't make any sense because that would be done by Congress. So that's not really an argument against.
No,
like,
that's
doesn't
not the
make
way
any
it works. So when you take it all the way up to the Supreme Court makes the judicial decisions in the end. Now we can sit here and argue.
okay.
The
What is
supreme
that?
law of the land is the
What is your
Constitution, but
argument? What
who
is your
interprets
argument?
that?
Why
Who
is-
interprets what is constitutional?
How is that an
Because the
argument for
judges interpret what
inferiority
is
of
constitutional.
These are words. I understand that you're saying
Yeah, okay.
words. Okay,
Yeah.
judges
Who-
at the
who
Supreme
interprets
Court
the-
determine constitutionality.
Who
Got it.
interprets the
How does that
constitutionality?
deal? How does that deal with the magistrates, for example, that are being
Mhm.
used as professional juries? And how is that an argument against that system?
So essentially, the rulings that are made will always be in favor of the system. So if perhaps like it's a judicial official who has committed a crime, okay? Now they're guilty. Now the public knows that they're guilty, but it's a friend of the jurors, okay? The judge who's in charge, not the jurors, but the judge who's in charge makes a ruling, okay? And the jurors sit there and say, "Oh, you know what? It's wrong. It's a bad ruling because I know it's a bad ruling." But you know what? They're still going to let it go. They're not going to ignore it because they can't.
Right.
But they know
so,
it.
So now that we've gotten to it, right? What you're saying
Mhm.
is that the jury
Corruption.
sometimes engages in juror annulment because they have a moral or a personal belief against
Exactly.
whatever law or system exists, right? Stop.
Yes.
And then judges would have a different institutional bias. And that institutional bias would be ones that are in favor of them keeping their jobs.
Yes. Yes.
That is
100%.
something we admitted from the very beginning of the debate, and it doesn't pertain to the superiority of one or the other.
Yes, it does. Because
How?
instead of jury nullification in the sense of you've got professional jurors who are judges, essentially instead it's the public. Now I don't mind the public
The
doing
public
battle.
are retarded,
but as
right?
soon,
Like,
no, hold on.
democracy is government of the people, by the people, and for the people, but the people are
Hold
retarded.
on. I don't mind that the public has a fight, but when the government comes to attack the people, that's when I have a problem.
What the fuck does that mean, brother?
What I mean by that essentially is this. So if the public wants to sit there and battle and duke it out in a court battle, like a civil thing, and you got the jury, or even in criminal court, the jury, it's the people against the people. The people are deciding against each other. But if you put the court, which is
What do you mean the people against the people are
the
deciding?
people
for
are
the people?
deciding
What
for
does
the
that even
people
mean?
what is best, but not the state against the people. The state is not the arbiter of the truth.
I
It is
agree.
the
The state is
people.
not the arbiter of the truth.
Right. So as soon as you
No,
give
it's not
that
the people.
power- as
What are
soon
you
as you give
talking
that
Just because the
power
majority
to
say something doesn't make it true, Brick.
as soon as you give that power to the state, they will exacerbate that power.
They already have that power.
Why? Because we gave it to them. We literally had a whole revolution about it, including
Right.
the
And
Civil
then we
War.
created a government that then gives the
a necessary
state power.
evil, and we told them we are
I
keeping
disagree.
our.
I don't think. I think necessary evil is
We
a
are the
contradiction in
arbiter of
terms.
truth.
There's no such thing as a necessary evil.
Evan Lord coming up with a big 10 to say super high IQ people cause issues with a person more than average IQ. I have a high IQ, but I am emotionally, socially, and morally delayed, retarded. I bring up effigy by removing the Reverend. Reverend, you're in the back. And just again, a kind reminder for the dono goal, you only have 12 minutes to get on that dono goal, and it's very disappointing to see what you've done so far. You got a lot of catching up to do. All right, back to you guys.
Whoever.
So if I
wants
could
to
hit
go
on
next.
adjacently to what Evan's point is, there's something to be said about having common people who have common sense in your legal process, because sometimes judges, even though they have all this training, can sometimes be a little too steeped in legal precedent and lose sight of practical realities and community standards. What you guys keep arguing is for this maximalist idea of order, but at the expense of justice.
Where is the expense? Of
Where's
justice?
Oh my God, Effigy.
Because you're assuming
That's
that
a
people
good
electing people is
assertion.
going to make
Can you
it more
explain
just.
how that is?
No.
Because
you're
not all
assuming to
laws
elect-
are
sorry.
just, and if you want maximally for the laws to be imposed, then you're not caring whether or not those laws are just.
Yeah. So one sec. Was Socrates' execution just? Was that justice?
Yes. Yes.
Oh my
He was
god,
diddling
bro.
children. Absolutely.
Stop.
He was diddling little boys. It was absolutely a just
No, it
execution.
wasn't.
How did
they
they let
execute
you
him
out?
because for disbelieving in the gods.
This is
of the
exactly
state
why
and
juries
corrupting
are
the
a
minds
bad
of youth.
idea. Is that this
Yeah.
lady is
But the judges are the ones that
adjudicating something
execute him.
from thousands of fucking years ago. It's just like, I know what happened back then because I have an emotional tie to my belief
Exactly.
system.
I know.
This is exactly why juries are fucking retarded.
How would you not
Exactly.
have? How do you have a belief
Yeah,
system?
lady,
with
you're
that
really
emotional
He's
hurting.
a diddler. I know. I was there
know.
thousands
I
of
could
years
see
ago. I
it in his
saw it.
eyes. You know what I mean? He's got a
Crazy,
shifty
yo.
look
That's
to him. I say he's
crazy,
guilty.
No, he wrote and advocated for pederasty. It's in his writings. I don't care.
Socrates
that he was executed,
didn't
but it
write
was just.
anything, you dumb fuck. He was specifically against writing anything. Everything that we have that was presumably written by
The
Socrates
people
was written
that
by
recorded
Plato.
it for him. Is that clearer for you?
You are the worst
don't have
ally
to
anybody
like
could
the
ask
guy.
for.
Of
I don't care.
any person in history that you could have claimed they wrote it down, so therefore it's true. Socrates was the worst fucking choice because he was against writing
Okay, well
things
then
down
how do we
because
know
he
when
believed
he,
that you needed to
how
know
do
it
we
in your
know when he
mind.
spoke?
You
How do we know
fucking
what he
don't
spoke?
know.
We
You
don't.
don't
How do we
know.
know? Okay.
We
then
don't.
why
We
are
have
you dying
Plato's
on that
opinion
hill?
about him.
You need to drop yourself off the panel. This is crazy.
God, you guys are.
He
3 out of
advocated for
15 on the dono
pederasty.
goal, folks. Get it up,
How the
or
fuck do you
I just
know?
go to bed.
How the fuck do you know that he didn't? If the argument is moot either
You
way.
made the claim.
Yes.
How do you know
The
that?
historical writings. Have you looked
But
at the
how
rest
do
of
you
the
know that
historical
he
writings of the time?
didn't?
I weep for humanity.
This is
All
why
right,
we
you know
shouldn't
what?
have
Doesn't
fucking
mean his
random
writings are
jury
bad. It just
selection.
means that his
Can we just
execution
move
wasn't
straight to cop
necessarily
shooting whoever
unjust.
they want?
I
Let's
just
do
want them
that.
to admit how elitist their position is.
It's
Crazy.
incredibly, and it's kind of
I'm an
silly.
elitist, and that's good.
That's a weird thing for a libertarian. Seems
Not
kind
at
of
all.
antithetical.
Not at all. We're pro hierarchy, voluntary hierarchy, obviously, but the elite
Voluntary
should.
hierarchy, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
those
it's
those
weird
that are the most
that's
accomplished
you
should
equal, though,
do
even-
things and have more
even
power.
it-
Yes.
Regardless of being elitist or not, like how does wanting the law to be upheld by the letter of the law mean elitist?
That's not what's being referred to. The legal process,
what we're
being,
arguing,
the legal process
right?
being
We'll
moved
argue
into
against
fewer
the
and
ghosts
fewer
in your head.
hands.
You know those ghosts you
The
got in your
legal
head, Dusty?
process
Maybe don't
being
argue
moved
with
into
them.
fewer and
We're
fewer
here,
hands
buddy.
is what elitism
We're
is.
here.
That's elitist. That's
We're all
elitist.
here on the panel with you, Dusty.
Are you?
Yeah, we're all here with you, buddy.
Okay.
All right, let me.
Do you understand what
allow,
elitism is now?
Let me allow Lawyer Chick and Broad Street Bully. I think they're going to make their exit. If you guys want to give kind of your final thoughts to the panel, or tell them all to fuck off, up to you.
Hey, had a great time. Thanks for having me. Really enjoyed myself. You guys are awesome. I'm going to definitely, I will definitely love to do more debates. It was the first time I've ever done this, so this is pretty cool. Thank you guys for having me. You all have a good night.
Thank you.
You as
have a
well.
wonderful
God
evening.
bless.
You as well.
Thank you.
God bless.
Thank you.
And Lawyer Chick to you.
Yeah, it's always fun, always a trip, always shocking and surprising what you all say to each other up here. And it was a good night. And I guess the last thing I keep like thinking about is we should be careful about just allowing whoever's in charge to appoint judges, because right now you have this current administration appointing military judges to immigration court. And it's kind of a stretch because it has nothing to do with jury trial. But if we just have, again, the powers that be appoint the judges and then these become panels, you might have God knows who as your, you might have military
Agreed.
judges in immigration court. Which,
Agreed. Checks and balances is fucking nonsense, and the fact that the Senate has to approve judges is also a fucking silly ass argument. We should abolish the state's control. There you go.
But 12 juries, five jurors, 6 jurors, whatever, 9 jurors, I guess 6 jurors wouldn't work, of your peers, I feel like is a little less threatening than just allowing the powers that be to appoint judges. But anyway, Sarah, next time, anytime. I'll see you all later. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
She referred in a friend, which was even more awesome. So that's really exciting to bring.
Yes,
somebody
Bully
in.
is my law school. Bully is my law school classmate. Everybody, just full
Very
disclosure.
I love that.
Yes.
Awesome.
Thank
Yes,
you.
so
Yeah,
good to
thanks
see
for
you
having
all.
that debate with me. I like it.
Ciao, ciao.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
All right. And again, to the chat, you have 6 minutes, TikTok, or else we just shut down and everyone goes home. And I don't think anybody wants to do that up on this panel. I think they're all having too much fun. So help keep the show going. You know what to do. I didn't ask much. All right. Back to the panel.
Yeah.
I'm
So,
still curious. I'm sorry.
just real, excuse me. Real quick. I heard this argument from Speakeasy before, and I was kind of 50-50 on it, honestly. But after hearing the debate, I'm not really convinced by the counter arguments too well. So I'm kind of leaning more towards the pro side on this one. But I do have a question for Speakeasy to push back a little bit. Speakeasy. So you would agree that the letter of the law is flawed in its current state, correct?
It would depend what you mean by its law. Like there's some
It's not
laws that
perfect.
I wouldn't advocate for. Yeah, for sure.
Right. Yeah, it's not. Okay, cool.
Yeah, like
So-
for instance, like we allow abortion, I would be against it. Right.
All right.
Things like this.
Based.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So,
Agreed. Even as the
how
libertarian,
would
absolutely
you
agree.
how in this proposed system, how would you perceive handling situations where the moral outcome is the right, goes counter to the letter of the law?
Well, so what you would be speaking on is the laws in general, and this would be a different system about our lawmakers, right? And I'll agree with you that there's parts of this system that need to be fixed here, right? But I don't think this really has to do with jury trials. You know what I mean? Because I'll agree with you that there is.
Well, I'll give a case example. So there's been multiple cases in the courts where a father has gone out and taken out the rapist of his child, right? And there's been cases where he's been acquitted and viewed as just by the jury because they saw the evidence and they said, look, crime of passion, what do you want to call it? They give him probation and like a community service or whatever. So how would that specifically, how would that case unfold? Would it just be letter of the law no matter what?
Yeah,
or?
letter of the law. I don't care of his situation. That doesn't justify him to go out and be a fucking serial killer. Right?
Mo, can I respond? So,
assuming,
yeah,
like the whole point of due process is so that shit, whatever that dude's punishment is going to be, happens in the court, not at the hands of some random retard on the street.
By the way.
So let's even assume, Mo Rebuttal, that all of us here are pro wood chipper, right? Like we're all pro wood chipper, and we're all on the father's side.
I'm with you.
That's the first time I've heard it referred to that. That's good. I like.
We got to be YouTube safe.
I'm against, but I still like the term.
Yeah. So even if we support that concept of vigilantism, right? What I would say is that there is, assuming that you're a statist and you believe in like this checks and balances thing, and you look at the jury trials, well, this is a check against, the immorality of law. You could also make the argument that it is this jury trial system that is kind of like a pressure release valve that stops meaningful legislation from getting passed through, right? Because let's say there are fathers that are, serving life in prison because they did this, because we didn't have a juror annulment, we didn't have that trial system. That is like releasing the public pressure on their politicians to overturn what they view might be unjust laws, right? So in part, the juror annulment that is this release valve, you could argue from a consequentialist perspective or a pragmatic perspective that what would then happen is that these cases that, because we have plenty of citizen journalists, right? You have your links in your description, right? So I'm assuming you'd be speaking out like, what the fuck? This is evil. This is wrong, right? And this could actually persuade or change elections because this person is there. And also, that could be the same thing for governorship, right? Where someone runs as a governor of, I'm going to pardon this person. That is part of the reason that I'm here, and I'm going to change this. So you could actually make the argument that the jury trial system that has that form of annulment is actually stopping the moral outrage from the public to do something about unjust laws that actually exist.
Okay. Well, if going back to the, just a comment on this whole thing, if this debate was on trial and Speakeasy and yourself was in the juror, I'm pretty sure you guys would make them dance like monkeys, however you want them, and have the outcome you want. So
Monkeys, that's
that
a
is
racial
a pretty
comment, and I think
that is
that's
a pretty
horrible that you would say
you disavow.
that.
You disavow.
I disavow.
But yeah, no, I mean it's a very compelling argument, I got to say. Yeah. So,
what did you think about their check on corruption within the how they were going to hold judges accountable? What do you think about that?
Yeah, you would just have just to be clear, so
Hey,
you understand.
we already had a one-on-one.
right?
You didn't answer
So
the
you
question. I want to hear
understand
his
how it would
answer.
go. Well, I don't
Are
think
you
you
talking-
understood how it would go. So there would be like
I was
a
talking to Mo.
conduct board, right? There would be like a
Now you want to talk about it. I was
Well,
asking
you
Mo
want
the
to talk about the ethics of things, right? There would be a commission that's ready to investigate and make
Mo,
sure that
more
we have
more state government,
retention
yeah.
votes
Yeah. Mo.
and
Commission
the
of
public
judges
can throw these
from the
out.
state.
What do you mean?
More state.
well, I'd have to kind of go
No,
back
you're not listening. You just keep saying words. More state.
I have to
more
have to
state.
steal,
Did I say
steal
state,
man
Clay?
his argument a little bit. Like Speakeasy, you're saying that there would be checks and balances of like
There'll be
voting the
things.
judges
There'll
out
be
or
things.
looking at the record, how they vote, holding them
Yeah,
accountable.
there would be a
is that correct?
reviewable, right? There would be a reviewable. You would be able to review these cases, and we would have a judicial conduct board, people
Right.
who are meant to
My-
review these cases, and you can
Right.
add everyday citizen, right?
that
But
would
when we're
just be
talking
another
about the
system
immediate
to be corrupted.
impact compared to the post, that's what's important. The immediate impact.
What happens
All
to
the
the
sending innocent people to
How is that
jail, or
immediate,
letting
though?
dudes that
Filibuster.
cut their wives' heads off walk
What
free.
yeah,
This is
filibuster. We know.
So,
yeah.
so going back to Dusty's question, based on that, there's we have those systems in place for other things too. So I don't see why you couldn't apply the same thing.
Well, I don't see why it would work
before-
this time when it
before-
doesn't work.
Before you, I apologize. I have to yell at my chat. You will do absolutely nothing but L's in the chat going forward. You failed to hit the goal. Now I've set one more 15-minute goal. It is dono or bust, and you have some making up to do. You either hit it or I quit it. But in the meantime, until your savior comes to save you, chat, you will 110% only be allowed to put nothing but else in the chat. I'm incredibly disappointed. You've pissed off mommy. Back to you, lady and gentlemen. Just be warned, we may end in 15 minutes.
Yeah, Dusty.
got a
But
question.
just
trying to
because
figure- I don't understand how
have
the
those.
accountability works. Sorry, Nate's been trying to wait the whole time. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say real quick to respond to
nobody cares.
Dusty, just because we have systems in place that you view not working, they're still in place and they do work to some degree.
So what do you do about corruptive gag orders? So if the public needs this information, yet the court continually says, "No, we're going to censor that. No, we're going to censor that." Then what are you going to do about
that's a
that?
jury-
Everything.
Well, that's a
jury-
that's
hold
a
on, that's a jury
hypothetical.
system. Gag orders
Well,
are almost
that is the
overwhelming.
inevitability.
Right, no,
that's the
exact
inevitability.
opposite.
That's the inevitability.
No, that's the exact. You just again, magic
The entire
words.
case will be censored.
Why gag orders are there?
You really
to-
believe that they're just going to be like, "Oh yeah, we're going to let everything out," and they don't.
No. Listen, I don't believe that the state is going to be fucking benevolent dictator. But the reason gag orders exist is to sequester information so that jurors are not so that jurors don't gain information about the trial.
Not
so.
I
The
said, I didn't
argument
say
that we're
get
saying
media
is
info. I
actually
said
the exact
corruptive.
opposite.
What are you going to do about corruptive gag orders?
What am I going to do about the corruption of the state? I see it every fucking day, dude. Like, that's a dumb fucking argument that, like,
So
doesn't
getting rid of the
actually
jury
show
is not going to allow the public in at all.
I would abolish the state. That's what
You
I
would
would do
have-
about it. Like, what the fuck
You
are
would
you
have
talking
multiple
about? It doesn't
judges
pertain.
play.
Literally,
Wait,
gag orders exist to sequester information so that it doesn't impartial the jury.
I didn't
The
ask
entire-
about-
If you got rid of the jury trial,
That's not your origination.
Hold
of
up
the
one
gag order.
second. This is a very easy answer, right? You would simply, easily put a time limit on all gag orders. Okay, there
No,
would
I'm
be a
down for
time
that.
limit. All right,
could be-
and
I
that
could
would
be
make
down for
sure that can't happen. Right?
I could be down for that.
See how easy that works?
Yeah, no,
Doesn't-
hey,
doesn't
and
make
I-
sure that
look,
doesn't
I've
happen.
literally
It
thought
does-
this however,
system
It
However,
doesn't,
any
all
question
that does is
you ask,
put a limit
go
on
ahead.
how long it can happen for. Does nothing
You have
to prevent
multiple
that.
you have
exactly where I was
multiple
gonna go,
wait.
Dusty,
You have
exactly.
multiple judges. You could put a time limit on the gag orders. Plus, anybody that's in the judicial like conduct or ethics conduct commission, they're allowed to review the gag orders. So like this would be a way to stop that from happening.
So you're saying the police will police the police, basically?
You're an idiot.
That's what you're
it
saying.
sounds like. I
No,
don't know,
that's
maybe
not
we
what
can
I'm
make
saying.
it better.
known to be corrupt.
Yo, dude, you are not equipped for this, dude. This is why you got
You
fucking.
say that
why
to Cope, and you
got
can't
position,
you can't
bro.
answer to it.
You
Hold
don't
on,
understand
if
the
none
law.
of us, if none of us are equipped to understand your system, then how is your system going to be effective for the public?
He doesn't understand.
That's
the
an
system.
that's an
He's not
argument from
equipped to understand the
incongruity.
justice system in general.
Just because
not
it's difficult to
only my
understand does
system.
not mean
Please-
it doesn't make
Please
sense.
stop
It's not
raising your
right.
hand and saying
It's
shit
difficult
that
for him
sound
to
like
explain.
fucking
He
One at a
doesn't
time,
understand it.
one
Is the issue.
at
Go
a
back to the
time.
fucking nut house you came from.
What you basically said at Emma, like basically, like you're basically saying, "Oh, I don't understand your argument, ergo it must be wrong."
No.
That's a fallacy.
No, I'm saying his
not what she said at all.
statement that I'm saying that he said we're too stupid to understand it, but this is a good system. But if we can't understand it, how is it a good system? It's
God damn
just
it,
a
you
bad
are-
logical argument.
Adama, let me try this again. I didn't say he's too stupid to understand my system. He's too stupid to understand justice and the law system in general. He
She's
doesn't
gotta become
understand
cold
the
opposition or
court
something.
system.
Like-
He doesn't understand
I believe
anything
so.
he's been trying to argue against the whole time.
Poor Nate.
Actually, I
He
believe
is not
she's just
equipped for
full
this conversation. That's what I said.
You can't explain your system.
I think that's
The
never
issue
true.
isn't that she doesn't understand it.
That's
The
never
issue
true.
is that
Literally
you
had
don't
someone come
understand
up
it.
here and say they had their mind changed based off our arguments, but we can't explain.
trying
You mean
to
your
listen.
boy?
This is
Your
why we
boy
can't
came
have
up and
jury
your
trials.
boy
Y'all
came
too
up and
stupid.
agreed with you? No shit.
You're
In all
too
fairness, I
dumb,
am-
bro.
I am
You're
glad
too
that it's even-
dumb. That's the
I'm-
problem.
You didn't explain it.
Too
You
dumb.
don't have any
I
system.
would rather have a
You're just
jury
going,
of
this time it'll
monkeys
work.
than you,
This
bro.
time it'll work. This time they
A
won't be
bunch of
corrupt.
gorillas
Okay, bro,
would be my
sure.
fucking jury, okay?
So,
Over
so
you
do we
folks.
not
One
think
red
that
sticker.
excising
One red
the
sticker.
public
That's
out
all
of
we
the
need.
judicial
One red
system
sticker.
delegitimizes the judicial system to the public?
Sorry.
Absolutely.
Sorry, after
Absolutely,
you
it would.
started talking, I was already talking.
Obviously
Sorry,
it
go
does.
ahead.
My
I
bad.
wanna hear you.
Go
I
ahead.
said, do we not think that excising the public from the judicial system delegitimizes the judicial system to the public?
I don't want to do that. So if you've heard me, right? Like again, the commission for electing the judges would involve the public. The commission for reviewing the cases would involve the public. So I don't want to take away the public completely. I want to take them away from making ultimate decision on their interpretations of the law or good rhetoric of lawyers. That's what I want to take away.
But how is
Actually,
that
there's a
good?
there's a really
And you want to give it to lawyers.
Reviewing the case, going and searching up laws and doing all the hard work. Good for them.
You don't want people to be swayed by lawyers. You just want lawyers to
Random
make the
roulette.
decisions.
Yes, I'm sorry. You
Brilliant.
want to talk
Fucking
about
brilliant.
Dusty, right? I'm sorry. But let me just finish. I just want to make sure it's not some random fucking roulette. I don't understand how you're saying like I want to take the people out of it. I don't want to do that.
there's
Because
another
historical
example
precedent.
you can look at on like a smaller level too. If you look at small towns where they have sheriffs are voted in. In my experience, and a lot of people I talk to, sheriffs usually tend to be a lot more approachable and a little more nicer because they know they have to be voted in.
I'm sorry,
So,
what?
That's another case
It goes
on
in
a
both
smaller
directions.
scale.
I mean, it goes in both
But
directions.
hold
I think
on.
mostly sheriffs are probably valued because it's more.
Sheriffs have the least amount of accountability of all law enforcement, right?
Yeah, and
No,
also,
they
I
get
think
voted
where you're
in.
at. I think that's state by state.
I think it's also kind of just like this is kind of a causation correlation issue because like you're dealing with a high trust society that's isolated, right? Like people know
fair.
each
That's
other
fair.
and things like that. So it's hard to know is that an exercise of the electoral process in electing sheriffs, or is that just a small town?
But
of
that's
2,000,
versus the accountability
you know what I
of
mean?
like a
knows
police in
everybody.
the city. The police in the city
But-
that you run into that's not voted in. They can.
But how
Yeah,
is
but
that
They're
that
accountable
causes,
to a city,
that
right?
causes other problems too, right? So like elected judges or elected sheriffs, for example, might do things that are against the interest of the law or against the interest of what is right in the interest of getting elected again, right? So you might have judges that go on like a tough on crime spree because they don't want to be seen as being weak or passive to crime, or in vice versa, you might see the exact opposite where it's like, I'm in California and and I want to make sure that like, we let, that we're not being harsh against minorities or something. Right. So, I mean, like,
So would that hurt or help your argument, given that the judges would be elected in?
At no point in
the same
time during
situation.
my argument did I specifically endorse all of Speakeasy's proposals as a counter.
Oh, okay.
I endorsed the
Okay.
concept of some form of system that would be
Okay,
like that.
Can
would
I
be
jump in,
less,
Fabian?
yeah.
I got a question for you, though.
Before you do, and I'll hand it back to you, Doc, just as another kind reminder to the viewers, you have 6 minutes for one person to be your chat hero to keep the show going. It's a big hundo or we go to bed. All right, so it's up to you to decide. You failed to hit the dono goal, and so now you must be saved. So you all better be pleading to one another who is going to be the savior for the evening. Otherwise,
Yeah, and this is going to be a
L's in
palate
the
cleanser too, Sarah. This is going to be a good one. This is going to be good because I'm going to show Fabian
I
is
can't
either really
wait.
smart, or really dumb. Okay, so Fabian, I haven't read it in a long time, but okay, in Federalist 83, I think it's that the writing that from our founding fathers is that in like big civil trials like land, right? So you don't just it's not small claims suing your neighbor. It's like these big civil trials, you have juries, and so I'm just curious, if our founding fathers thought that it was so important that these big cases had juries, they had different sets of eyes, people that would imply questions and stuff to be impartial. Why do you disagree with what like, don't you have doubt that like can't you just be wrong about whatever you're talking about tonight?
Yeah, totally.
You know that
so-
slavery was constitutional too, right, Duck? I'm
Oh,
also
so-
against that. Just so
Slavery
you know.
was very
So-
I'm
3/5
against things.
3/5
The
for
forefathers, it was a living
representative
document
counts as
made
well.
to change, not to be some like.
So hold on. I know. I
divine
want to
scripture.
honestly
No,
engage. I want to honestly engage with this
You're not
question.
supposed to change the framework.
Go ahead,
so,
Fabian.
So like the anti-federalists and the federalists here are you're exactly right. They're not arguing, like everyone there is in belief that the right to a trial by jury, as they would put it, is like tantamount to a justice system. Like it doesn't matter if they're federalists or anti-federalists, right? The debate really is about civil trials, and it's kind of hilarious because one of the big concerns is the cost, right? Which really just goes to show how far we've fallen, right? Like we were fighting wars over like 3% taxes.
That's a huge deal.
Is the cost of having additional juries, et cetera. And that's that whole like $20 limit thing. And so Hamilton gives like several examples. I think it's Hamilton. It could be Madison. I'd have to like look at it again, right? But they're like they make these arguments of like, look, here in Connecticut, for example, right? Like there are instances where in civil matters, even large ones, like justice was served, a jury was not necessary in this civil case. So it's like really about like to what degree is it important?
I'm saying there are, but saying there are instances where justice was carried out, people and everyone agrees about that. But it's also, to me, I still live. I'm still having a ton of skepticism there. Like I'm saying that, like if I'm a serial killer, for example, like I want to have a jury because if I know part of my job during that trial is to I have to tell the community, even if I don't like them, I'm supposed to tell them my side of the story, and I'm supposed to tell them my perspective, my experience. I'm supposed to tell them all that stuff. You know, I want that jury trial, and so I don't see how it's justice in any sense.
What do you mean?
If you're
Because,
guilty,
I thought I was
you want to be
following
able
you.
to sway them to not be convicted. Good
Well,
argument, though.
No, hold on. I'm trying to grapple
Yeah.
with your argument, right? Like
You're
what-
assuming he's guilty though before.
He
Hold
just
on,
said if
hold on.
I was a serial
Oh, yeah,
killer,
he did.
dumbass. Come
No,
on.
no, it's
Well,
a
stop
it's a
just trying to argue with me to argue, dude. I'm not your daddy that ran off, and I'm not gonna be your daddy, bro. Fuck
But you
off,
are a
dog.
daddy that runs off,
Who are
though.
we talking to? Oh, sorry. So no, hold on.
Three
Nate, I'm
times
trying
over.
to-
Boom, boom.
Let's
Yeah,
not do
Nate,
that.
I'm trying to grapple with. What do you mean? Like when I thought I was following what you were saying, and then you
So
went into
like,
this
in a capital case,
skepticism.
in a capital case where like sometimes judges do the sentencing and stuff, it's still up to that point. Like, you know, my example is that if I'm a serial killer or something, I'm supposed to be telling you, you know, my side of the story. But if I don't like the judge, if I don't like the prosecutors, I will have no chance of ever revealing my side. But people want to know how someone got to be as deranged as Duck or deranged as Nate. They don't. And if I'm only going to tell a jury of my peers, that's an example of why we do juries in big cases.
Yeah, I mean, I would be perfectly fine and would certainly advocate for, just like, you know, Black Lives Matter was really pushing the concept of like body camera footage on police officers, and it kind of, you know, became a monkey's paw, right? Because it actually hurt them more than it helped them, right? Because most of those cases, the body cam footage
Endless
comes out and it's like,
videos.
oh, they're
Endless
crazy.
videos.
Yeah, right. Like I would be perfectly fine
Yeah.
with this system demanding that the entire deliberation process of those judges be televised or be open on like a
Okay.
live stream somewhere, right?
Yeah, but
Like,
who's
and that
gonna
is the
watch
thing. I think that, well, plenty of people watch C-SPAN, right? But that doesn't mean that like fucking most people do, right? And like it only takes like one reaction streamer that's like a lawyer to be like, "Oh, we're watching this trial, boys," right? And then some people will get into it. So
But a lot
I
of
would
the
say
greats,
I would
right?
say that you
So-
can
so for
actually
but
get
Fabian,
more
Fabian,
publicity.
Fabian,
Hold on,
but
hold on, no,
we're
let
not
me finish.
talking
Let me
about that.
finish.
No,
I would
no,
actually
one
say
second,
you
you
get-
finish.
Hold
No,
on,
no,
Duck.
I
At
didn't-
least
Okay.
let him finish, and then you
I
can
would say-
respond.
I would say the claim that speaking to a jury of your peers is a means of like the public being aware of those concerns
Yeah.
is actually like you would actually have more of that if you could force all deliberations because they're professionals, because we don't have to worry about like the, you know, like jury tampering or things of that nature, that you would actually get more information out there, and that would be a benefit.
Okay, so I would just say I like the transparency idea. The part that I don't like about the transparency idea is that you know, Dahmer, Gacy, a lot of these guys have given interviews from jail. You know, we have a guy who killed a family in Arizona who's on death row right now. He might have been executed by now. And so like, you know, what I'm saying is that, you know, when we're looking at, you know, it's not about having like a CNN or Fox News sort of thing for 30 years. It's more for the jury part. For me, it's about wondering, it's like, well, did this, you know, did the families and this guy that killed people, did they feel like they got justice? Does the community feel like they got justice? And so I don't think, to me, I'm really skeptical of why, like, that's just how I think.
I don't understand how the jury process is.
That's how I think.
I don't understand how the jury process is somehow giving this in a way that televised or filmed open deliberation, where they do like a French model of Inquisition, where they go through the evidence and they speak to the person, they make their case, right? Like I don't understand how this is somehow inferior, or why you're skeptical of that. I don't like why. Like what is the breakdown where you think the jury trial is somehow superior in that regard?
And hold on,
Yeah,
Doug.
so, you know,
what
if
we're
it's-
gonna do, because the chat has failed miserably twice. Okay,
no.
they obviously don't want us to be here this evening, so we're not going to be here this evening. So we're actually going to do a little wrap up. Everyone's going to give their closing statements. I would have gone till 4 o'clock in the morning had the chat really wanted us to, but they obviously don't want us here, so we're going to go home. So continue taking your L's in the chat while we do closing statements. Teriak, you want to kick us off? Teriak. Wake up. All right, Clay, how about you?
Sure. Yeah. It does suck that chat wasn't so supportive. Yeah, for sure. You guys get L's. I even threw some L's in there. But I do appreciate Sarah because she is absolutely 100% the best moderator. I feel like both sides made their arguments very well. As far as abolishment for the jury trials, I don't agree with it. But I am surprised that you guys didn't get back to some historical context more. I would have liked to have heard some of that. But anyway, I appreciate you guys. I'm over on Facebook now with my channels, Clay Foundations 1A Press. Of course, I've got my main account, which I can go live on. And then Potter's Rights Media, as well as I do create content with Let's OTVO. He's in the chat tonight, and he is now a new member, which is awesome. So if you guys want to check out some press content for cop watching, check it out. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Clay. And I'm going to throw you in the back just because I have other people to bring up as well. Teriak, final thoughts, sir.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting topic. Good to see my boy Easy. Also, like I think maybe a middle ground is maybe professional jurors. So there's some tests that they can take, like anti-citizen can, and then but just to kind of take the legal system kind of more seriously in terms of this approach of there are flaws. Let's try to address them, all this kind of stuff. So great stuff from everyone around. Again, shout out to Sarah for hosting as well. And thanks for having me.
Thank you, Teriak. We appreciate having you as well. Have a wonderful evening. Animated effigy to you, sir.
Thanks for having me as always. Always fun to be on panel. Always a good time arguing against Easy over there. Jury trials to me embody our democratic principles in our justice system. They serve as a check on government power because they entrust us with the determination of fact and the application of our own standards into the law. Our participation makes sure that justice is not just the domain of these legal professionals that they seem to be wanting everything to go through, because the people reflect diverse perspectives. The people reflect common sense, drawing a line between order and justice. Civic participation bolsters public trust. It protects our individual liberties from potential tyranny, from bias, and it provides us a mechanism for society to affirm its own values within legal outcomes. Thanks for having me, guys. Always fun to argue with you.
Perfect. Thank you, Effigy. Have a wonderful evening. Tell the chat that they fucking suck.
You fucking suck, chat.
Thank you. All right, Mo, to you.
Yeah, thanks for having me up, Sarah. Thoroughly enjoyed the debate. Thanks for putting it on. Fabian, Speakeasy, well done. It's a very interesting topic. It's one that I'm going to give more thought to, and I guess all I can say is, the Constitution's designed for amendments, so potentially this might have to be one of them in the future. But that's it. Mo, and I'll catch you guys next time.
Perfect.
See you later.
Thank you, Mo. Have a good evening. Oh, sorry, Mo. Atima, to you, darling.
Okay, well, thank you for having me on. Sorry I stayed so long. I actually wasn't planning on staying this long. I still wanted to ask a question, but it doesn't seem like it's relevant now. I think the idea that jury system or jury trials can be corrupt and they are inappropriate in certain circumstances is correct. I just don't see how abolishing them altogether is going to be a good idea. I think we have enough legal and general governing disenfranchisement in our society as it is. I think trying to create oversight panels and committees hasn't worked well for us in the past as a culture. If you look at school boards and who knows who the railroad commissioner is? I mean, I live in such a small town. Yeah, I go shopping with my railroad commissioner, but for the most part, most people don't know that. So I think it's kind of it's a good idea. I just think that the application isn't going to be what you think it's going to be. Much like the non-aggression principle is fantastic on paper. Once you try to make it work, people start fighting anyway, and it kind of breaks down. But thanks for having me on, and sorry if I offended y'all with hot takes, but I'm allowed to have some too.
Perfect. Thank you, Atima. Appreciate having you on again. All right, Duck, to you, sir.
All right, just for Sarah first, chat, you guys suck. Again, I know you didn't ask me to say that, but I'll just or whatever. But I'll just say this. People are, people in their worst states are biased. They're mean. They're rude. They're judgmental. They're violent. And they're pleasure seeking. They seek those heuristics for quick rewards. And it's also very true that when you put people in a circumstance to have responsibility, and to understand a process, they recognize otherness. They do all kinds of things. They understand complex ideas better. So believe in people. And and absolutely, we because we're a society, even serial killers deserve justice too. We should put them with the people that have that responsibility, that are being their best selves.
Bro, are you a serial
so I
killer?
support
Like,
juries.
what is happening?
Well, I'm just saying
That's
it's
an odd
it's like the
one.
Hitler
we just
paradox,
kind of
right?
let him ramble, and then we say goodnight, right, Doc?
Yeah, I'm rambling, but so like it is like that Hitler paradox where it's like, if you have no understanding of the most like brutal, violent, I would say, tonight, like maybe the most brash, the most planned, the most calculated, like all this stuff, if you see these people that you don't understand and you're willing to put them in front of someone that you don't understand, you're doing something that is the same thing that person is doing. Doesn't matter what it is, you're doing something that's the same thing. And so that's why we stand up as a society, as a tribe, as a culture. We really rally behind behind juries and behind people. So that's what I believe in.
Perfect. Thank you, Doc. Have a wonderful evening,
Bye.
sir.
Thanks, Sarah.
Your haircut looks nice, Doc. Reverend Russ, to you, sir.
Well, I think both sides did a very great job tonight. As with every system created by man, there will always be flaws. We have flaws in our current system, and the system presented by Fabian and Speakeasy would, of course, also have inherent flaws because man is flawed. And since I am the preacher, I'll share some scripture with you guys and a little insight. And I saw a great white throne and him that sat on it, from whose face the earth and heaven fled away, and there was found no place for him. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God, and the books were opened, and another book was opened, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books, according to their works. See, there is one lawgiver who is able to save and destroy, and his name is Jesus Christ. And I implore everybody listening tonight that you get to know him now before you're standing before the judgment throne, because it is written, and whoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire. God bless everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you, Reverend Russ. Have a wonderful evening.
God bless.
AJ, I know you were waiting in the back, but I'm sure you have your fucking shit sucks. Sorry, AJ. Darn. All right.
Shit sucks, man.
Fabian, to you, sir. Your final thoughts. And make sure you tell the chat they fucking suck that you couldn't stay and play longer.
I guess chat sucks. It was a slow night for me for donos as well, so maybe it's something in the water, all right? Maybe it's not specifically your chat. I will simp for your chat in a way that no one else will, because you can't control me. I am a rebel, all right? So, W's actually, chat, for coming to this wonderful debate performance. Speakeasy, thank you so much. I appreciate the lawyers coming. And, the objectivist in me with all this fucking... Every time I step in here, it's all like, Christ
We clearly
this,
make better lawyers,
Christ
right?
that. I'm like, all right. Yeah, I think we would make better lawyers. Maybe I should have gone to law school. I don't know. But I'm training my sister, all right? My sister's in college right now, and she wants to be a lawyer, and she's a libertarian based, all right? So whatever. But yeah, it was wonderful. Again, Sarah, twice in a row, you got to find me better opponents.
It's Pandora's box, man.
I
figured getting lawyers would be like top tier. That was the first thing I thought to get for you.
I thought that too. I was worried, and then it's very clear that I over-prepared. It's just very clear. It's just all right, it is what it is. One of the guys has never debated before. Smart guy, not having
Well,
done
if you're
an
a lawyer,
on-panel
you've-
debate.
Yeah, but if you're
His whole job is debating.
It's a
I'm not letting him
different-
off that easy.
No, I just I'll let him off to a certain degree that like understanding the medium, right? Like
well,
you know,
yeah.
You know what
She
I mean?
did
Like, there's
prepare him
talent.
for it. She did, kind of run some drills with him in terms of how we operate here. So,
But yeah, the
like,
lawyers
I
definitely
think he
got
was-
cooked.
Yeah, I think he was fine as far as the blood sport version of everything, but it's the arguments were. I see what you were saying in terms of his pieces of arguments. He was definitely
He's used to dealing with juries that just hear flowery language and fucking a lot of magic words and go, oh, this guy says a lot of big words. He must have went to college. Oh, fuck yeah, that guy knows what he's talking about. Instead of actually having to make logically coherent arguments. But it is what it is.
Fair.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. This is a fun medium. Peace.
Absolutely. Thank you, Fabian. Have a wonderful evening.
You too.
And
All right, boys. It's like fucking nobody's here. It was crazy that he didn't have an argument. It was like it was wild to me because I kept helping him by being like, "Hey, there's no argument here. That's a lot of stuff, I think I broke their brains when I was like, "Hey, man, would you just a quick question. Would you hand out juror annulment packets outside of the court, or are you afraid you might get arrested for jury tampering?" And they both were like, "Oh," because their fucking argument hampered upon this like great process of juror annulment. It's like, dude, these people don't know about juror annulment. It's not a thing in our current system. Like, like they're retarded. All right, boys. It's like 1:20 in the morning. And so, don't expect to see me tomorrow because I'm going to be up for a little while and then I'm going to crash, especially a weekend with the kids. So, you'll see me probably Wednesday or Thursday for sure. Love you guys. Join the Discord. Slow night. I think it was, I don't know. This is a Monday. Not a lot going on, I guess. But I will please join the Discord, follow me on Twitter, like, share, subscribe. You can donate always, and I always appreciate it. Thank you, Little Bits, for the membership, and for everybody else that donated. Actually, Little Bits, Stacy Pastry, Ariel Suarez. Thank you guys. When's the next edition of Heroes of Capitalism? Fucking, I don't know. I'm probably gonna do them with fucking Rob Noor because the format of like having someone to bounce off of is a lot better, and so like that might, on top of like having to finish, that's also like a scheduling thing. But if I do it again, I'm probably almost certainly gonna do it with Rob Noor, because I like doing it that way more than just me droning on. It's also, dude, I'm already verbose, and then I drone on a fucking PowerPoint. And it becomes like death by PowerPoint. It's just not as interesting unless you have somebody to bounce off of. It's just been true of the Heroes of Capitalism. It was true when I did that like thing on with Rob Noor on Joseph McCarthy. So yeah, panel of libertarians with the next edition of Heroes of Capitalism. That might be cool. I didn't think about that. If I could get like a couple of Twitter libertarians and Zulu and just do a presentation on like, especially like with Zulu being a Britmonger and probably not knowing much about it, like whatever American icon we're that might actually be even cooler. I'm gonna have to write that down. That's a cool idea. Yeah, I'm that might be a thing if I can get that together. That'd be actually pretty cool. Loved when Praxman and Zulu did that, going over socialists' videos. Yeah, that was fun. All right, boys. Peace, love, whatever. We'll see you around. It's fucking 1:30 in the morning. I'm like half out of it. To know what questions asked, sometimes the third person might be helping in that regard.